Chapter 46, Chapter 45. Axel, who was sitting down in his command chair, had turned around to face Avia, whose hologram was standing on top of the central console in the bridge. "What are picking up?" asked Axel. Though he said that he knew exactly what was about to happen. Now that they had arrived, he recognized this area of the planet, and if he was correct, then in a few seconds the ocean below them would part, revealing underground forerunner architecture within the planet. "I keep picking up something that reads docking and cleansing. But that can't be right," said Avia. "Admiral, we may have a situation on our hands." After she said that, just as Axel predicted, the ocean parted, revealing a large underground area that began to pull the UNSC Leviathan inside, while the two frigates were unaffected by this. "Admiral, we are getting pulled in, and we have company coming from the underground forerunner structure," reported Avia as Axel shifted his attention to the hole in the ocean and saw more than a dozen forerunner sentinels approaching the Leviathan. "Avia, have the frigates maintain position. It seems whatever is down there is what we came for," ordered Axel. "Copy that, Admiral. Also, I'm picking up a new signal within the planet, and wherever this is taking us will lead us right to it," explained Avia. With that, the two frigates had maintained their position above the surface, while the Leviathan was dragged down below, followed by the forerunner sentinels, who began scanning the entire ship. They didn't pose any danger, so Axel had the ship's weapons hold fire as they navigated through the forerunner architecture. "Stay alert," Axel warned his crew. "We don't know what's waiting for us down there. All stations, maximum readiness." The bridge was filled with tension as they descended further into the depths, guided by the unseen force that had drawn them in. The walls of the forerunner architecture were pulsing with a strange energy as they passed by, their gleam reflecting upon the Leviathan's hull. Axel watched through the bridge viewport as they flew deeper into the structure. This was his first time seeing a shield world, and he was very interested in what technology and such the forerunners used to make it. Because if he could acquire that technology, then he could make massive underground bases to defend against the flood, the same way the forerunners did it. "Incoming transmission," Avia reported, her holographic form flickering as she processed the signal. "It's heavily encrypted, but it's forerunner." Axel's heart pounded in his chest. This was uncharted territory, and every new revelation made him feel excited for what lay ahead. He gave a nod, silently urging Avia to decrypt it. Moments later, through the ship-wide intercom came a voice, an ethereal, resonating hum that reverberated throughout every deck. "Welcome, Reclaimer," it began in almost perfect human tongue. "You are expected." It was the sound of an AI, which Axel figured to probably be a monitor. "Admiral," piped up one of his navigation officers. "There's an enormous chamber opening up ahead." True enough, ahead of them was an immense cavity within the planet's core, illuminated by luminescent strips running along its walls and ceiling. As they drew closer to the opening, Axel had seen sunlight, which meant that they were close to entering the center of the planet, where the central controls for the Forerunner shield world was located. Moments later, the Leviathan shot out of the chamber and entered what seemed to be another world. There were lush green trees and plants everywhere. "Admiral," called out Avia. "Energy readings are spiking, it's off our charts." Of course, this was to be expected as they were literally in the core of the planet. The sentinels had stopped following them, and Axel didn't hear from the Forerunner AI since the first time. "Admiral, I just received some coordinates from that Forerunner AI," said Avia as she sent the coordinates to Axel's command screen. "I got them," Avia said Axel as he looked at the location the coordinates were taking them. It appeared to be another forerunner structure on the ground. "Avia, prepare the pelicans, I am going to those coordinates," ordered Axel. Admiral, pelicans are spinning up now," responded Avia. As the Leviathan hovered above the lush green landscape, Axel could see the scattering of forerunner structures that littered the ground. Some were tall, with slender pillars, while others took more abstract forms, their purpose unclear. Nonetheless, they were all pulsed with a life of their own, testament to the unseen energy that pervaded this place. "Admiral," came Avia's voice. "The pelicans are ready and prepped for departure." Understood, replied Axel as he rose from his command chair. He cast one last look at the viewport. This was a new world to explore, and he intended to unravel its mysteries. Once he is done, he will have a secret lab set up inside to study the place. Of course he would have to find some trustworthy people so that they wouldn't leak this information to anybody else. Walking off the bridge, Axel made his way towards the hangar bay where 2 Pelican dropships were awaiting him. The pilots saluted as he approached. "Admiral on deck," echoed through the metal corridors. At ease, he dismissed, entering one of the dropships. As he strapped himself alongside the MCUs. This time he had decided to bring only the MCUs. Soon after, the hangar doors opened, and the 2 Pelicans surged forward into the verdant landscape of this hidden world. They passed over vast forests and meandering rivers until they arrived at the coordinates given by Avia. The Pelicans descended into a clearing near a Forerunner structure. Axel stepped out onto grassy terrain, feeling an odd sense of peace blanketing everything around him. As soon as he stepped out of the Pelican, he walked towards the Forerunner structure, which looked similar to the one he had seen in the Halo Wars video game. At the same time, a strange small spherical-shaped object had approached him, causing the MCUs to aim their weapons, prepared to shoot if necessary. "Stand down," Axel commanded, his gaze not leaving the spherical form before him. It hovered a few feet above the ground, a shell of gleaming metal pulsating with the same energy they had seen throughout the structure. He recognized it from memory as a Forerunner monitor, an ancient caretaker of places such as these. "I welcome you, Reclaimer." The monitor's voice was deep and melodious, speaking in a dialect of English that was strangely archaic. "I am 295 Hearken Watch. You have come to seek knowledge. And knowledge you shall find." "It seems I've been expected," said Axel. "Yes, you have. Ever since your first interaction with Forerunner technology you have been deemed a highly capable and intelligent human," the monitor replied, floating in a slow circle around him. "Your presence here is no mistake. It was foreseen and prepared for." The monitor moved ahead, illuminating the path towards the Forerunner structure with soft, ambient light. "Come," it prompted. "The knowledge you seek waits within." With a swift command, Axel had his MCUs fall into formation behind him as they followed the monitor. As they approached the structure, the monitor stopped moving as they stood in the middle of a strange structure. "This is a teleporter which will take you to the main structure where you will be given some knowledge," said the monitor as the teleporter activated and instantly transported Axel to another place. In front of him was a path leading to a structure, so Axel followed it and had found something similar to what he found on Harvest. It was a spherical-shaped control panel that had started to spin when he reached out his hand. It had aligned itself with his hand, and when he touched it the whole thing lit up as a beam of light shot up and the surrounding structures started to move. Next to him appeared the monitor once again. "These are the Sojourner-class dreadnoughts, which are extremely powerful and are equipped with very powerful cannons that will tear apart any ship," explained the monitor. "The knowledge of how to operate these ships and its armaments are in your hands now." Axel withdrew his hand from the console and looked at all the Sojourner-class dreadnoughts which were present. The monitor moved in a slow orbit around Axel, the soft glow from its central eye reflecting off Axel's uniform. "There is so much more to learn, Reclaimer. However, the intricacies of Forerunner technology require time for complete comprehension." Axel nodded, trying to process everything he'd learned. The power now available to him was staggering. It would change the course of battles and even wars. "I can't keep this secret forever," he mused out loud. "Indeed," responded the monitor. "But with great power comes great responsibility. It will be up to you when and how you choose to share this knowledge." Axel wondered if the monitor had access to his memories or something. Once he heard that statement, but then again maybe it was just a coincidence. "Is there any other knowledge?" asked Axel as he was looking for more. "No, Reclaimer, you will have to find that other knowledge located on other installations. That is the path that you must take to prove yourself and prepare the humans to stand on a higher level than they are now," said the monitor. Axel understood and acknowledged the statement with a nod. He was aware that it wouldn't be as simple as that, but at least he now had a clear plan of action. He had now acquired a powerful weapon, but when to use it or even reveal it to the UNSC would have to wait until he had taken power. For now, though, he planned to set up a research base to research and study the Forerunner technology. Chapter 47, Chapter 46. Before leaving, Axel had gotten permission from the Monitor to set up a small research base within the installation. In exchange, the Monitor gets to watch their progress and interact with them. The Monitor would only help them a little when it came to their research, but would mostly be interested in observing how they approached and solved problems. The Monitor wanted to see how they compared to Axel. Back to the Leviathan, they had already exited the installation by going the same way they came before. And after a few moments they had arrived at the entrance where the ocean once again parted and the Leviathan was able to return back to the surface of the planet. Once there, the two frigates were there holding their position just as ordered, while the cruiser and two destroyers were still in orbit above the planet. Axel had contacted them, letting him know that their mission was a success and that they had discovered Forerunner architecture below the surface of the planet. He didn't go into greater details as he didn't know who could be trusted with this information. While most of his crew was loyal to him, he still needed to be careful to prevent the spread of crucial information regarding the fact that they had found a Forerunner shield world. Not that the Security Council knew what it was, but their curiosity is what would cause problems for Axel the most. After establishing contact with the rest of the battle group, Axel had regrouped in orbit above the planet and had departed back to Algolese, where Axel would try and gather loyal or trustworthy scientists, engineers, and Forerunner specialists to set up a secret research base within the planet. He would also start a new project to create a flash clone of himself and make it into an AI so that he can really start to move his plans forward. There was only so much that he could do by himself, not that he didn't have any help, but if he had an AI that could assist him, then he could expand his influence even more. Once the AI was completed, he would first have it start spread propaganda about his achievements and creations, which will gather him more support from all over the UEG and UNSC. At the same time, he would be gathering evidence against Admiral Parangaski and Admiral Gardner. The remaining members of the Security Council could be considered allies or was not a threat to his plans. As the Leviathan and the rest of Battle Group Tango approached Algolese, Axel found himself lost in contemplation. He had already begun to assemble a list of potential recruits for his research base. The most brilliant minds, those who could be trusted and who shared his vision for humanity's place among the stars. The Flash clone was a tricky business though. The legality of it was ambiguous at best, and if its existence was discovered, it could lead to severe consequences. But Axel had always been willing to take risks, especially if the rewards were high enough. The AI, based on his own mind, would be invaluable. His plan went beyond just a shield world and advanced technology. It stretched into politics, public opinion, the overall direction of humanity. An AI would help him manipulate these aspects with precision and subtlety that human hands couldn't achieve. But before all of that, he needed to first deal with a new situation that had arisen. Catherine was due to have his child in a days. It was expected to be a daughter, and Catherine had already decided on the name. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he looked out the window in his captain's quarters to the distant specks of Algolese. Catherine's impending childbirth added a new element into his plans. He cared deeply about her, and the idea of having a child was both exciting and daunting. The responsibility of fatherhood was not something that he could simply ignore or delegate to others. Indeed, Axel had always been an individual who believed in facing challenges head-on. He had started as a young lieutenant in the UNSC fleet, working his way up to a 2-star admiral with determination, a keen strategic mind, and his intelligence. This personal endeavor, however, was an entirely different adventure. It was one that involved diapers, sleepless nights, and a whole new level of love and commitment. As he drew closer to Algolese, he mentally strategized his next moves like a grand game of chess. First, he would be present for the birth of his daughter and make time to watch her grow up. Next, he would set his research team abuzz with activities in the newly discovered Forerunner Shield world and simultaneously kickstart the risky flash clone operation. Once that was done, then the AI propaganda would spin stories about his heroism and scientific breakthroughs to earn him more followers across UEG and UNSC. Then came gathering evidence against Admirals Parangaski and Gardner while ensuring they stayed oblivious of their impending downfall. All this while securing alliances within the Security Council and among other high-ranking members of the UNSC. He rubbed his temple as if trying to physically chase away the enormity of his tasks ahead. A soft chime sounded, indicating they were docking with the station orbiting above Algolese. Axel proceeded to the hangar and took a Pelican down to the planet's surface where the main facility for ONI Section 3 was located. Once the Pelican landed, he stepped off onto the solid ground, and immediately set a brisk pace towards the medical section of the facility where Catherine was currently located. As he walked towards the medical section of the facility, he was greeted by soldiers and staff alike. The soldiers paid their respects with a salute, while the staff simply greeted him verbally or shook his hand since he was their boss. After a few minutes he had arrived at Catherine's room where he saw her resting on the bed. There was a radiance to her that he hadn't seen before, a certain glow that lit up her face despite the physical exhaustion. He approached her gently, pulling up a chair next to the bed. "How are you feeling?" he asked softly, taking her hand within his own. Catherine gave him a tired but contented smile and placed her other hand on her swollen belly. "I'm just fine," she murmured. "But our little girl is getting impatient." Axel chuckled, feeling an inexplicable warmth spreading through him at the statement. His daughter, their daughter, was eager to see the world. "Seems she's picked up your impatience then," he quipped, earning a soft laugh from Catherine. For the next few hours Axel had stayed by her side, occasionally feeling her belly for the small kicks that his daughter would give. Eventually 2 days had passed and it was time for daughter to enter the world. A team of doctors and nurses swiftly made their way into the room. The atmosphere turned tense, but Catherine remained calm, her hand firmly wrapped around Axel's. He gave her an encouraging smile, squeezing her hand in response. Hours passed like minutes. Axel stood by Catherine's side, providing a comforting presence through the laborious process as the tension in the room built up. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, a soft cry echoed through the room. The intensity in the air dissolved almost instantly into excited whispers and a flurry of activity as the nurse cleaned up the newborn and handed her over to Axel. Axel felt an unusual sensation as he held the tiny life in his hands. Pride swelled within him as he gazed at the small face that looked back at him with curiosity. Catherine was exhausted, but she looked at Axel and their daughter with joy clearly reflected in her eyes. Despite the ordeals of the delivery process, she was radiant, the glow had not diminished but rather intensified. "Miranda," she whispered softly, "her name is Miranda." Axel repeated the name silently to himself as he watched Miranda's little fingers wrap around his own. Overwhelmed with emotion, he gently placed Miranda into Catherine's waiting arms before pressing a soft kiss onto both his ladies' foreheads. After the successful birth of his daughter, he was now a proud father. However, he now faced the challenge of balancing his career plans with the responsibilities of raising Miranda and being present in her formative and early years. Chapter 48, Chapter 47. After Miranda's birth, Catherine had spent another week recovering within the medical section of the facility. Well, at least what she would consider recovering, since once Axel told her about the secret research base on a Forerunner Shield world, she had become obsessed with going to see it. But Axel forced her to rest for a week before she returned to her normal duties. She reluctantly had to accept, as Axel was more ordering her than asking. In exchange he gave her a tablet with some recent data collected from the Shield world that she could look over and study for the week. Meanwhile, Axel spared no time and dived headfirst into his plans. He had started to gather the people and resources needed to set up a research base on the Shield world while also starting the flash clone operation. The first few attempts were a disaster, leading to degenerated clones that died within hours of their creation. But every failure gave Axel new insights into the problems caused by flash cloning. It took almost a dozen tries over the course of a week before he had finally created. He also didn't neglect his new duties as he spent as much time with Miranda as he could. During this week, Catherine was kept entirely focused on her tablet full of Shield World data. Axel had noticed a strange excitement in her whenever she talked about the technology they might discover or new research paths they could explore. When the week finally came to end, Catherine could not wait to see the Forerunner Shield World and speak with the Forerunner AI who oversaw such a massive structure. The only thing holding her back was the fact that her daughter had just been born and she didn't want to leave so soon after she had just given birth. Catherine mulled over this conflict between her personal and professional life, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. On one hand, the allure of uncharted discoveries in the Forerunner Shield world was an opportunity of a lifetime, one a scientist like her would be loath to pass up. Conversely, the birth of Miranda had triggered an instinctual maternal bond that was proving difficult to ignore. Axel, noticing Catherine's inner turmoil, suggested a compromise. "Why don't you go ahead and go, and I'll take care of her, but make sure to come back throughout the week to spend some time with her so that she can always remember her mother's face." "If that's what you suggest, then I suppose I can work with that," responded Catherine. "Good, I'll give you one of my frigates, which you will use alongside the other researchers and scientists to travel to the Shield world. Once there, be sure to not go overboard and compromise our relationship with the Monitor," stated Axel. The Monitor only accepted his proposal because of its own interest in humans, and if one of them were to cause problems, then they would probably be kicked out, leaving Axel to be the only one allowed in. Why would he be the only one allowed in? It was simple. By now the Monitor had recognized him as a highly intelligent reclaimer and probably the biggest factor in humanity's rise to power within the universe. Adding some outside influence, Axel was sure that the Monitor would not kick him out, but it's still a possibility. But he wasn't worried about that, as the people he had chosen were people with well-rounded personalities who could adapt to their environment and were not known to cause problems when working with others. In addition, a detachment of MCUs would watch over the researchers to ensure that they did not cause problems. Upon hearing this, Catherine felt a sense of relief and a small smile curved her lips. She was anxious but also thrilled to embark on this new adventure. The idea of treading on the forgotten paths of advanced alien civilization was too appealing to resist. Axel's reassurance and his meticulous planning set her mind at ease. "Thank you, Axel," she said, her eyes misty with gratitude. "I'll do all I can to understand the Forerunner's technology." Over the next few days, Catherine and a team of scientists were briefed in detail about their mission. Axel oversaw all the preparations and carefully selected each member of the team, not only for their scientific prowess but also for their interpersonal skills and adaptability. 2 days later, the frigate named UNSC Da Vinci was ready to depart toward the Forerunner Shield world. Catherine glanced back one last time at Axel holding Miranda before boarding the ship. It would only be a few days before she would see them again, but she would still miss their presence, so she made mental note to not get too caught up in her research. Axel watched as the ship disappeared into the vast expanse of space. Miranda was sleeping peacefully in his arms. Over the past 2 weeks she had always been calm around him, and only ever cried when she was hungry, needed a diaper to change, and whenever she couldn't see him. After a few moments he returned to his lab with Miranda in his arms. The entire room had been cleaned up and basically detoxed so that air was fresh for Miranda, and she wouldn't be inhaling any dangerous chemicals or particles. He also had a little carrier set up for her which would move her around the room with him so that he would always be in her sights. It was also convenient for when she fell asleep, as he could keep an eye on her. Once they got settled in his lab, Axel had started to submit the paperwork for Taylor to become an officer. It was going to be a tremendous step for him, but Axel believed that he could do, especially since he had been serving under him for about 2 decades. He had a lot of experience learning from Axel and was also taught many things. Taylor's drive to learn more and take on more responsibilities will make him a great officer. That plus his time spent with Axel would. He would be gone for 4 years where he would spend it in officer training. Axel had managed to secure him the rank of lieutenant once he graduated because of his time in service, and because Taylor was trustworthy and would be a major ally and close friend to have in the future. After he finished that paperwork, he focused on finishing up the last part of the Flash clone project. He had already made a successfully loyal Flash clone, now all he needed to do was to come up with a name and transfer the Flash clone's consciousness to that of an AI. Meanwhile on Cersenius 4 Petty Officer First Class John 117 was fighting the Covenant together with his mentor Staff Sergeant Avery Johnson and Colonel Marmon Crowther, who he was currently at odds with. Colonel Crowther often dismissed John or ignored him due to his age. Still John fought for what he believed in and what Axel had taught him growing up. They were evacuating the Corbulo Academy of Military Science after 3 Covenant cruisers had entered the system and begun landing troops on the surface. John led his team of Spartans against the Covenant alongside Staff Sergeant Johnson and Colonel Crowther. And slowly as the battle progressed, Colonel Crowther's dislike for John started to disappear because of his exploits and his amazing leadership skills amongst the Spartans. It was the beginning of a close relationship formed in the middle of war, which was not a rare occurrence. Though for John this close relationship would soon serve to his advantage in the future. Chapter 49, Chapter 48. Move that guy out of the way. Staff Sergeant Johnson bellowed as 2 Marines dragged an injured comrade to safety behind the lines. Petty Officer, I've got a platoon pinned down on the east side of the campus and they're in trouble, Sergeant Johnson shouted to John. Aye, sir, Blue Team move out, John replied promptly, rallying his team as they sprinted towards the embattled east side of the campus. The Spartans led by John navigated through the war-torn landscape of the Corbulo Academy of Military Science, once a place of learning now reduced to debris-filled streets and wreckage. Tango Squad, hold on tight. We're en route, John relayed over his comms, the crackling response indicating the urgency of their comrades' situation. The sound of plasma rifles echoed around them as they moved briskly through the rubble. Suddenly, Kelly broke formation, diving to the side as a charged plasma grenade landed where she had been a fraction of a second earlier. The explosion barely missed her, and she rolled back into formation, unscathed but for a few charred armor plates. Nice moves, Kelly. Can't have you getting toasted just yet, John quipped, his voice laced with determination as they pressed onward. The team's progress was interrupted by a group of enemy combatants emerging from a darkened alleyway. Plasma shots flew past them as they sought cover behind a charred vehicle. Samuel, cover me! John shouted, signaling for suppressing fire as he flanked the enemy position. The other Spartan team members had returned fire as well and started to advance towards the enemy while taking cover whenever they can. Reloading! Kelly called out, her hands moving swiftly to replenish her weapon's ammunition. As the battle raged on, their movements were coordinated yet fluid, each member of the team anticipating the other's actions without hesitation. They fought with a fierce resolve born from years of training and camaraderie. John's flanking maneuver had worked, and he had killed 4 grunts who were taking cover behind a destroyed warthog. The other Spartan advanced at the same time, closing the gap between them and the Covenant forces. With John shooting them from the rear and the other Spartans attacking from the front, the Covenant forces stood no chance and were defeated in less than 3 minutes. Stay sharp, Spartans! We're not done yet, he stated as they moved forward. The sound of an intense battle could be heard ahead, which meant that they were getting close to Tango Squad's position. As the team advanced, a series of strong, rapid-fire explosions suddenly ripped through the air, turning a row of structures into a mess of rubble and dust in seconds. Without missing a beat, John signaled the squad to move towards the source of the disturbance. His visor flickered with static as he attempted to raise Tang Squad on comms. Tango Squad, report, he called out. Amidst garbled noise and bouts of static, a faint reply echoed back. East side, heavy fire, need backup. Spartans, move! John commanded as they picked up their pace, darting through the smoky haze that had filled the once crisp air. As they rounded a corner, the scene that unfolded before them was one of utter chaos. Marines pinned down by a barrage of plasma fire from an onslaught of Covenant forces who were backed by two towering Covenant figures which the UNSC had begun to call hunters. "Take out those hunters," John ordered without hesitation. Kelly and Samuel split off from the group without a word, moving swiftly like shadows towards their targets. John and Artie, also known as Arthur 079, engaged the hordes of elites and grunts in fearsome melee combat while also providing covering fire for Kelly and Samuel. Their superior training and Spartan II augmentations gave them an edge over the Covenant. Suddenly, one hunter locked its gaze onto Kelly. Its fuel rod gun charged up, a bright green glow illuminated its figure against the smoke-filled battlefield. Just as it fired at her point blank, Samuel came barreling into it with his own customized rocket launcher that was mounted on his shoulder. The hunter was knocked back into the other one just as its weapon discharged. In an instant, the area was consumed by a brilliant, searing flash as the rocket launcher's payload erupted. A shockwave rippled outward, flinging debris in all directions and momentarily obscuring the battlefield in a rolling cloud of smoke and dust. Every Spartan weapon was custom-made, even the heavy weapons such as rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and heavy machine guns. This was to separate the Spartan weapons from your standardized weapon that the UNSC Marines and Army soldiers use. The Covenant forces were momentarily stunned as the two hunters were completely wiped out, causing their advance to falter. "Nice one, Samuel!" John shouted over the comms, his voice drowned out by incoming plasma shots. Kelly, who had been momentarily thrown off balance by the blast wave, regained her footing and began to lay down fire on Covenant forces. As John and Artie fought their way through the Covenant line, dispatching enemy soldiers with ruthless efficiency, they saw a group of beleaguered Marines huddled behind what remained of a damaged warthog. "Cover me," John ordered his companion before he sprinted towards the Marines, ducking and weaving through gunfire. Reaching them, he quickly assessed the situation. Their ammunition was running low, and several men were wounded. "All right Marines, we are getting you out of here," he announced to the beleaguered soldiers. "Kelly, Samuel, we need suppressing fire on these positions. Artie, see if you can't get that warthog up and running." A chorus of affirmatives met his orders as he turned his attention back to the Marines. There was half a dozen of them left from what looked to have been a larger platoon. Their faces were ashen and strained, but they looked relieved at their arrival. "Hold this position," commanded the Marine sergeant in charge. "We're about to turn the tide." Turning back towards the battle, John took a moment to analyze the situation. The Covenant forces were regrouping, clearly surprised by the sudden attack and loss of their heavy hitters, the hunters. It was a brief lull in the fighting that they needed to take advantage of. "Blue team, use heavy weapons to push the enemy back," ordered John while Artie continued to work on the Warthog's dead engine. The team had acknowledged and started to use their heavy weaponry, which include heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and rocket launchers to engage the Covenant. Meanwhile, Artie was busy trying to get the Warthog back online. The engine had taken a plasma shot, and he had to reroute power just to get it running. And if they could get it moving, it would make a big difference in their evacuation efforts. Out on the battlefield, the Covenant had regrouped. A group of elites had taken command of the grunts, who were now lining up into a more organized formation. The Spartan team watched as two more hunters lumbered into view from behind a crumbled wall. They'd have to be dealt with soon. Samuel was the first to open fire, his rocket launcher spewing forth a deadly payload that spiraled towards the enemy lines with lethal intent. Their alien cries of surprise and fear were drowned out by the thunderous explosion that erupted amidst their ranks. Kelly fired next, her grenades lobbing over the battlefield and exploding amidst groups of grunts who shrieked and scuttled for cover too late. A few other Spartans formed a line and started laying down suppressing fire on the Covenant's position. The two hunters had started to advance too close, so Samuel changed his target to them and shot his last two rocket launcher shots at them, which obliterated them just like the first time. Meanwhile, Artie was having moderate success with repairing the Warthog. With a final twist of a wrench, he managed to bring the engine back to life. The vehicle rumbled to life, sending a cloud of smoke and dust into the air. Despite its many dents and scorch marks, it was serviceable. "Got it running," Artie announced over comms. "John, I am ready for evac." "Copy that," John said. "Marines, mount up." He gestured towards the newly operational Warthog. The Warthog was a transport Warthog that didn't have the machine gun mounted on the back, so it can hold 8 people including the driver and passenger. The wounded Marines started to get on the vehicle with Artie carefully helping them on board. After everyone was aboard, he hopped onto the driver's seat and revved up the engine. "Cover them," John ordered his team as Artie began to drive away from the battlefield. As the Warthog pulled away, a barrage of plasma fire erupted from remaining Covenant forces giving chase, but it was effectively suppressed by Spartans' counter-fire. Once the Warthog was far enough away, John didn't waste any time and ordered Blue Team to pull back and retreat as they were running low on ammo and would be forced to fight in melee if they kept fighting. Blue Team had pulled back while taking a few more grunts and elites out as they retreated. They didn't want the Covenant to follow them back, so they used the nearby forest to lose the Covenant forces before they returned to Staff Sergeant Johnson. Meanwhile, a few minutes later at the evac point, the injured Marines and Artie had arrived. The battle that was happening before was over and the evac point was quiet, at least for now. The Marines had been transported to the medical tent to receive care for their injuries, while those that could still fight were ordered to restock on ammo and help with evacuating the civilians and students that were still within the academy. Chapter 50, Chapter 49. Half of the academy was destroyed by the Covenant's attack. As for the remaining half, it was only a matter of time until the Covenant destroyed that as well. At the same time, in orbit, 4 UNSC ships which were the closest to the academy had responded to assist in the evacuation efforts. 2 of them were frigates while the other 2 were Halcyon-class light cruisers. They had descended into the planet's atmosphere to deal with the Covenant cruisers. But Covenant cruisers were no joke, and it was 3 of them at that. Their sheer size was even bigger than the Halcyon-class light cruisers and the frigates. Still, they engaged the Covenant cruisers to give a chance for the Marines and the Spartans to finish evacuating the academy and civilians. Still, many students and civilians were already killed by the Covenant during their initial attack. The Covenant had attacked so suddenly that there were more people dead than evacuated. Once all possible evacuations had been completed, the UNSC abandoned the planet. Despite their energy shielding, the battle against the cruisers did not go as planned. The frigates were both destroyed and one of the Halcyon-class light cruisers sustained significant damage, leaving only 1 cruiser unscathed. After the battle, only one of the UNSC's ships remained fully operational, 2 were lost and another sustained significant damage. While they evacuated some people, a lot of people still died from the initial attack, plus the people who died on the 2 frigates. While energy shielding had greatly improved the UNSC ability to fight the Covenant, it was not the only factor to consider. The Covenant had stronger weapons, bigger ships, and the element of surprise. The UNSC ships, on the other hand, had only recently implemented energy shielding, which the Covenant had had years to develop and improve. It appeared that, at least for the time being, the UNSC would need to have a numerical advantage in both ships and ship size if they wanted to defeat the enemy. Alternatively, they could develop advanced weapons to match the Covenant's technology, something which was already present and was slowly being implemented. Meanwhile, 2 months later, on Algolis, Axel had completed the final steps of the Flash Clone project. The Flash Clone was alive, and it was already aware of its purpose. It was created to be loyal to Axel alongside to prevent future conflicts and have a reliable super AI that he can rely on. The clone walked upright and strong, its eyes gleaming with a fierce intelligence. Yet, there was something uncanny about it, an eerie echo of the man he was based on. His face looked too perfect, too smooth, as if someone had sanded away the genuine roughness that accompanied organic growth. He was a near replica of Axel but didn't possess his natural quirks or unique traits and behaviors. It was a revolutionary thing that he had created. Maybe in the future he will develop cloning technology after he becomes the leader for humanity. For now, though, the Flash clone had laid on the table where he would undergo the procedure to transform his mind into that of an AI. With him was Dr. Sebastian Phillips, a doctor who specialized in biotechnology and some other things. He was one of the doctors who worked under Section 3 with Spartans to oversee their development, like what he and Catherine did. Dr. Phillips, who was dressed in a clean lab coat, moved around the room with the methodical precision of a man who knew his craft inside out. He operated his array of imposing machines with expertise, checking readings and making fine adjustments. The silence was broken by a sudden knock on the door. Axel looked up from where he was sitting in front of a screen, making sure that the transfer of the Flash clone's neural pattern to that of an AI matrix strata would go smoothly. "Come in," he said, not looking up from his work. The door slid open to reveal a petite woman, her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun, her blue eyes wide with anticipation. It was Dr. Elena Montini, another top scientist on Axel's team. Miranda, who was lying in her comfortable bed, had turned towards the noise of Dr. Elena, who had smiled at Miranda. She had gotten used to seeing Dr. Elena, who had often visited Axel's lab. "I've brought the AI matrix you requested, Admiral," she said, holding out a small box that held the most advanced artificial intelligence ever designed by humans. She had assisted in helping with its creation utilizing her degree in neurology and biotechnology. Though something of this magnitude couldn't have been completed without Axel's help. When Axel explained something to her, she could understand the knowledge even if it was a new concept. For example, when she was first told about transferring a Flash clone's brain to an AI intelligence, she did not believe that something like that could be done without have advanced technology. But then again, she had heard about how Axel had always made the impossible possible. "Good," Axel replied curtly as he took it from her. He turned his gaze back to the clone lying on the table. "This is where the real operation begins." He hooked up several cables to ports on the clone's head. The doctor ran test patterns through each cable before giving Axel a nod of approval. Axel then carefully positioned the AI matrix in place and activated it. The lights dimmed as an enormous amount of power was routed to the device. Axel had played a video of him working in front of Miranda to keep her occupied, while he worked. This had become a common occurrence for him to distract Miranda from what he was doing and to keep her attention elsewhere, because whenever he tried to give her to someone else, she would just cry for hours. But back to the procedure. The clone's eyes had turned completely white as its neural data was completely uploaded to the AI matrix. After that, a few moments had passed before the image of a male-looking AI had appeared in front of Axel. "Hello, Admiral Woods," said the AI as it identified who Axel was. "It's nice to finally meet you. How about you come up with your own name?" responded Axel. The AI had taken a few seconds before they stated their new name. "How about Omni, as it means all," stated the AI. "Very well, Omni it is," said Axel as he stood in front of the new AI taking in this new creation. Omni, the AI, shimmered with an almost ethereal glow as it processed the new information. It was now self-aware, self-named, and ready for its purpose. "For your purpose I'm sure you know, so there is no need to say it out loud," said Axel. Omni knew his purpose, and because of this he also knew why Axel didn't want him to say it in front of the other two people who were present in the room. "For now, I want you to take it step by step and ensure its success," stated Axel. Omni had nodded and disappeared. In the background he was already working on his purpose while also ensuring the success of other operations. He would essentially be a guiding hand for Axel, an omnipresent companion that could monitor all actions and foresee potential threats. Now was the time to begin executing his plan for a takeover. Axel's strategy would take several years to fully implement, as he would have to engage in multiple battles and secure victories to gain more support. His battle group, consisting of both Marines and ODSTs, would be armed with his latest inventions to prove to the rest of the UNSC that they had the technology and resources to defeat the Covenant. This would raise the question of why these creations weren't available to all soldiers. Chapter 51, Chapter 50. The decision of the UNSC to publicly announce their war against the Covenant in 2527 came as quite a shock to the population. People were bewildered and terrified at the prospect of being at war with extraterrestrial beings. This newfound awareness also triggered a massive recruitment drive within the UNSC, which saw an increase in the number of active service members and the capacity to man an unprecedented number of warships. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The UNSC soon began to utilize any vessel that could be repurposed for war against the Covenant, including older ships, civilian vessels, cargo ships, and even colony ships. This inclusive approach allowed for a vastly expanded fleet that could confront the ever-advancing Covenant forces. In the outer colonies, as the devastation wrought by the Covenant continued to escalate, Axel's popularity skyrocketed. He was credited with saving millions of lives and destroying countless numbers of enemy ships, becoming a symbol of hope for those living on the brink of annihilation. The general population soon began referring to him as the savior of humanity, a title that resonated deeply with the beleaguered colonists. These achievements did not go unnoticed, and Axel was eventually promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral, or 3-star Admiral. With this new role came the command of a brand new fleet, a testament to his unwavering commitment to the cause and his unparalleled abilities as a military strategist. He was now in charge of the Second Fleet, which he immediately had begun to retrofit the ships to his standards. The UNSC had also adopted the use of his technology. The Mark II energy shields were to be equipped on each ship alongside the autocannons. Without delay, the retrofitting process began. Axel's designs were efficiently relayed to the various shipyards across the space colonies, where thousands of engineers and naval crew members worked tirelessly to integrate the new technology into each vessel. Drawing from Axel's tireless research, each ship in the Second Fleet was equipped with Mark II energy shields, capable of absorbing a far greater amount of damage. The autocannons, meanwhile, provided a significant boost in firepower, ensuring that every enemy ship they encountered would be met with equal force. To the Covenant, the autocannons were considered a great threat to their ships, and as a result they had begun to target the autocannons on UNSC ships to get rid of them first. Despite the constant threat of Covenant invasion, morale within the Second Fleet was high. They had faith in their admiral and his technology, which had proven to give them the edge in the battle repeatedly. Despite millions lost to the Covenant, every officer, every soldier had a glimmer of hope within all the loss. Meanwhile, the whole of humanity looked upon the actions of Axel with a mix of reverence and awe. Gifted with an intellect that dwarfed even the most brilliant minds within the UNSC, he had transformed the UNSC into an effective war machine. Because of this, people like Admiral Parangaski and Admiral Gardner were getting nervous about his widespread influence both within the government and within the UNSC. There was nothing that they could do to stop him, since he never failed to get results. The restless unrest and uncertainty brewed within the highest ranks of the UNSC as Axel's reputation only continued to amplify. The very mention of his name was enough to elicit reactions of either fervent admiration or concealed envy. For those who had doubted him, he had proven them wrong, time and again. Despite his contributions, he also posed a crucial debate among the officials: just how much power should be allocated to one individual, even if they are seemingly invincible? Unstoppable with a brilliance that could outshine even the brightest stars, and armed with an arsenal of innovation, Axel had become the linchpin that held together human faith in their ability to fight an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. But his growing influence was stirring uncertainty among various political officers. And this only increases as the UNSC has effectively taken control and now acted as the emergency governing body for humans. But, on the front lines, these political machinations meant little to Axel's fleet. Their sole focus remained on defending humanity from the Covenant threat and saving as many lives as possible. Each ship that was retrofitted had their confidence grow as they started to feel invincible with the new technology. Even though it wasn't true, it kept the morale high among the various battle groups and fleets. Venturing into battle seemed less daunting now. And with each victory won, each planet saved from Covenant invasion, faith in Axel's technology and strategic prowess only solidified further. His credentials were never a question among his crew, they considered themselves fortunate to serve under him. Back at UNSC headquarters, whispers began circulating about a subtle shift in power dynamics. Rumors began to permeate about Axel being considered for a more centralized role, one that would grant him direct oversight into major strategic decisions and even control over vital resources. A position that could potentially consolidate his already formidable influence, a notion that was met with disgruntlement and apprehension by some of the high-ranking officials. The Commander-in-Chief of the UNSC, Fleet Admiral Gardner, found himself in the eye of this storm. He was originally against any promotion for Axel, but he had slowly started to recognize the fact that it's what they needed. But the thought of such concentration of power was unsettling. He admired Axel's genius and respected his contributions, but he also understood the dangers of unchecked authority, especially in times of war when fear could breed irrational decisions. Meanwhile, Axel continued to relentlessly lead his fleet into battle after battle against the Covenant forces. His strategic brilliance combined with the superior firepower and improved defenses of his ships consistently pushed back enemy advances. The savior of humanity, as he was now known, seemed impervious to defeat. His reputation soared even higher with each victory, further solidifying his status as a heroic figurehead. And he wasn't the only one, as the Spartans had begun to make their name known too. John 117 had been promoted to Master Chief Petty Officer following his contributions to the war effort, but mainly so UNSC Marines and drop troopers would obey his orders. He was recognized as a major asset to the war, and he needed to have some form of power to command those under him to change the course of the battle. Besides Axel, there were many rising heroes within the UNSC such as Admiral Cole, Captain James Gregory Cutter, Sergeant John Forge, Staff Sergeant Avery Johnson, etc. It was just that Axel had overshadowed these other heroes, still they were heroes that were awarded and commended for their efforts. It was a time of rising heroes and changing politics. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. 2531 March 1, Axel was currently above Algolese, on board his brand new capital ship, the UNSC Emperor of War. It was in reference to Axel's long track record of victories during the war and his popularity amongst the people. The Second Fleet had been split up into various battle groups led by their respective commanders, while Axel remained in charge of Battle Group Tango, which had added 6 more ships to the battle group. One of them was his new capital ship, which was the Punic-class supercarrier, 2 of them were the Marathon-class heavy cruiser, another 2 were the Phoenix-class colonial support vessel, and the last one was a Hillsborough-class heavy destroyer. Axel's new capital ship, the Punic-class supercarrier, was retrofitted with large autocannons, a twin core which offered more power to the energy shielding, a pair of a CR-01D Series 6 Supermax, Archer missile pods, Howler missile pods, and point defense guns to defend against enemy fighters. It's also capable of mounting frigates or small destroyers in its ventral sub-vessel hangar bays. The hangar was upgraded to carry 190 dropships of multiple variety, 2 air wings, 60 fighters each, and 4 sub-level deployment bays. The Marathon-class heavy cruiser is nearly 1.2 kilometers long, heavily armored and equipped with 2 MAX, and the missiles were replaced with autocannons to significantly improve firepower. They could also be deployed as a light carrier configuration if needed. Additionally, the heavy cruiser also had a complement of Marines, ODST, Spartans, longswords, and dropships. Multiple combatant commands worked together on board the cruiser to ensure ground and space operations were successful. Next was the Phoenix-class colonial support vessel. It was originally a colony ship used to bring colonists to newly settled worlds and create prefabricated colony starter units, hydroponics, and other facilities. Now it was retrofitted to carry vehicles, troops, and supplies as support for ground operations. In addition, it now carried the resources to set up fire bases to establish a strong base on planetary surfaces. It was equipped with 3 MAX, autocannons, and point defenses. Lastly was the Hillsborough-class heavy destroyer. Unlike the frigates, the Hillsborough does not split up the hull booms, but instead has them connected to form one large blocky structure, coated in 2 meters of titanium A battle plate. The Hillsborough also lacks the wings characteristic of the frigate lines and has a less extreme horizontal profile as a result. It had a single MAC, autocannons, Ares missiles, and point defense weapons. So in total he had 12 ships in his battle group, including the original 6, which consisted of 1 Halcyon light cruiser, 2 frigates, 2 Gorgon-class heavy destroyer, and the Axel's former capital ship, the Epic-class heavy carrier. On board the Emperor of War, a section of the ship was turned into Axel's personal lab, where he could continue to develop new designs for various military vehicles and equipment such as the Pelican, Warthog, Falcon, Longsword, etc. At the same time, his previous creations, the new infantry armor, ODST armor, the Nightfall multipurpose rifle, and the orbital defense platform. The UNSC Security Council had voted on its production following the increase in number of lives lost in the war against the Covenant. But because it was Axel's technology, they had to get his permission to give production contracts to other contracted companies to produce them. Not only would the way the technology was created be shared, but the resources used to make it and its abilities. It was not something that Axel really cared about, especially if they tried to create something better than Axel's armor, since the energy shielding technology was a military-exclusive technology that could only be produced by the UNSC. The contracted companies were only in charge of creating the armor, while the energy shielding would be installed by the UNSC itself once they receive the armor. This way it won't fall into the wrong hands, nor would it be replicated by another company. Outer colonies that had not been evacuated or glassed yet had an orbital defense station built in orbit of the planet to defense against Covenant attacks. A single defense station was strong enough to take out a Covenant cruiser with 2 shots, and a Covenant corvette with a single shot. Anything larger than a cruiser had not yet been tested in a live battle, but through simulations it was predicted to take at least 5 shots for Covenant carriers, and 4 for Covenant destroyers. The survival rate of ODSTs had also improved dramatically thanks to their new armor, making quick deployments more effective, and special operations more successful. His creations had been saving lives on the battlefield and making the fight even with the Covenant. Still though, the Covenant was a tough opponent on the ground and in space. As of now, if the Covenant utilized a massive fleet to attack colony after colony, then they wouldn't be able to do anything about it besides slow them down. They were only winning now because of how spread out the Covenant forces were, and whenever they fought the Covenant, they usually outnumbered them and had equal firepower. Speaking of the Covenant, Axel had managed to acquire an intact Covenant corvette, but utilizing his Spartans to take control of the ship. It was a tough battle for the Spartans, as they had to fight through the entire ship to get to the bridge. They couldn't even take prisoners as the Covenant fought them till the end, and those that managed to stay alive had utilized escape pods and retreated to another Covenant ship. Researchers from Section 3 had begun studying the Covenant ship, trying to figure out the difference in their technology and engineering. Axel had studied the Covenant's energy shielding technology and had gotten new insights to make a new energy shield, and he also studied their pinch fusion reactors, which he found out replicated the conditions inside the core of a star to generate enormous amounts of plasma and power. To create his own would take time, but it was doable, and it would become a new source of power for UNSC ships and humans. At the same time, Miranda had grown to the age of 6. She had occasionally spent time with Catherine at the secret research lab while he was in battles. And he would return every few days or so to spend some time with her and teach her as the years passed. She had shown signs of high intelligence at an early age and enjoyed spending time with him more than her mother. She enjoyed her mother and didn't dislike being with her, but she enjoyed her time spent with Axel as she had the most fun and learned a lot of things. But now she was attending school on Earth away from both her parents. They would occasionally visit her every week when they were free to spend some quality family time, but Miranda wished she could see them every day. Chapter 53, Chapter 52. 4 years ago, 2527. On the Covenant world of Maluruk, the High Prophet of Regret had traveled there seeking out a savage and cunning commander to name Arbiter. This decision of his had come at the continuous failures of Covenant attacks against some human colonies. And, because of heavy human presence on the world of harvest which they had previously glassed before. As his ship landed, Regret and his honor guard had proceeded towards the Weeping Shadows of Sorrow, which is a maximum security penitentiary for Shanghai. As Regret walked in, he proceeded towards a certain cell where a very interesting Shanghai was being kept. His name is Ripa Marami, the Savage. Regret stood in front of his cell as the Shanghai came and kneeled in front of him. He then started to ask him various questions to ensure that he was still loyal to the great journey. After a few minutes of speaking to him, Regret could see that he was indeed still loyal to the great journey. And given his record, he would be perfect for Regret to recruit so that he can have an agent of his own to name arbiter and advance his personal plans. You shall be pardoned for your crimes, and you will become the 17th arbiter, stated Regret as the cell opened and Ripa Marami, the new arbiter, had followed Regret back to his ship. Ripa Marami, now arbiter, was given command of the fleet of glorious interdiction, a Shanghai-led force formalized by the Prophet of Regret. The fleet consisted of 2 Ket-pattern battlecruisers and 2 Cineris-pattern heavy destroyers. It took some convincing, but the other prophets had agreed with the appointment of the new arbiter, to deal with the rising human threat which had been resisting their attempts at purging the entire race. Now in 2531, on harvest, Covenant forces had attacked a UNSC fortress numerous times and failed. After the recent attack, which was almost successful, they had found out that it was a Forerunner vault which led underground. Upon hearing this, the High Prophet of Regret, who is obsessed with the Forerunners, wanted to know what was in this vault. Allowing the humans to remain in control of this was non-negotiable. The Arbiter was instructed to take back this holy relic from the humans and find out its purpose. Above harvest, the fleet of glorious interdiction had exited slip space, which immediately alerted the defending UNSC ships. 2 Halcyon light cruisers and a single Gorgon-class heavy destroyer had formed a battle group to patrol above harvest. Once they detected the Covenant exiting through slip space, the admiral leading the battle group had ordered them to engage. On the bridge of the leading Halcyon light cruiser, Admiral Richard Fowler, a seasoned veteran from countless battles with the Covenant, watched grimly as the glow of the enemy's hull took form in the silent blackness of space. His weathered hand tightened around the grip of his command chair. "Prepare to engage and send out a communication to the surface and to Admiral Cole that Harvest is under attack," he ordered, his voice steel-clad and resonating authority. The 2 cruisers and Gorgon-class destroyer fell into formation, as their MAC cannons readied for charge. Back on the Covenant flagship, Arbiter Ripa Marami stood imposingly on the elevated command platform, staring out at the rapidly approaching human vessels. His dual mandibles curled into a grin as he watched the human vessels turn to fight them. "Launch fighters," he commanded in a low growl. "Engage those human vessels directly, we shall not let them stand between us and our objective." A swarm of Seraph fighters spiraled out from both battlecruisers, followed by menacing waves of Phantoms and Banshees, lighting up space with their blue plasma trails while forming an offensive line between their capital ships and the human ships. The first salvos of fire were traded between both sides as beams of red-hot plasma seared through space, clashing against the shields of the human vessels. Admiral Fowler's eyes narrowed as he watched the plasma projectiles collide against the shields of his ships. "Return fire," he ordered, and the human fleet complied. The MAC cannons fired in unison, accelerating towards the Covenant ships. The ship's autocannons targeted the closest Covenant ship, which was one of the 2 Cineris-pattern heavy destroyers. At the same time, the Covenant heavy destroyer returned fire targeting the UNSC destroyer. "Evasive maneuvers," barked the captain of the destroyer, his voice echoing sharply in the command deck, but his order came too late. The plasma torpedo struck, its impact shaking the entire ship. The ship's shields sputtered under the onslaught before finally collapsing, and the destroyer staggered. On board the Covenant flagship, Arbiter Ripa Marami watched with satisfaction as the human vessel wavered under the Covenant's firepower. With ruthless precision, he gave another command to his own forces. "All ships focus fire on the human destroyer. Neutralize it." The Covenant fleet directed their fire at the destroyer. The destroyer attempted to initiate invasive maneuvers, but it was not fast enough. As a result, its shields had failed and the plasma had crashed into it, tearing through its hull like it was made of paper. Back on his ship, Admiral Fowler watched helplessly as his vessel buckled under the sustained Covenant assault and was finally engulfed in an explosion as its reactor core was hit. The force of the blast shook even Fowler's cruiser, forcing him to grip tightly onto his chair. "On my order," he commanded in a voice filled with pain and anger, "target that Covenant flagship and fire everything we've got." The surviving Halcyon light cruisers turned around until their Mac cannons were aimed directly at the Covenant flagship. "Fire!" Admiral Fowler barked, and twin trails of superheated tungsten raced from the human ships toward the Covenant flagship. On the Arbiter's ship, the alarms blared in warning as the human vessels hurled their desperate retaliation. Ripamarami watched as the two sluggishly moving projectiles raced towards his ship. "Brace for impact," he roared, his voice echoing on the vast bridge. The Mac rounds impacted against the flagship's shields with a massive discharge of energy, causing it to shudder violently. The shield struggled to hold, wavering under the immense kinetic force unleashed upon it. Despite their strength, Mac rounds were never designed to crack through energy-shielded vessels, they were made to penetrate hulls of unshielded ships. In response, Ripamarami barked at his subordinates. "Return fire! Concentrate all firepower on those cruisers. Bring them down!" Covenant plasma torpedoes streaked through space and slammed into one of the Halcyon light cruisers. The firepower of 2 Covenant battlecruisers and 2 Covenant heavy destroyers was just too much for the 2 Halcyon light cruisers. The energy shields held on until the final plasma torpedo hit the cruiser. The vessel's shield flickered and then failed, dissolving into a dazzling array of sparks before sputtering out, leaving the ship vulnerable to the second volley of plasma torpedoes. "Initiate the jump to warp speed," ordered Admiral Fowler as the 2 cruisers began to fire up their warp drive to jump away. But the plasma torpedoes were faster than the warp drive and had hit their target, causing massive internal explosions that breached several hull locations. "Admiral, we can't jump to warp speed, or the ship will collapse because of hull breaches," stated one of the bridge officers. Admiral Fowler analyzed the situation and there was nothing else to do but fight till the end. "If we can't jump, then everybody gets to the escape pods," stated Admiral Fowler as he stayed behind with the onboard AI and fired all weapons. The 2 Halcyon light cruisers fired their remaining weapons at the Covenant ships while the crew ran for the escape pods. The autocannons had done their job and managed to penetrate the shields of the Covenant heavy destroyer, but a few minutes later the next volley of plasma torpedoes had penetrated the hull of the cruisers. Only a small number of crew managed to make it to the escape pods before the ships blew up. The escape pods headed towards the surface of the planet while the Covenant fleet moved into position above the planet. In the next few minutes transport ships were launched from the Covenant fleet heading for the surface of the planet. Once again Harvest was being invaded. Prelude to next chapter. Admiral Cole receives word about the attack on Harvest and assembles his own battle group of 10 ships to prevent Harvest from being lost for a second time. As a result of the recent stalemate in the war and the more lives being lost, some high-ranking officers are demanding a change in leadership. The Covenant has not been able to find the location of the human homeworld and will start to try and capture every human vessel they encounter to learn of its location to try and end the war. Amongst the Covenant forces, a name has started to go around regarding a certain human admiral who is known as a god of war, mainly because anybody that encounters his fleet never lives to tell the tale. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. Among the UNSC forces was Spartan Team Black. It was composed of 4 Spartans, Margaret 053 the leader, Roma 143 the intelligence specialists, Otto 031 the heavy weapons specialists, and Victor 101 who was Team Sniper/Recon specialists. They reported directly to ONI and was assigned to escort a civilian consultant by the name of Ellen Anders as she investigates the Forerunner Vault. She was hired by Admiral Parangaski to see what exactly Axel had seen when he came down here, but so far none of the Forerunner consoles respond to anything she does. From her research, she already discovered that the consoles were active, but she couldn't get anything from them. So, she could only spend her time trying to figure out what she was doing wrong. Meanwhile, at this time outside of the Forerunner Vault, the UNSC Marines were defending the base from the Covenant attack. Spartan Team Black was at the forefront of the defense alongside Sergeant Forge. Margaret was on a turret emplacement firing at the advancing Covenant forces with 2 Marines on her side covering her flanks and reloading the turret when needed. Roma was fighting alongside Otto with Sergeant Forge and the Marines. The Covenant forces were relentless, wave after wave attacked the team as Roma and Otto held their ground. Otto's heavy machine gun roared in a ceaseless stream of bullets that obliterated everything in its path. Roma, nimble and efficient with her assault rifle, cutting down the Covenant forces one by one. Meanwhile, Victor had secured a vantage point high up on a rocky cliff, his sniper scope aimed on the battlefield below. His heart was steady, each beat in sync with the rhythm of his breathing. He watched the chaos from above through the scope of his sniper. Every shot he made was precise, taking out key targets within the enemy ranks and disrupting their formation. But even with all of this, the Covenant forces had come prepared. 4 Wraith tanks rushed forward until they had the base in their range and started to fire their plasma mortars at the defensive line. Sergeant Forge, seeing this, ordered them to pull back to avoid the plasma leaving the front lines defenseless. Roma and Otto had retreated while covering their backs to make sure the Marines didn't get shot while trying to flee. A few seconds later, in front of them where they were previously standing, the entire area was hit by plasma mortar that would have killed them if they did not. Margaret, who had to abandon the turret she was using, had walked up to the sergeant who was issuing orders to his men. Sergeant Forge, we need to retreat, we won't be able to hold off this many enemy forces without running out of ammo. Sergeant Forge turned his head to look at Margaret. 3 Pelicans from Charlie Base are en route to evacuate us, we won't be able to hold this position and they can't send us back up. So instead they sent us Pelicans to take us back to Charlie Base until we get reinforcements, stated Sergeant Forge. Copy that, Sergeant. In the meantime we will go and distract the Covenant. Let us know when the Pelicans arrive so we can get a ride out of here, responded Margaret. I'll be the first, said Sergeant Forge. Good luck out there. Margaret turned towards her team. All right, here's the plan. We are going to destroy those Wraith tanks, so the Pelicans won't get blown up when they land. Otto, I want you to take control of one of them and cause some damage to the Covenant forces. Copy that, responded Otto as he checked his heavy machine gun to see if he had enough ammo for the fight. Roma, I want you to take the 2nd Wraith tank while I take the 3rd, and Victor, you will support us on the ground, said Margaret. This is going to be fun, replied Roma. Make sure it stays that way, Margaret shot back. Everyone geared up. Nods and affirmatives came from the team as they prepared to move out. Their mission was clear: take out the Wraith tanks before they turn the base into a smoldering ruin. Victor quietly moved, positioning himself at a higher vantage point, his eyes locked onto the battlefield beneath him. He watched his team's movements, his trigger finger ready. The first shot rang out, hitting a Sanghaila Major who was manning one of the Wraith tank's turrets. The Covenant soldier fell over as he was still clutching the controls of the tank's turret. Margaret and Otto charged forward to capitalize on Victor's opening shot, ignoring the grunts and jackals who shot at them. Their powerful Mjolnir-powered assault armors made them formidable tanks in their own rights. With a powerful leap, Margaret was on top of her target, ripping open its hatch and dispatching its operator with ruthless efficiency. Otto followed suit, launching himself at the 2nd Wraith tank. He landed hard onto its smooth shell, gripping onto it as he wrestled open the hatch. Roma, who was behind the 2, provided cover fire against the Covenant forces that tried to intervene. Her assault rifle barked in rapid succession as she cut down grunts and jackals attempting to rush her teammates. Finally gaining access to his chosen tank, Otto engaged in a swift but brutal melee fight with the operator inside before taking control of the Covenant tank. Now that the tanks were under their control, they turned them on the Covenant forces and opened fire on them. The tank that Roma was supposed to get had retreated behind enemy lines, so she mounted up with Otto on the tank's turret and started lighting the Covenant up. Meanwhile, back at the vault, the 3 Pelicans had come into sight and would not wait too long for them to board before leaving because of how hot the landing zone was. Spartan Team Black, the Pelicans are 3 mics out, so if you want to ride, you better get back here, said Sergeant Forge over his COMM link. Margaret responded, copy that, Sergeant, we are on our way. As she said this, 3 streams of a charged plasma cannon had struck the tank, disabling its shields in seconds. Margaret jumped out of the tank just in time, as in the next few seconds it exploded. Facing the new threat, Margaret had seen a new type of Covenant vehicle which looked like a spider tank of sorts. Black team, let's move back to the base, shouted Margaret over the COMM link. Roma and Otto had jumped out of their tank as they saw what happened to Margaret's tank and didn't want to face a similar fate. The Spartans had dashed back towards the base, leaving behind the Covenant forces who were steadily advancing. Once they made it back to the base, the Pelicans were just getting loaded up with Marines, joined by Ellen Anders, who was forced to leave her lab. Otto grabbed a rocket launcher he saw on the ground and found that it was still loaded. He then boarded one of the Pelicans alongside his team. Once the last Marine was on board, the Pelicans took off. But the Covenant forces were right there and had seen them, causing one of the spider tanks to target the Pelicans. Otto had expected this and had aimed at the spider tank with his rocket launcher. A second later, when he had a lock on, he fired the shot which hit the spider tank and destroyed it in a single shot. The remaining Covenant forces focused on the vault while ignoring the fleeing humans. Their main objective was to secure the vault, and they had completed it. Fighting all over the planet had resulted in hundreds of lives already being lost as the UNSC tried to resist the Covenant forces on the planet's surface. At the same time, above the planet, Admiral Cole and his battle group had arrived within the system. His main objective was to take back Harvest and provide support to the troops on the surface. Chapter 55, Chapter 54. What do we have so far on the 2 of them, asked Axel. Omni brought up a bunch of data which included emails, voice recordings, and videos which showed some of the things that they had done. For Admiral Parangaski, we have gathered her saying things regarding spending lives to save the many and sacrificing entire colonies to learn more about the Covenant. One such instance was during the Battle of Chi Seti 4, where Parangaski worked alongside the commander on the ground to test the capabilities of the Covenant army, which resulted in thousands of lives lost, stated Omni. Axel scrolled through the list of things, which was more than enough to pin Admiral Parangaski as unfit for duty and expending her power to waste human lives on gathering information on the enemy. While some might agree with her methods, the people, and hundreds of thousands of people within the UNSC, would not agree with her methods, which wasted thousands of lives. On the other hand, Admiral Gardner had allowed her to do this by not interfering, and his position as the chairman has not been exactly peaceful. Many people who challenged his authority and ability have either disappeared or been put in prison on false charges, explained Omni. Even recently, some officers have been court-martialed after speaking out against the actions of the UNSC during the early stages of the war. Though these officers have been shut up, there is still evidence if you dig deep enough, finished Omni. Nice, this should be more than enough, said Axel, as all the information so far enough to cause some problems in the upper echelons. His allies within the UNSC have expanded over the years. That plus his popularity amongst the soldiers would make his rise to power easy. Within the Security Council, everybody besides Admiral Gardner, Admiral Parangaski, and Admiral Jackson the CNO was an active supporter of his rise to power. General Black, UNSC Marine Corps, General Stone, UNSC Air Force, and General Graham, UNSC Army, were all still part of the UNSC Security Council, and they had all slowly became supporters of Axel in the beginning of the war. In the beginning, from 2525 until now 2531, saw a rise in officers supporting Axel. Mainly because of the new younger officers who began to rise in the ranks, and the older officers began to retire due to old age, injuries, or other health-related matters. Each one of the generals for each branch was made aware of the plan and fully supported it. One, because of a growing divide within the UNSC Security Council, and on the other hand was that Axel had the support of the majority within the UNSC and almost all humans on each planet. So, on June 2, 2531, the data against the 2 of them were leaked and broadcasted to every human planet. And then once the media companies got their hands on the information, they continued to spread it, which caused some major protests on Earth and a few inner colonies. The information had reached so far that within 12 hours Earth and the inner colonies had seen massive protests at UNSC facilities calling for vengeance for their loved ones who were lost because of a test conducted by the UNSC. On June 3, 2531, a general meeting of the UNSC Security Council was called by Admiral Gardner, which is exactly what Axel wanted. All members were required to attend to discuss a rising problem within the UNSC and major development. The atmosphere was tense as the attendees assembled, whispers and hushed conversations bubbling beneath the surface. Of course, they were all faking it as they knew what was about to happen next. As Admiral Gardner took the podium, a hush fell over the assembled room. "Admirals, generals," he began. "The recent information which has surfaced against me, and Admiral Parangaski, is fake," stated Admiral Gardner, trying to lie and make things clear. Admiral Gardner continued to speak with conviction, determined to sway the room. "The false information was deliberate, meant to drive us apart and distract us from our mission. If we succumb to these fabrications, we risk losing the war due to infighting. I have a suspicion of who is behind this," stated Admiral Parangaski, taking a sip from her cup. "It must be Admiral Woods. He's the only one with the capability to orchestrate something of this magnitude. But I'm sure you all knew that, didn't you?" General Black was the first to stand up amongst the attendees. "Indeed you are right, Admiral Parangaski." As if on cue, a squad of Marines burst through the doors. Admiral Gardner stood up from his seat in disbelief while Admiral Parangaski took another sip from her cup. Next to Admiral Gardner was Admiral Jake Jackson, who stood up as well. "What is this?" he questioned. "It has been determined that the two of you and your plans are costing us in the long run. Wasting UNSC soldiers' lives and causing their families to suffer is not what the UNSC stands for, nor will I allow it to continue," stated General Black. The other attendees had all stood up in agreement, as this was the plan from the start. "You're all traitors!" yelled Admiral Gardner as a massive vein showing his frustration popped up on the side of his head. "This has never happened in the history of the UNSC, how can you accuse them based off fabricated claims that have yet to be verified?" cried out Admiral Jackson. "Men, arrest the three of them," ordered General Black as the Marines moved in. Arrest the three of them." Admiral Gardner and Jackson tried to resist, but they were no match against the Marines. Admiral Parangaski just stood up and accepted her fate. She knew when she had lost, so she didn't try to resist as it was too late to run. She didn't regret what she did, nor would she go back and change her decision. What was done, and there is nothing that can be done about it. After the general meeting was over, it was announced that the two of them were arrested and would be trialed for the evidence stacked against them. In the meantime, a new chairman would be chosen in the coming week to replace Admiral Gardner. At the same time, a new CNO would be chosen to replace Admiral Jackson. Meanwhile, Axel was selected as the temporary head of ONI until his position became official. Though this appointment would turn out to be not so temporary after a while. His position as the chairman was also already decided by the UNSC Security Council. They were just waiting a week for things to blow over and the population to calm down. It was a new time for humans, as a new era was about to usher in with them at the forefront. Chapter 56, Chapter 55. On June 11, 2531, Axel had arrived on Earth in Sydney, Australia, and was to make his way towards the UNSC headquarters. But instead of taking the direct route and landing at the main building, Axel had taken a detour instead. He had heard that there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered for his arrival within the city, which caused a lot of problems considering the UNSC had put each world under martial law. Army soldiers were deployed throughout the city to ensure that it remained a peaceful gathering. However, at the same time, Axel planned to use this opportunity to draw out those who still opposed him. It was a plan that Omni had come up with to draw out any remaining opposition and secure his position. As they landed on a designated pad far from headquarters, Axel stepped off the ship and into a waiting armored vehicle. The crowd, stretching as far as he could see, was cordoned off by soldiers in full gear. They roared with enthusiasm as Axel's vehicle moved towards them. Omni had quietly infiltrated all communication channels of known dissenters, actively listening for chatter amongst those who opposed Axel's new appointment as chairman. As Axel's convoy slowed, he decided to address the masses before proceeding further. He stepped out of the armored truck despite the commander's protests. A drone was hovering above recording Axel, displaying the video across every world. "How's everyone doing today?" asked Axel, hoping to keep things simple. "Today marks a new era for the UNSC and for humanity," Axel continued. "The previous leaders of the UNSC had abused their power and caused innocent lives to be lost in order to gain information on the enemy," said Axel. In a tactical aspect it was not a bad move, but in the long run it gave Axel exactly what he needed to take them down. "Your sons and daughters are eagerly fighting the Covenant and risking their lives to help evacuate colonists within the outer colonies. They should not be sacrificed when we have already lost hundreds of thousands of people in the war already." Axel's voice had taken a more serious tone. "I give you my word that as long as I am chairman, I will do everything within my power to protect every son, daughter, mother, father, aunt, uncle, etc. We weren't the ones to start this war, but I can guarantee that we will finish it." Loud cheering erupted from the crowd at the end of his words. Within the crowd a group of people had made to the front where the UNSC soldiers were standing, making sure no one got past. One of the people had reached within their coat and placed their hand on a gun which was hidden within their clothes. The other members spread out into various places surrounding the convoy. But as they were walking through the crowds their numbers had started to fall. This was because Axel had embedded agents within the crowd that Omni coordinated with to spot and take out threats before they have the chance to act. Also, around the surrounding buildings snipers were placed in various places for extra security. Meanwhile Axel continued talking to the crowd. "We will maintain law and order but in a manner that respects each individual's rights. Martial law is a shield, not a weapon to instill fear. We must continue fighting for those that are no longer able to fight, and with me at the forefront we will defeat these aliens and show them the strength of humans." As Axel stepped back into the armored vehicle, the crowd roared its approval even louder than before. Omni continued to coordinate with the embedded agents to take out the dissenters within the crowd. As they made their way through the city streets heading towards UNSC headquarters, Axel looked out onto the bustling city. Now that he was at the top of everyone else, it was time to start truly reshaping the UNSC into an immovable weapon. Once he arrived at the UNSC headquarters, he was escorted inside where the UNSC Security Council was gathered and was clapping their hands. "Congratulations, Admiral Woods, on your new appointment," voiced some of them members as he walked by them. Within the room he had seen a familiar face, Fleet Admiral Ross, the former chairman of the UNSC who was currently holding the temporary position as the Chief of Naval Operations. Axel walked up to him and shook his hand as Admiral Ross smiled warmly at him. "Congratulations Admiral Woods on your new position. With you at the top the UNSC is going to be ushered into a new era and the current conflict will hopefully be dealt with," stated Admiral Ross. "Of course, Admiral, my goal is to secure humanity's right to survive in the universe by overcoming the Covenant threat," responded Axel. "I thought as much," said Admiral Ross as a soldier had walked up and presented him with a small case. Admiral Ross opened the case and presented what was inside of it to Axel. "I would also like to congratulate you on your new promotion to Fleet Admiral." Admiral Ross had pinned the 5-star Admiral rank onto Axel's uniform. This was a big moment for Axel as not only had he reached the top in terms of position, but he also now outranks everybody in rank besides the other fleet admirals. But his position as chairman held more power than a fleet admiral as he now oversaw the entirety of the UNSC. Everybody in the room started to clap about his new appointment and congratulate him. After that everybody had took their seats with Axel taking the central seat. "Well, now we are seated, let's officially begin this meeting to fill in the empty positions," stated Axel. "First, for the Chief of Naval Operations, I say we keep Admiral Ross and make him the permanent CNO as he is the most senior enlisted naval officer, and he has years of experience." The other members agreed with this as he had a lot of experience, and he was previously chairman before Admiral Gardner. Seeing that everybody agreed, Axel moved on to the next thing next, I will make myself the official head of the Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, to ensure that I hold some form of senior naval position besides chairman. Unlike with the CNO appointment, this suggestion did not sit well with some members such as General Stone and General Graham. Axel respected their opinion and concerns but still went through with it anyway while assuring them that it was needed for the future of the UNSC. After that they went over a few other matters regarding the implementation of the MCU within the UNSC military. The Misraia armory robots had proved to cost them in long run as thousands were destroyed by the Covenant without even being able to halt the Covenant advance on multiple fronts. So as of now the MCUs would once again start being produced by the UNSC. Axel has also introduced some new vehicles for all branches to use to replace the current ones. These vehicles were designed to cost more than the current ones, but their capabilities would save lives on the battlefield and allow a wide range of operations to take place. A/N, images regarding the new inventions will be showed in the next chapter and you are more than willing to comment your own vehicles that you would like to see added. This was all he presented at this meeting as they had things to do and there was still a war going on. But he had many more ideas regarding new ships, improved ACE, etc. He also wanted to start creating the Spartan 3 program to allow for more Spartans to be created. As of now there were less than 500 Spartans, which is why he didn't create a department for them, but once their numbers increase then he would create such a department. The last thing he wanted to create was the enhancements that a Space Marine had. They were effectively killing machines which walked on the corpses of their enemies and brought victory to mankind within the 40K universe. If he created something like that then his position would be absolute for centuries to come. Why centuries, you ask? Well, he also planned to increase his lifespan or at least decrease the aging process. If he could implement this among even civilians, then he would be worshipped as a living god and he would have a strong army with decades of experience. There are thousands of things that Axel could create simply from his memory that could be created. But first, to be able to build all these creations, he would need resources. And to do that he would need to create a massive megastructure to harness the resources of an entire planet to provide the resources he needed. He had the power now, all he needed to do was implement it. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. Once the battle began, the frigates were the first targets of the Covenant fleet, and they didn't last long under heavy fire from the Covenant battlecruisers and heavy destroyers. Admiral Cole focused fire on the much easier targets, which were the heavy destroyers. On board one of the carriers was a team of Spartans. Admiral Cole sent them to board one of the Covenant heavy destroyers to take it out from the inside. Meanwhile on the surface, ODSTs were deployed to the surface to reinforce the current ground forces. While the Spartans boarded the Covenant ship, Admiral Cole coordinated with the rest of his fleet to take down the shields of one of the heavy destroyers. With a well-executed precision volley of Mach rounds, the destroyer's energy shield fell, leaving the hull of the ship without protection. The Spartans, by that time, were already deep within the other Covenant destroyer, wreaking havoc. Their goal was to try and take control of the ship. If they were unable to, then they would just destroy it from the inside. The Spartans, led by their squad leader, moved throughout the ship, taking down any opposition in their path. Back on the field of space, Admiral Cole's ships fired their autocannons at the vulnerable heavy destroyer whose shields were down. The heavy destroyer responded by returning fire at the forwardmost ship, which was one of the destroyers. However, by this time the ship's Mach cannons had finished recharging. Admiral Cole ordered another volley against the unshielded Covenant ship. As the Mach rounds hit its target, internal explosions could be seen all over the ship for a few seconds before the ship blew up. The explosion from the Covenant heavy destroyer caused a shockwave to travel through space, rocking all ships in vicinity. The Spartans on board the other heavy destroyer had momentarily lost balance from the shockwave but soon recovered seconds later. With this engagement, Admiral Cole had lost 3 of his frigates, leaving one heavily damaged, and one of the destroyers had lost power to its engine, leaving it vulnerable to plasma torpedoes. The situation was dire, but he had been in worse. The Spartans on board the Covenant ship, having sensed the shift in momentum, pressed their assault. Slicing through the alien resistance like a hot knife through butter, they made their way to the heart of the destroyer, the command center. A determined firefight erupted, but with superior tactics and ferocity, the Spartans prevailed, but the Covenant had already rigged the ship to self-destruct, leaving the Spartans with no choice but to fleet the ship. Back in space, Admiral Cole was looking at his tactical screen and had saw an opportunity. The Covenant fleet had spread out to avoid another shockwave from an exploding ship. Admiral Cole ordered his disabled destroyer to engage its emergency thrusters, a one-time burnout maneuver that could send it hurtling towards an enemy ship like a missile. The captain of the destroyer acknowledged this while ordering his crew to get to the ship's escape pods. Once it was reported that all escape pods were away, the captain had the ship's onboard AI pilot into one of the Covenant's battlecruisers. At the same time, on board the boarded heavy destroyer, the Spartans had evacuated the ship before it self-destructed itself. Moments later the ship exploded, causing another explosion which knocked the damaged frigate off course, causing it to drift in space as it was heavily damaged. By this point the amount of damage done to his fleet was a lot. One of the carriers was boarded by Covenant pods, while the other destroyer shields had just failed. However, the two light cruisers' shields were still up but were on the verge of collapsing. The last remaining Covenant ship, which was the Arbiter's capital ship, had received orders to stall the UNSC ships for a little longer. The ship's acting captain had complied and fired its plasma weapons towards the other destroyer, targeting its weak spots, disabling the ship in an instant. The battle was looking a little close, but Admiral Cole believed that they could claim victory against the battlecruiser. But in the next moment his belief vanished as another group of Covenant ships were detected exiting slip space. Upon seeing this, victory was no longer guaranteed, especially when one of the new Covenant ships was even more massive than the battlecruiser. "All ships jump to warp speed, get out of here," ordered Admiral Cole. They no longer had the tactical advantage, and he wasn't going to waste any lives. They had already picked up the escape pods from the other ships and the light carrier had successfully defeated the Covenant boarding party. Once Cole gave the order to retreat, every UNSC ship that was operable jumped to warp speed. The only one that couldn't be the destroyer, which had been disabled. But the captain of the ships knew what he needed to do, as Cole had come up with this a protocol for situations like these. The captain ordered all crew to escape pods while ordering the ship's onboard AI to self-destruct once the last one was away. Their goal was to prevent the capture of the ship, which would give away the location of Earth, threatening humanity's home world. The Covenant ship which had appeared was a supercarrier, followed by 3 more battlecruisers and a few light cruisers. On board was the Prophet of Regret, who was notified of the vault's capture and wanted to come see for himself what it contained. For now, Harvest had been lost as fighting on the ground intensified between the Covenant and UNSC forces. Meanwhile, a week later, after Axel's new appointment as chairman, it was time for him to start implementing some new military technology to replace current military vehicles, spacecraft, etc. New creations: unmanned multipurpose vehicle, new Orion dropship, new gunship, new light carrier, new destroyer, new battlecruiser, new frigate, new cruiser, new heavy carrier, new multi-role fighter. These designs would be utilized as the future for the UNSC Navy. But to produce them they would need resources, which brings up the next thing that Axel created, which is a massive megastructure to harvest stars called the Star Lifter. To build just one of them would take around 4 years because of its size, and he would need to gather all the resources to build it. But once it's done, they will not have to worry about a resource shortage anytime soon. Star Lifter image. The last thing he needed to create was a powerful new energy source. Luckily, he had Forerunner ships in his possession that scientists and engineers were constantly studying. Recently, in the past months, Catherine and a group of scientists had made a breakthrough in learning about the concept of the energy used within the Forerunner ships. Upon learning of the concept, the monitor had explained to them a more in-department description of how it worked. The energy was called vacuum energy, and it is an underlying background energy that exists in space throughout the entire universe. One contribution to the vacuum energy may be from virtual particles, particle pairs throughout the universe that blink into existence and then annihilate in a time span too short to observe. Vacuum energy originates from the beginnings of infinite numbers of alternate realities. When harnessed for power supply, these fledgling universes are drained of energy in their infancy, resulting in their premature deaths. All Forerunner technology utilized the practically infinitely available vacuum energy as a power source, making possible their myriad of technological marvels. Catherine had sent over this information to him as she herself delved deeper into the new energy source. While Axel began to look over all the information and the details of the new energy source to create it. If he was successful, he would have created a new energy source for humanity that would work for centuries to come and didn't need fuel to be powered. So, for the next few days he would spend that time in lab on Algalese until he created the new energy source. Chapter 58, Chapter 57. General Stone, UNSC Air Force, liked the new gunship and dropship which would allow for a broader range of operations. The details on the gunship's capabilities stated its increase in firepower, maneuverability, speed, defense, and it could carry more troops than the Falcon. Next, he looked over the new fighter which was designed as a multi-role fighter. It came in 4 different designs, each one offering a wide range of payloads but still maintained its ability to conduct multi-role missions. It was basically an upgrade from the Longsword as offered improvements across the board. For the dropship, it was just overall better than the Pelican because of its troop capacity. He agreed that the use of the Pelican as a secondary dropship for special operations and such would allow it to continue to be in service if it was upgraded with more advanced technology. I have to say, these designs are unique and offer the chance to improve our military capabilities in the air to contend with Covenant aircraft. I know that your designs offer exactly what they say as you have proven it multiple times, so I think we can put these new designs into production as soon as possible, said General Stone, offering his opinion. Axel nodded, hearing the positive feedback from General Black. Now that he was chairman, his designs were about to reshape the war and turn it into their favor. General Graham, UNSC Army, and General Black, UNSC Marine Corps, both liked the unmanned multipurpose vehicle as it would better protect soldiers' lives on the front lines. Especially since it was an all-around vehicle that could perform in multiple roles, allowing for adaptability on the battlefield, which is what the UNSC needs to overcome the Covenant forces on the ground. Similar to the S-180 Spider tank which you introduced a few years ago, I can see the unmanned multipurpose vehicle transforming the battlefield into our favor and offering our troops on the ground even more support. As of now, our current ground vehicles are effective, but their protection against plasma is not good enough, and some Covenant ground vehicles have shields protecting them. General Black offered his opinion on the vehicles. The Spider tank has managed to level the playing field between the Covenant's Wraiths and other heavy vehicles, but we need more variety of vehicles to support our infantry on the ground, said General Graham, as he has first-hand seen how effective the Spider tank is against Covenant Wraiths. Admiral Ross, who is the CNO, offered his opinion on the new ships introduced. In his opinion, they were revolutionary, offering a completely new design to UNSC ships, and combined with new weapons they would increase the UNSC's fighting ability against the Covenant in space. The new ships, I must say, will completely advance the Navy to contend with the Covenant ships. Those autocannons are already extremely effective against the Covenant's shields, but as seen at the last Battle of Harvest, the bigger the Covenant ships, the more powerful their energy shields are. So, if possible, if we can develop better ship-to-ship weapons designed for taking down the Covenant's shields, it would greatly help us in space combat. The Mac cannons are good weapons to use against them, but the recharge time between each shot will give the Covenant the chance to counterattack before we can fire the next round. Admiral Ross stated his opinion on the new ships and the Mac cannons. It's nice that we are actually getting somewhere now, stated Axel, referring to the previous state of the UNSC. But there is something else that we would need to build, said Axel, as the image of the Star Lifter appeared in the middle of the table. This is what I call the Star Lifter. It is a massive megastructure, more massive than anything that the UNSC has built before, but its use will completely solve our resource problem, stated Axel, as the other members looked at the massive structure with interests. Is that around a star? Asked General Black. Yes, it is. By harvesting the mass of a star we can produce many forms of matter. For example, iron is something that we can produce with this, and that is just one thing. If my calculations are correct, we will probably be able to produce all types of metals, minerals, and gases from the star. We would also be able to harvest plasma from the star, explained Axel. Admiral Ross looked between Axel and the image of the star lifter to make sure that he was still alive. So what you are saying is that with this we can solve our resource problem, which will allow us to produce thousands of military vehicles and equipment. Not thousands but hundreds of thousands, replied Axel. Admiral Ross didn't know how to react to this technology. To call it revolutionary would be an understatement. This technology would catapult the UNSC into a realm of progress and innovation they had only dreamed of. Well then, Axel, let's not waste any more time. Let's start building this star lifter. The room erupted in murmurs of agreement and intrigue as Axel's holographic display rotated, revealing more angles and details of the massive megastructure. Admiral Ross turned to Axel and asked, "What are the building requirements for such a colossal machine?" Axel replied, "Of course, it would require many materials that are scarce within our current reach. But with the creation of this megastructure, once it's operational, it can produce the very materials it requires for maintenance and further construction." General Black leaned forward in his chair. "This is ambitious beyond anything we've ever done before. The manpower required alone will be immense, not to mention the technology needed to even begin such an endeavor." "Not exactly, General. 300 kMCUs would be able to do it within a year, but to produce that many we would have to establish more factories to produce more MCUs. If we can reach that amount within a year, then it will take another year to create the star lifter if we have all the necessary resources." Axel already had a plan in place. While originally, he estimated that it would take 4 years, he wanted to speed things up. Axel also added, "Also, since we all trust each other here and have the same goals, I will tell you about my secret research base that is established on a Forerunner shield world." Axel then began to explain everything that led up to him discovering the shield world and about what he found in it. Once he was done, the other members were more intrigued about the outcome of the research rather than about him establishing a secret research base. "We made the right decision when we decided to support you, Admiral," said General Graham. "I can see a better future for humanity as a whole, and if you keep introducing new technology and learning more about the Forerunners, then the Covenant will not even pose a threat to us come 10 to 20 years, added General Graham. The other members all agreed with this statement, offering their shared agreement. The future of the UNSC was bright with Axel leading it, and they hoped to live long enough to see how it all worked out. With that, the meeting had ended and Axel dismissed all the other members while Admiral Ross wanted to speak with him about the newfound Forerunner dreadnoughts. So, they both walked to his office where they sat down to discuss it. "How powerful are these dreadnoughts?" asked Admiral Ross. Axel replied, "They are extremely powerful. I think just 2 of them could take on 10 Covenant ships, though that is just speculation as they have not actually been tested in battle yet." Admiral Ross nodded while rubbing his chin. "And how many personnel would it take to man just one of these dreadnoughts?" "It would require 1 officer and 15 crew members, but I want to increase that number to prevent problems that would arise with so little crew member on board, so we could say a crew of about 100 people would be good enough," replied Axel. "Interesting," said Admiral Ross, as that number was too little for a ship that is supposed to be powerful enough to make the Covenant fleet look like nothing. "If possible, I would like to see them for myself. Of course, I plan to put you in charge of the training of crew members for the ships, and it would be best if you saw it in person to come up with a good training plan for them," stated Axel. "Excellent," said Admiral Ross as he stood up. "With that, I will take my leave and look forward to seeing the ships in person." They both shook hands before Admiral Ross left his office. Now that he was left alone, Axel would start to plan the creation of more factories to increase the production of MCUs to build the star lifter. These MCUs were no different from the current ones, as one MCU was built to perform multiple roles and have adaptability. Chapter 59, Chapter 58. It's fine, Arbiter, don't let it get to your head. This battle gave me all the information I need to give a better fleet this time. Humans have some strange new weapon which we have learned to be some form of autocannon that is designed to penetrate our shields, explained Regret. Is this the result of what they found in this holy relic? Asked Arbiter, referring to the Forerunner Vault. Maybe, maybe not, we don't know for sure, but we can't allow them to keep winning battles like this. So, I talked to the other High Prophets, and they all agreed to send you reinforcements to speed up the human extermination process, announced Regret. We cannot let these heretics continue to hinder our progress, Regret added with determination. The Arbiter was given a new fleet totaling 15 ships. The reinforcements consisted of 3 battlecruisers, 3 heavy destroyers, 2 light carriers, 3 light cruisers, and 4 frigates. With this new fleet in his hands, he would not allow the humans to get another victory over him. Meanwhile, on the Covenant homeworld, the High Prophet of Truth was taking advantage of the current situation in the UNSC. While he didn't know what was going on internally, he had managed to make contact with a group of insurrectionists which he planned to use to discover more human worlds to glass. He ordered a group of Kigyar to ally with the humans. After doing so, they began supplying the insurrectionists with Covenant weapons which they gladly took and modified them. The reason the Prophet of Truth did this was so that they could discover the location of Earth from stolen navigation data or through tracking devices in the weapons. At the same time, there had been an increase in insurrectionist activity within the UNSC. The restriction of movement between colonies except for the UNSC had likely fueled their actions. But the number of insurrectionists were insignificant compared to the number of people who had enlisted into the UNSC. Following Axel's new appointment and his speech to that was broadcasted across the UNSC, hundreds of thousands of people had started to sign up to join the UNSC. For Axel, this rise in new recruits had come just at the right time. As new technology was getting introduced, the rise in recruits would ensure that he would have the manpower to utilize these advancements effectively. Many of these recruits were picked based off tests and abilities for OCS school on Earth, while others had chosen their respective branches. Most went to the Marines and the Army, while a good number went to the Navy, trying to follow after Axel. The other members of the Security Council were shocked that just one person could pull in this many recruits. Every day their workload had increased because of the new recruits, organizing commands, and coordinating with other branches during operations. Each day that passed, the total amount recruits grew, leaving Axel to face an unexpected challenge. He had the manpower for sure, but training such a large force was a different matter entirely. The UNSC's training facilities were not built to accommodate this surge, and what they needed right now were not mere soldiers, but well-trained, efficient division that could stand against the might of the Covenant. They didn't have the resources to start building new academies and training facilities, as majority of the resources were being transported to the new megastructure project and more factories to produce MCUs. They had already found a suitable non-habitable system to use that didn't have any habitable planet within it. Resources and MCUs were already being transported to the location to start its construction. Production of MCUs had increased to 800 a day, which was the right amount that they needed to reach 300K within a year. So, to come up with a solution to this problem, Axel had instead turned to some of the major military and construction companies. The construction companies would be given contracts to build new military training facilities, while the military companies would be given contracts to produce the new technology that Axel was creating. They would be given the design and data on how to build it, and the UNSC would pay them at a reduced cost because of the ongoing war and because of Axel's manipulation. The companies had previously asked to produce his military creations, but Axel denied them due to what Misrai Armory had done with his MCUs. But times were changing, and he needed to balance the UNSC resources carefully until the megastructure is completed. So he offered them contracts to have the rights to produce his creations and sell them to the UNSC at a reduced cost. In exchange, they may make their own designs if they can find something better. There was no need for him to worry when he could simply make something better than what they created. As for Misrai Armory, they changed their focus from their robots back to military vehicles. They had also given any excess units to Axel to contribute to the production of MCUs. They had lost a lot of money producing their robotic units, and now they wanted to make up for it by shifting their focus back to military vehicles. Axel had begun working with the Security Council to implement new strategies to take on the Covenant. New recruits who were unable to attend the training facilities were given virtual reality training kits. These were designed by technology firms that had hitherto produced video games and home electronics. Distributed to millions of homes throughout the colonies, these VR kits allowed soldiers to partake in a fully immersive military training experience from the comfort of their living rooms. This in no way made up for real training, as while they waited for training facilities to be built, new recruits would utilize VR technology. Once a training facility was ready, they would then be called to attend basic military training for their respective branch. This strategy allowed Axel to not only train more recruits but also introduce them to the state-of-the-art tech they might soon find themselves using on the battlefield. It also saved the UNSC valuable time and resources that could be redirected towards their megastructure project. 4 months later, and Axel was already reaping the benefits of his decision to outsource some production to private companies. New weapon systems and vehicles rolled off assembly lines with greater speed and efficiency than ever before. And although they were produced at a reduced cost, Axel's insistence on strict quality control standards ensured that no compromises were made regarding their performance or durability. Meanwhile, within these 4 months, Arbiter had begun to hop around within the outer colonies, causing trouble for Admiral Cole and his fleet, as the new Covenant fleet was just too powerful for them to handle alone. But it was hard to predict the Covenant attacks, as they would attack a planet, retreat, attack another planet, then come back to the first planet they attacked to launch an invasion. The UNSC fleet was beginning to be spread too thin to combat the Covenant fleet. And Axel had been busy managing the UNSC, organizing operations against insurrectionists, and preparing for the creation of the Spartan 3 project. Recruits were chosen from a wide range of recruits, unlike the Spartan 2s, however there were still certain restrictions placed on new recruits so that not just anybody could become a Spartan. Next was the creation of the gene seed. The gene seed contains genetically engineered viral machines which rebuild the human body according to the biological template contained within it. He had based it off the Space Marine gene seed, which he remembered completely transformed a simple human into a superhuman capable of unhuman feats. A separate gene seed was created for the Spartan 2s, which Axel wanted to turn them into his own version of a Primaris. But first he would implant himself with the gene seed to see the results. A/N, the many abilities of the gene seed was too long that I didn't put it into the chapter, as it would have been like 2,000 words alone, but it does include things like age deceleration, longer lifespan, and is overall more powerful than original Spartan project. And yes, I have seen the comments, and Catherine will receive this enhancement, though I might give her a different gene seed, since seeing a 7,5 Catherine would be a little weird. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. After that was the recovery and growth period, which would take up the remaining time. The recovery and growth period would be used for Axel's body to recover from being basically immobile for 2 weeks. Next was the growth period, which is when the gene seed will start to change his body to that of superhuman. His body will grow to be 7 feet 5 in, his healing ability would be far superior to anything the Covenant has, and not to mention his amplified strength, which would surpass that of his previous Spartan enhancements. The installation of mechanical augmentations such as ocular modifications and brain enhancements would further augment his already elevated abilities. He would become the pinnacle of human evolution and technological advancement combined. Undergoing the gene seed surgery would be a demanding process, physically and mentally. And once done, he would not be the same man he once was. Not that it would change his mind, or the way he thinks. But he would essentially become a titan amongst mortals. So, before he began the surgery, Axel had to finish up some last-minute things. He ordered multiple operations to take place over the course of the next months and ensured that the people whom he trusted would carry out their duties. ONI would continue hunting down insurrectionists and preventing internal stability from dropping. Admiral Ross was placed as temporary chairman and would be watched over and provided guidance by Omni, whom Axel knew could make sure that if a problem arises that it is dealt with. Next was the new Covenant fleet, which has been causing problems in the outer colonies. He couldn't just leave this fleet to harass the UNSC while he was gone, so he went to Trove, the Forerunner Shield world, to get 2 of the Forerunner dreadnoughts to take on the Covenant fleet. Admiral Ross had people training on how to use the ships for 3 months now, and they had become proficient in using the ship's system. Each dreadnought had a crew of 100 people and was commanded by a captain. Additionally, a complement of 2,000 MCUs and dropships were loaded onto each dreadnought to be able to launch ground forces. Axel had gone to Trove and took command of 2 of the dreadnoughts, which he took into orbit above the planet. On the bridge of the ship, Axel had plugged in a small device into the AI core which would allow a direct connection between the AI and the ship. Once he plugged the device in, Omni had appeared in front of him. "I must say this ship is impressive," commented Omni as he had just been plugged into the ship's systems. Despite that, it didn't take him long to see the difference in firepower between the Forerunner dreadnought and the most powerful UNSC ship. To compare the two would not even be fair for the UNSC, as the Forerunner dreadnought outclassed it in everything. "Well, they do belong to the Forerunners, so I would expect no less," said Axel. "I agree," replied Omni. "Anyway, I'm assuming we are hunting that Covenant fleet?" Axel nodded his head. "Yes, we are," answered Axel. The latest reports revealed that they were attacking the planet Al-Kiba in the Alpha Corvi system. This report was half an hour ago, so I suggest we get moving. "Copy that, Admiral." Plotting jump to the Alpha Corvi system, said Omni. "Good," replied Axel, and with a determined expression, he added, "And Omni?" "Yes, Admiral." Omni responded, his holographic form flickering slightly as he stood on top of the tactical display. "Send word to Admiral Ross to initiate Operation Sunburst, just in case we don't make it back in due time." "As you command," Omni replied as he sent the message to Admiral Ross. The Forerunner dreadnought vibrated slightly as its slipstream drive hummed into life. The cosmic fabric of space seemed to warp and weave around them as they made the jump to Al-Kiba. To an onlooker, it would look as if they had disappeared into thin air. They arrived at the Alpha Corvi system within minutes, far faster than anything the UNSC could achieve. Emerging from slip space, the twin dreadnoughts were greeted by the sight of a Covenant fleet presiding over Al-Kiba. Immediately Omni's holographic avatar appeared near Axel. "Admiral," he reported quickly, "scans show 15 Covenant ships surrounding Al-Kiba with some debris from a destroyed UNSC ship. It appears that they have yet to glass the planet." "We've arrived just in time then," said Axel. He was focused on the holographic display showing the entire system. "All hands, prepare to engage the Covenant." Immediately all the crew started to focus on their assigned tasks. Omni had begun preparations as his avatar disappeared, as he was fully committed to managing the ship's systems. The Sojourner-class dreadnought was equipped with 28 converging beam cannons, 300 light mass fusillade cannon, and millions of autonomous Despair-class fighters which would be controlled by Omni, as an AI was the only one capable of controlling that many autonomous fighters. Omni had created a dozen subordinate AI programs which would control a portion of fighters, while he would direct them and organize them into groups to coordinate their attack. The Covenant had noticed them and had turned to face them. On board his capital ship, the Arbiter was wondering what type of ship this was in front him. It didn't look like it belonged to the UNSC, but then why would it appear within this exact system above a human world? "Arbiter, they are launching fighters," alerted one of the Covenant crew members. Arbiter turned towards the one who spoke with a disgruntled face. "Well, launch our own fighters," he said as he turned back to see even more fighters emerging from the two ships. Back on the bridge of one of the Forerunner dreadnoughts, Axel had watched the Covenant movements to see what they were going to do. But so far, they had done nothing. Most likely they were confused, as they had never seen a ship like this before. That's what he thought until a few minutes later, when the Covenant fired their plasma torpedoes at them. "Fire all weapons," ordered Axel. "The converging beam cannons are firing," Omni reported. "Light mass fusillade cannons are currently targeting enemy ships." The AI programs Omni had created began controlling the autonomous Despair-class fighters, launching them in coordinated attacks against the Covenant fleet. The first volley of converging beam cannons hit their intended targets, obliterating 2 vessels instantly and crippling several others. The light mass fusillade cannons followed suit, releasing barrages of energy that traced lines of destruction across space. On the bridge of his capital ship, the Arbiter watched in stunned disbelief as his fleet crumbled under the fire of just 2 ships. He barked orders to his crew to return fire and launch all fighters, but it seemed like a desperate struggle against a superior foe. "Report," Axel demanded from Omni. His gaze remained locked on the holographic display, watching as a few Covenant ships disappeared from the display. "The Covenant fleet is scattering," Omni replied. 7 have been destroyed entirely and 5 others are crippled. Axel nodded upon hearing the report. The dreadnoughts completely overwhelmed the Covenant fleet. "Full speed ahead," ordered Axel, keeping his eyes on the crumbling Covenant fleet. "Take us right through the heart of their formation." "Copy that, Admiral," said Omni as the 2 dreadnoughts increased speed. The twin dreadnoughts swooped through the Covenant's scattered and shattered formation. Converging beam cannons continued to release deadly salvos of destruction while their light mass fusillade cannons shredded through any Covenant ship unlucky enough to be in their path. The Despair-class fighters swarmed like a furious cloud of locusts over the enemy fleet, their relentless attacks causing havoc among the already disoriented Covenant forces. On the Arbiter's ship, he didn't want to lose his fleet once again. So, he ordered the retreat. "All ships retreat." Axel, who had noticed this, wanted to toy with the Arbiter who had been causing so much trouble for him in the outer colonies. "Omni, target all the Covenant ships except for the Arbiter's ship." Omni acknowledged as the dreadnought's weapons started targeting every Covenant ship except for the Arbiter's. Axel knew that if the Arbiter returned with a destroyed fleet, then he would not be trusted anymore. Once the battle was over, only 3 Covenant ships managed to escape while the others were annihilated by the dreadnoughts. "Message Admiral Cole and tell him to get some ground troops on Al-Kiba to deal with the Covenant ground troops. In the meantime, we will send down the MCUs to help them," ordered Axel as Omni carried out his orders. The Covenant fleet was destroyed, and the Arbiter was dealt with. He may not be dead, but he would surely not remain in command of his fleet once the High Prophet of Regret found out about his failure yet again. In the meantime, Axel could begin his gene seed surgery and not have to worry too much about the Covenant as they would start to be cautious going forward. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. Also, for the surgery some things were taken out to better fit the story, so you won't be seeing acid-spitting Spartans unfortunately or Spartans devouring an elite. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the chapter. After the battle, Axel returned to Algalis where he would undergo the gene seed surgery. The recent battle should keep the Covenant at bay for a while. All the projects would continue while he undergoes the surgery, and operations against insurrectionists would increase to establish a tight control over all planets. He had given Admiral Ross permission to utilize the Forerunner dreadnoughts to limit casualties and keep the Covenant at bay. Meanwhile, private companies began to roll out new military vehicles which were beginning to be utilized on the front lines. Once he confirmed that everything was good, Axel had prepared for the surgery. As he laid down on the surgery bed, he was put into a semi-unconscious state as the medical professionals began the surgery. There was a total of 10 implants that would be installed into his body. The first was the secondary heart or the maintainer. It resembles a smaller version of the human heart and is implanted in the chest cavity and connected to the rest of the circulatory and pulmonary systems near the original heart. Its function is to enhance the performance of a person by supplying more oxygen and nutrients to the muscles by increasing blood flow well beyond that capable for even the most fit normal human being. Second was the ossicula, which is surgically placed alongside the person's pituitary gland at the base of the brain, thus becoming a part of their endocrine system and secretes a specially engineered form of human growth hormone. When the effects of this hormone are combined with a diet laced with microscopic ceramic-based minerals, they act to synthesize the rapid growth of the skeletal-muscular system, which results in a development of superhuman strength and massive size compared to a baseline human. The human skeleton will be larger and exponentially stronger than a normal human's, with growth having topped out at around 7 to 7.5 feet, 2.1 to 2.3 meters, in height with an equivalent amount of skeletal-muscular mass. Third was the biscopy. It enhances a human's physical combatability and survivability to superhuman levels. The organ is implanted into the chest cavity. It is small, approximately spherical and, like the ocidula, its primary action is hormonal. The presence of the biscopy stimulates muscle growth throughout the body, greatly increasing a space marine's physical strength. Fourth is the hemastamen. Once implanted into a main blood vessel like the aorta, femoral artery, or the vena cava, the hemastamen alters the blood's biochemical composition to carry oxygen and nutrients more efficiently. The actions of the hemastamen turns human blood to a brighter shade of red than that of normal humans because of its greatly increased oxygen-carrying capacity. It also acts to biochemically regulate the actions of the second and third gene seed implants, the ocidula and biscopy. Fifth is the healing organ. Shaped like the human liver but only the size of a golf ball, this gene seed organ is placed within the chest cavity and manufactures the synthetic biological cells which serve to clot the blood lost from wounds, but act faster, more efficiently, and more effectively. When a person is wounded and incurs blood loss, the cells are released by the circulatory system, attached to the body's normal leukocytes, white blood cells. At the site of the injury, they form scar tissue in a matter of seconds, effectively preventing massive blood loss and infection of the wound. This organ would basically make Spartans invincible as they wouldn't lose much blood from an open wound. The sixth organ is the catalepsine node. This is implanted into the back of the cerebrum, just above the brain stem. When deprived of sleep for a long period of time, the catalepsine node cuts in upon detecting a rise in the person's stress and fatigue hormones. This allows the person to consciously switch off sections of the brain sequentially, while remaining awake and alert. This ability comes at a price, as prolonged use of this ability can be hazardous, possibly inducing hallucinations or even psychosis. The seventh organ is the preemner. The preemner is essentially a second or pre-stomach spliced into the human digestive system above the original stomach that allows a person to eat otherwise poisonous or completely indigestible materials. The preemner is capable of biochemically analyzing ingested materials and neutralizing most known biochemical and inorganic toxins, and many others that remain unknown save for their toxic effects. Deadly poisons are either neutralized or isolated from the digestive tract by the preemner. The eighth organ is the omophagia or multi-lung. The multi-lung is a third lung implanted into a person's pulmonary and circulatory systems in the chest cavity that can absorb oxygen from environments usually too poor in oxygen to allow normal human respiratory functioning. Breathing is accomplished through a sphincter implanted into the trachea, allowing all three lungs to be used at full capacity. In toxic environments, a similar muscle closes off the normal lungs, thus oxygen is absorbed exclusively by the multi-lung, which then filters out the poisonous or toxic elements. The ninth organ is the interface. This neuroreactive, black organic fibrous material is implanted directly under the skin of the human torso. Points are then cut through the carapace using surgical tools that allow a person to directly interface his central nervous system with his armor's systems to allow for a better integration of the person and the armor. The 10th and last organ is the age deceleration genetic sequence. This genetic sequence would be implanted to a person's genetic sequence and will become inactive until they reach the age of 25, where their aging process will slow down significantly, allowing for a longer lifespan. Obviously, Axel is over that age, so the genetic sequence will become active as soon as it is implanted into his genetic sequence. Once the week had passed and the surgery was over, Axel had felt like complete shit. His body had been opened and new organs were installed into his body. All the organs were installed successfully and now Axel's body was beginning the recover process. Over the next week, his body started integrating with the new organs and he started to be able to move his body once again. On the 6th day he was able to stand up and walk around without needing somebody to carry him, and he could now eat by himself. The food that he ate was based on his new diet, which involved microscopic ceramic-based minerals which he ate daily. These minerals would allow his body to grow healthy over the next few months and get him used to eating minerals which would become a part of his daily diet. After the first week was over, Axel could do things on his own once again. The medical specialists were extremely shocked at this transformation. He just had numerous powerful organs installed in his body, yet just after a week he was moving around like he normally could. By the second week, Axel had started to notice the first changes in his body brought on by the gene seed enhancements. His strength was increasing at an incredible rate. He could lift weights that would have been impossible for him before the surgery without breaking a sweat. His heart pounded with much more force than before, pumping oxygen and nutrients throughout his newly enhanced body much more efficiently. In terms of diet, it took some getting used to eating materials he had never considered as food before. The Preemner had performed its job marvelously well, neutralizing any potential toxins before they could enter his system. Axel spent most of his time in this period with medical specialists and physical trainers monitoring his progress. Besides, finding time for training sessions and briefings with the Security Council. He devoted his time solely to learning about and understanding his new body. As the fourth month rolled around, Axel's superhuman transformation was almost complete, but there were still a few minor adjustments that needed to be made through the microscopic ceramic-based minerals in his diet. His height now towered over others at an impressive 7 feet and 2 inches, 2.2 meters, and a hulking form accompanied it with a significant increase in muscle mass. His physical enhancements became apparent in the rigorous training exercises he now took part in daily. With his catalepsine node kicking in whenever needed, Axel was able to train for extended periods of time with little to no rest, pushing his new body to its limits and then surpassing them. He was testing out just how much more damage he could take, and dish out compared to before. The Amophagia gave him a unique advantage when it came to operations in hostile environments. He could now survive with ease where others would have choked or been poisoned on toxic gases or lack of oxygen. This came particularly handy during one simulation that had been set up in a low-oxygen environment, where Axel's performance had surprised even the seasoned trainers. By the end of his fourth month post-enhancement, Axel had become completely accustomed to his new abilities and physical attributes. His swift recovery and rapid assimilation of these drastic changes were nothing short of miraculous, according to the medical specialists monitoring him. And after spending nearly 6 months testing it out, he had other plans for the gene seed, such as a weaker version which could be for normal soldiers to use. A much smaller gene seed that only required a genetic injection could allow him to give every single soldier a massive boost in their strength, effectively creating many super soldiers. There was also room for improvement, but that was for a much later date. As of now, the gene seed project was a success. Chapter 62, Chapter 61. Within the meeting room, Axel was standing at the end of the table where the chairman usually sits, while Admiral Ross was on his right, and General Black on his left. Every member was staring at Axel with complete admiration. General Graham even popped the question that was on everybody's mind: "Are you a god?" Axel looked at General Graham and was speechless that he would ask such a thing, but at the same time, if he was to be in his shoes, then he might ask the same question. "No, I am not a god, General Graham. Why would you ask such a thing?" replied Axel. "Because over the past years, you have just been creating new technology that makes our current technology out of date, coming up with a way to enhance humans without risks, never losing a battle to the Covenant, and becoming basically the protector of humanity," General Graham explained, listing off the incredible feats and accomplishments that Axel had achieved in recent years. General Stone chimed in, "I have to agree, although referring to someone as a god may be a bit extreme. However, it is the closest comparison we have." The room descended into murmurs as the members started voicing their thoughts on the matter. However, Axel had simply face-palmed himself, since what they were talking about was superficial at most. "If I was a god, then I could have predicted the Covenant's invasion of Harvest and prevented it from ever happening, or destroy the entire Covenant fleet with the snap of my fingers." It was a lie, of course, as he knew of the invasion it from his previous life. But he will never announce something like that, as it will probably only back up their statement saying that he was a god sent from another universe to help them out and blah, blah, blah. He should probably avoid bringing up any evidence that contradicts his earlier statement of not being a god. Just as he finished saying this, Omni's avatar materialized at the center of the table with a smirk on his face. "But Admiral," Omni countered, "perhaps you are simply suppressing your godlike abilities." "Omni, that's the last thing we need," Axel retorted. The room was filled with laughter as the members laughed at Omni's joke. "Jokes aside, I think we better start the meeting," said General Graham as the room got quiet. The first to speak was Admiral Ross. "As of late, Covenant activity within the outer colonies has been decreasing, which should be good news, but at the same time, insurrectionists' activities have increased, and they are utilizing Covenant weapons," explained Admiral Ross. "How did they get their hands on Covenant weapons?" asked General Stone. Admiral Ross turned to Omni. "Omni, if you would." Omni had pulled up an intelligence report which revealed a hidden base. "This location is a settlement made of the survivors from the colony Madrigal, which was glassed by the Covenant. As of now, what we know is that a group of insurrectionists have control of this place, and they are working with a group of Kigyar whom they have convinced to trade with them. In exchange they will get Covenant weapons while giving the Covenant old slip space drives," explained Omni as a voice recording from both the insurrectionists and the Covenant was played. "Admiral, this is a grave threat to the UNSC. If they start pushing in the inner colonies, then they will start to threaten even Earth, or they could just attack Earth directly if they wanted to," voiced Black. Axel put his hand up, causing the room to go quiet. "We won't need to worry about that. We have the Forerunner dreadnoughts that will stop any Covenant fleet that tries to attack Earth, plus the orbital defense stations have been built on numerous inner colony worlds, which will slow down the Covenant advance in time for us to gather our fleet and mount a counterattack," said Axel. "True," General Graham conceded, "but the key point here is that the insurrectionists are threatening our outer colonies. They might not have any direct influence on Earth, but they are destabilizing our territories, and this could lead to a much bigger problem in the long run. I am not neglecting the outer colonies, General, I am simply stating that any attack within the inner colonies will be stopped. Now as for the insurrectionists, I am tired of them continuing to be a thorn in our side. Even though humanity was under threat by the Covenant, the insurrectionists still want to fight against the UNSC because of things they don't understand." Axel's expression became serious as he addressed Admiral Ross. "I will assemble a task force and personally lead them. Our mission will be to take control of this settlement and eliminate the insurgent group to stop them from trading with the Covenant." Admiral Ross wanted to convince him not to go, but Axel's face showed that he was determined to go. "Very well, Admiral," Admiral Ross said. The other members nodded, agreeing with the proposition. Sending in Axel would guarantee their victory and send a message to the insurrectionists and Covenant that the UNSC would not back down from any threat, internal or external. With the matter decided, they moved on to more trivial matters. The Council had to discuss increasing the fleet size, advancing the technology utilized within the UNSC, and improving the defense system of the outer colonies. While Axel had already started his preparations for the upcoming mission. As the meeting came to an end, Axel stood up abruptly, causing the entire council to turn their attention towards him. He glanced at them with a serious expression on his face. "I am not a god, and I hope that we can drop this topic," he stated firmly. The members of the council exchanged glances with each other. "I believe in human strength and resilience. That's what will win us this war, not some divine intervention. I will be leaving for this mission within 24 hours. During my absence, I trust that you all will continue to operate as efficiently as you always have," Axel declared. He looked directly at Admiral Ross as he added, "You'll be in charge during my absence." Admiral Ross nodded solemnly, respecting Axel's decision. As a military man, he understood the need for hierarchy and command structure. Moments later, Axel had left the meeting room. A few hours later, a task force consisting of 1 Forerunner dreadnought, 3 cruisers, and 2 light carriers was assembled above Earth. The public hadn't seen Axel's new appearance yet, as he had just gotten back from fully recovering from the surgery. So, during the 6 months that he was out, Omni had fabricated propaganda videos of Axel speaking to the people to raise morale and control the flow of information regarding the war. Because of this, civilians had begun to have a sense of unity and saw the need to stand together against both the Covenant and the insurrectionists. Still, there were those who thought differently and had joined an insurrectionists group, but their numbers were too few to pose a major threat to the UNSC. Instead, it was the fact that they were so widespread within the outer colonies that made them a problem. The outer colonies are more susceptible to the ideas of the insurrectionists because they have been facing the brunt of the Covenant threat. Still, there were more loyalists than insurrectionists, making the insurrection not be able to spread as far as they could before. Chapter 63, Chapter 62. On board the Dreadnought were two teams of Spartans, Red Team and Grey Team. Red Team consisted of Commander Jerome 092, Senior Chief Petty Officer Douglas 042, and Senior Chief Petty Officer Alice 130. Grey Team consisted of Petty Officer J 006, Team Leader, Petty Officer Adriana 111, Infiltration Specialist, and Petty Officer Michael 120, Technical Expert. Red Team has fought in more battle than Grey Team and has more experienced Spartans. Red Team has participated in the Battle of Chi Seti among other operations against insurrectionists. They had been on more deployments to the outer colonies than Grey Team and had seen more action. Grey Team was more of an operational team that performed operations against insurrectionists groups and maintained stability within the inner colonies. They had only ever been deployed to the outer colonies a few times, where they did engage with Covenant forces while helping a colony evacuate. While the experience between the two teams was different, they were still Spartans and would perform their duties as ordered. A Spartan that is fresh out of training is still a threat to any Covenant species, no matter their strength. As Axel stood on the bridge, he activated the holocomms panel on his command console. On screen, the faces of Jerome 092, Douglas 042, and Alice 130 materialized. Red Team, called Axel. Your objective will be to make spearhead the ground assault. I want an immediate sweep of enemy positions and neutralization of any threats, but watch out for civilians caught in the crossfire. Yes sir, responded Jerome 092 with an acknowledging nod. Axel then switched over to the Grey Team channel and relayed the mission parameters for J006, Adriana 111, and Michael 120. Grey Team, he called. You will deploy directly to where the insurrectionists' base is suspected to be at and prevent them from wiping any information they may have. You will have to move fast because once we attack, then they will most certainly try to wipe the data. Aye, sir, responded J006, acknowledging his orders. Despite Red Team having been through more battles and Grey Team's predominance in operations, Axel knew that they were all cut from the same cloth. They were Spartans, bred for war. And regardless of their individual skills or experiences, each one was more than capable of seeing this mission through. A few moments later he had received word that the other ships were a few seconds out. So, he calculated their projected positions so that no accident would happen and jumped using the Dreadnought's slipspace drive. In a matter of seconds, the Dreadnought had appeared before an asteroid field. In front of them was the settlement known as the Rebel, which consisted of hundreds of hollowed-out asteroids, moved together and connected by docking tubes. The asteroids were orbiting the gas giant Hesiod, which was farther in the system than the original colony was. The inhabitants of the Rebel were former colonists of the colony Madrigal who had been evacuated by insurrectionists. The insurrectionists brought the refugees to the asteroid cluster trailing Hesiod, and the Rebel was established. Most of the refugees accepted insurgent ideologies and lifestyles, since they believed it was because of the insurrectionists that they survived. However, the UNSC didn't recognize the leadership of the settlement, as they were tied to the insurrectionists, whom the UNSC considers to be terrorists and rebels. As the other ships came out of warp, Axel had ordered the invasion to begin. So far, they had managed to remain hidden from the settlement's sensors, which would give them the element of surprise. Within the hangars of the carriers and Dreadnought, Pelicans were loaded with Marines, MCUs, and Spartans to begin the operation. All stations commence the operation, Axel ordered into the COMM. With that simple command, the UNSC forces had begun to head towards the Rebel. At the same time, the Despair-class fighters were launched from the dreadnought to provide cover for the Pelicans that approached the settlement. On board each Pelican was a team of Marines, each one ready for what lay ahead. These were not fresh-faced recruits, but seasoned soldiers who knew the risks and took them willingly. Their eyes were focused and unflinching as they hurtled towards their target. There was no hesitation, no worry in their hearts, only determination. In addition to these seasoned soldiers were the Spartans of Red Team and Grey Team. They sat quietly amongst their fellow Marines, each Spartan easily identifiable by their gigantic stature and Spartan armor that dwarfed the Marines' armor. They were sitting in silence, waiting for the order to deploy. As they approached closer to Rebel, Axel could see some movement beginning amongst the hollowed-out asteroids. The inhabitants had become aware of the threat bearing down on them as movement was detected within the station. "Rebel command sees us," reported one of his officers. "Let them," Axel replied. "Prepare to engage." Within seconds, the quiet space around the asteroid settlement erupted into chaos. The rebels' defense systems kicked in, and gunfire began to spray from mounted turrets. The Pelicans deftly maneuvered through the field of fire, their skilled pilots expertly dodging incoming projectiles while the Despair-class fighters rushed ahead to destroy the station's defenses. "All units," Axel commanded. "Proceed as planned." On command, Red Team disembarked from their Pelican. Almost instantly, they engaged with enemy forces, holding off any troops that tried to stop their advancement. They were joined by the Marines who had joined the battle. The Spartan presence on the battlefield was a complete game-changer as they quickly overwhelmed the unprepared insurrectionist forces. As Red Team was making headway on the ground, Grey Team had breached the central part of the station, already working on their main objective. Adriana and Michael were disabling security measures as quickly as they were activated while Jay kept a vigilant watch over them. The battle raged on as the UNSC forces advanced through the rebel. Red Team continued their aggressive push, making quick work of enemy defenses. Meanwhile, Grey Team had made it to the central control room and had stopped the insurrectionists from deleting any data that they had. Any remaining data left by the insurrectionists was being recovered and would be used to discover other insurrectionists' bases, operations, personnel, etc. Suddenly, Jerome's voice crackled over the comms channel, "Admiral." His tone was urgent. "We've located a group of civilians trapped in one of the asteroids. We're going in for extraction." "Copy that, Jerome," Axel responded immediately. "Ensure all civilians are safely evacuated." The firefight continued to rage outside the control room as Grey Team worked diligently on their task. The rebel militia forces were trying desperately to stop them, but they didn't have armored superhumans of their own, making their attack not effective. At the same time, Covenant forces had been detected within the station and had begun to fight back. "Admiral, we have Covenant forces in the fray," reported Jerome. "Over the COMM, we're moving to intercept." "Copy that, Fred. Engage at will. Those are the ones selling weapons to the insurrectionists," replied Axel. Meanwhile, Grey Team successfully managed to recover a significant amount of data. Michael uploaded the data to Axel's ship for analysis while they fought their way out of the central control room. It didn't take long until the entire settlement was subdued by the UNSC forces. Axel had taken a Pelican and landed on the rebel to inspect the damage to see how long it would take to get it back to working order. As he was walking through the station, a group of captured insurrectionists had stood up and attempted to charge at him while shouting curse words. "You prevented peace between us and the Covenant, you piece of shit," shouted one of the insurrectionists as one of the Marines had pushed the person to the ground. "Watch your mouth, you insurrectionists," threatened the Marine. Axel had looked at the person who attempted to charge him and all he could see was pure hatred in the person's eyes. "If you think that we could have ever had peace, then you are delusional," said Axel as he approached the man who was still on the ground from being pushed down by the Marine. The Marine in question had stepped to the side as Axel walked past him. The man looked up Axel's towering figure and felt frightened by his size. He attempted to speak, but he couldn't even utter a word. That's when another person had stepped up. "The UNSC started this war against the Covenant," of course there will be no peace if you are in charge, stated the man as he walked closer to Axel, causing the two escorting MCUs to step up. But Axel waved them off and allowed the person to get close to him before he replied. Axel was towering over the man, looking down at him like he was an ant. You think the Covenant will offer you salvation? Axel questioned. They only want the complete annihilation of our race. The man, like so many others in the rebel, had fallen for the lies and propaganda spread by the insurrectionists, that their alliance with the Covenant was a path to survival. Though it wouldn't be an alliance, as humanity would simply become a client race of the Covenant, which is not something that Axel would allow to happen. You lie! Shouted the person as he pulled out a concealed knife and attempted to stab Axel. However, Axel had seen this coming well before it even happened. As the knife approached his chest, it appeared as if time had slowed for Axel as he grabbed the arm of the insurrectionists and broke it. And he didn't stop there, as he finished it off by kicking the person a few feet into a wall. Clean this up, he told his marines, waving a hand dismissively at the group of insurrectionists. Then get whatever civilians are left here into medical and start getting food and water distributed. Axel had taken one last look at the group that was filled with fear, before continuing his inspection of the settlement. There were at least 1 million people spread throughout the station. Moving them would not be ideal considering their situation, and most of them were influenced by propaganda which Axel didn't want brought to another colony. So, in the meantime, the rebel would remain under UNSC control for the foreseeable future. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. A/N, just drove like 10 hours, so I didn't have time to write a chapter, nor do I have access to my computer to create chapters as I left it at home. So this one is short and normal chapters won't resume until probably Tuesday at the latest. I have not forgotten about you, the readers, so just bear with me over the next couple of days. Among the rebel civilians, the station's leaders, also known as the Rebel Security Council, was arrested and imprisoned for their crimes. They were charged with being involved in the insurrection, influencing an entire settlement to the ideas of the insurrection, engaging in terrorists' activities, etc. These insurrectionists were the direct cause of the settlement falling under insurrectionists' control and causing the suffering of thousands of civilians. With more than 1 million people living within the rebel, not everybody was going to listen to the propaganda that the insurrectionists were feeding them. Those that were known not to support them were harshly treated and sometimes used as slaves for hard labor. This forced others to get in line and spread fear throughout the station's civilians. Now that the station was under UNSC control, those people were glad to be free and back under the UNSC, who would protect them and treat them much better than the insurrectionists did. The data that was collected from the central control room had been analyzed by Omni, and it had revealed communications with other insurrectionists groups located on other outer colonies and a few inner colonies. They were attempting to communicate with other groups to give them Covenant weapons to use against the UNSC. This would have gave thousands of insurrectionists Covenant weapons, threatening the internal security of the UNSC. Among the decrypted data, Omni discovered an encrypted video file. Housed within it was a message from an anonymous insurrectionist leader to other cells dispersed throughout the colonies. In his message, the leader spoke words of revolution and freedom, extolling the virtues of an independent galaxy, free from the clutches of the UNSC. He ended it with a determined promise: the dawn of our new era will be forged together with the Covenant. Axel sighed and shook his head, at the disillusioned insurrectionists who are most likely being manipulated by the Covenant. But also, this message revealed that they were starting to unite with one another. Which, if done successfully, they could launch coordinated strikes on key UNSC logistics, UNSC soldiers, and innocent civilians across the colonies. This message in itself is a threat to the UNSC, said Omni as he analyzed the message and conducted multiple simulations on what would happen should the insurrectionists unite. I admit it is a small threat since their numbers are small and they are limited to only the outer colonies. However, influence within the inner colonies is stronger than their influence, explained Axel. But it is better to crush them before they get the chance to unite, added Axel. He understood that it is better to prevent a problem from arising if you have the chance to. Omni, get in touch with Admiral Ross and relay this data to him. Tell him I need him and the generals to begin strategizing for large-scale operations against the insurrectionist bases on the outer colonies, commanded Axel. Understood, Admiral, replied Omni as he began to carry out his orders. While he was doing that, Axel continued to look over the analyzed data. His mind was racing with various things that could happen in the future based on what he just learned. If the insurrectionists are being influenced by the Covenant, then that means that there might be more Covenant agents within the outer colonies. And the only race he could think of being an agent is an elite with their cloaking ability. They could walk around human cities without being noticed, unless it's near a military base where heat sensors will pick up their presence. However, within cities where civilians' live heat sensors are not a thing. If this was the case, then this could show that the Covenant was starting to take another route in the war, or perhaps trying to distract Axel from what they were really planning. Whatever was going to happen in the future, Axel would make the necessary adjustments to every situation that is thrown at him. Meanwhile, unseen in the shadows of an abandoned station on one of the outer colonies, a group of insurrectionists gathered around a communication device. They listened intently to their leader's message, gripping their weapons tightly as hope ignited within them. Together we will rise, together we will free ourselves from the chains of the UNSC, the leader's message was heard throughout the entire room. The insurrectionists surrounding the communication device had begun cheering loudly. This message gave them the hope that they needed after many of their brothers and sisters had been either captured or killed by the UNSC. Their main hatred was toward Axel, who was known as the insurrectionists' #1 enemy. He had terrorized them for over 10 years and now he was the head of the UNSC, making him their #1 target to kill. Within the room, while everybody was cheering at their leader's message, two insurrectionists were talking with each other in the corner of the room. "So we lost contact with the rebel," said Bailey Ward. He was an agent who conducts espionage and intelligence gathering missions against the UNSC. "Yes, the entire insurrectionists cell there has been compromised, but if they followed protocol then the data that they had should have been deleted before the UNSC was able to get it, so I don't think we should worry about for now, but we should keep a close watch on our other outposts," explained Jamar Hopkins. He was a mid-ranking member insurrectionists who mainly visited other cells to establish contact and work together. Ward nodded in agreement. "It's too dangerous to venture into the inner colonies at the moment, but I do have a connection in the Colonial Military Authority, CMA, who can keep me informed about any significant military activity in the outer colonies," he shared. "Good, keep me informed of anything so I can let the higher-ups know and we can make adjustments to our facilities," replied Hopkins. Ward nodded, then walked out of the room. Hopkins had remained inside of the room as he had to give a brief on their future operations against the UNSC. Chapter 65, Chapter 64. A/N, had to commandeer a computer from a local Walmart. I'm sure they won't mind one missing from their inventory. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Within High Charity, the three Covenant hierarchs had gathered in the hierarchs' chamber to discuss some disturbing news regarding the recent battle between Arbiter Ripa Marami and a UNSC fleet. Arbiter Ripa Marami was brought before the hierarchs, chained up, and forced to his knees once he stood in front of the three hierarchs. The Prophet of Regret looked at him in shame, as he had pardoned him and gave him a fleet so that he could be a powerful agent against the other hierarchs. But instead, he just brought constant shame to his name and lost his fleet twice already. As the room descended into quietness, the Prophet of Truth was the first one to speak. "Arbiter Ripa Marami, you have brought shame and dishonor to the entire Covenant with your repeated failures against the humans." Arbiter Ripa Marami could only lower his head in defeat, while in his mind, he thought that it wasn't his fault that the enemy had a secret weapon that they used against him. He even gave the data that they had collected on the ship to the hierarchs to explain himself, but it seemed that they didn't care about that and only focused on his failures. If that is the case, then there is no need for him to speak his case, as he could tell that the hierarchs have already decided on his punishment or possibly death. "You will be stripped of your rank of arbiter and will become the servant of the new arbiter who is take your place," stated the Prophet of Mercy. He was the oldest and the first hierarch to be elected. He had read over the data that Ripomaremi had sent over, and what he saw was something that he didn't think the humans had access to. It was a Forerunner ship, but not just one of them but two of them. When he saw this data, he had thought to himself, how could humans claim the holy relics? The Covenant themselves only had a single ship alongside several other artifacts. But the humans have two of them that they knew of. After going through his thoughts, he was about to contact the other two hierarchs to get a reduced sentence for Ripomaremi, since it was not his fault that he lost the battle against the two human ships when they were wielding two holy relics that held unimaginable power. But when he contacted them, they had both came to the decision to pin a lot of the Covenant's failures on Ripomaremi and make him a scapegoat in their plans to continue the war on the humans. Mercy didn't like this, as Ripomaremi had no way of knowing that the humans had holy relics, nor did the hierarchs know. Despite his ruthlessness, Ripomaremi was a devout follower of the path. Getting rid of someone as capable as that would be a waste, at least for his plans. So instead, he managed to convince Truth and Regret not to kill him, using the excuse that killing him would be too easy of a way for punishment. Instead, having him become the servant of another arbiter would be better, as it would force him to swallow his pride and live with the torment of his failures. So, it was decided. The once mighty arbiter Ripomaremi was reduced to a servant, the lowest of the low in the Covenant hierarchy. The hierarchs dismissed him from their chamber with a wave of their hands, emphasizing his insignificance. Yet, as he was led away by the guards, Mercy discreetly moved aside to follow them. He waited until they were out of earshot before he spoke to Ripomaremi. If you wish to live and regain your honor, I suggest you take this punishment and turn it against the hierarchs by achieving something so great that even we cannot dismiss it so lightly, Mercy whispered. Ripomaremi grunted in acknowledgement but did not look up from his bound hands. He wasn't sure if Mercy was using him for some hidden agenda. But it didn't matter. This was his only way to redeem himself, or perhaps there was something else that he could do. With a final glance at his former position of power and prestige, he set off on his new mission as a mere servant. His mind raced with plans and strategies, promising himself not to disappoint this time around. Meanwhile, Mercy had returned to the chamber where Truth and Regret were still there talking. Secretly the two had their suspicions about Mercy and his plans, but things like that was common among the three of them. So the new arbiter will be Kagavotomi, a very capable commander who is known for his clever tactics and strategic mindset. I believe that he can guide us to victory, Truth announced. Mercy nodded, feigning approval while inside he seethed with indignation. The three hierarchs always operated in a delicate balance of power, and this move was clearly another subtle maneuver by Truth to consolidate his dominance. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. But let us not forget how the humans have in their possession two holy relics. Where did they get it from? Questioned Regret. Mercy turned to Regret and looked down on him after he just asked a question that he knew not even they had the answer for. Obviously they found them on some world, but then that brings up the question, are there more of them? The three of them sat in discussion talking about how the humans have access to holy relics. Once they were done, they had brought in the new arbiter. Arbiter Kagavotomi was brought before them and ceremonially granted his rank. Mercy watched him with a cold, unreadable gaze. He made no show of approval or disapproval and let the ceremony run its course. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Axel was looking over the report on the MCUs. With the increase in factories, the UNSC was able to produce the 300,000 MCUs within 10 months rather than a year. So, Axel would continue to have the factories producing MCUs until the 12-month period is over. The MCUs produced during this time would be utilized for military purposes. The construction of the megastructure had also been proceeding on schedule. But due to the massive number of resources needed, it was instead estimated that it would finish being built within a year and a half. Which is nothing to worry about, since an extra 6 months won't affect anything as long as they have the dreadnoughts they can defend worlds against Covenant invasions. At the same time, the Spartan 3 program had kicked off and was using Axel's new appearance as a motivator for recruitment. After he took over the Rebel, Axel had returned to Earth and was asked to appear in front of some reporters concerning him not appearing physically in public for over 6 months. So when he first appeared naturally everybody was shocked about his new appearance. He stood towering over everybody and was often compared to a titan by some reporters. When they asked how he got this way, he could only tell them that it was classified. They tried to press for more information, but he just wouldn't give them anything. Then a week later the announcement of a new military program called the Spartan 3 program was announced to the public to increase recruitment. The image was of Axel's new towering appearance and had the slogan "Become the Titan of Tomorrow. Join the Spartan 3 program." The image was broadcasted on every channel, every billboard. It had become a symbol of hope, strength, and unity. The first batch of recruits for the program who passed all the entrance tests numbered 500. And that number kept increasing as the days went by. Axel didn't forget about the original Spartan IIS as he wanted them to be the first to receive the gene seed enhancement. Then on a later date when he completes his own version of the Primaris gene seed, he would give it to them. And since the Primaris was based off the original gene seed, then it would not affect them when they are upgraded with the Primaris gene seed. In fact, it would probably help that they don't need to go through the entire process from step 1. A/N, just some random quote from The Art of War. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Sun Tzu. The Art of War. Chapter 66, Chapter 65. But not before they had found something from one of the slip space drives that they had gotten from the insurrectionists. While the slip space drive was worn down and old, they had managed to get 8 locations of human worlds from the drives. But he didn't want them to be defeated once again, so withheld the information while secretly he planned to gather a massive fleet to start attacking these locations. Despite his belief that humans were feeble and inferior, he could not deny that his assumptions had been completely overturned. Despite facing numerous challenges, the humans had shown incredible resilience and refused to succumb to their potential extermination. He had heard of a rumor of a suspected human leader who was the main person responsible for the Covenant losses during the start of the war. His agents have been collecting information from the human outer colonies, and the identity of that person would soon be revealed. Once he learns the identity of the human leader, then he would make that person his main target to rid the humans of a capable leader and deal with a constant problem that kept interfering with his plans. He spent days submerged in his ceremonial psychic pools, eyes half closed, purple lips murmuring ancient prayers. He called for help from the ancestors, the holy martyrs of the Covenant who had struck down countless enemies. His essence swirled with theirs, their collective wisdom aiding him in formulating a grand plan. Meanwhile on Reach, Axel had visited the headquarters of the Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI. ONI headquarters was called Sword Base, and it was where the main operations and such were conducted from. Usually, you could find the Commander-in-Chief of ONI, but considering Axel was the Commander-in-Chief and the Chairman made it difficult for him to be always present within the base. But a few things had popped up that he needed to be informed about, and since he had time, he decided to hear the information during a face-to-face meeting. The first person he would be meeting with was Catherine. She had returned from her time at the research facility on Trove and had gotten some information on how to stop a dangerous organism that the Forerunners refer to as the Flood. Of course, Axel was interested in this information since the Flood would be a major threat in the future and he had yet to take measures to prevent the organism from spreading once it eventually came about. Second was Section 0, who oversaw internal investigations which involved rooting out and eliminating illegal programs and monitoring ONI personnel to prevent corruption from within. Third was ONI Section 1. Section 1 is the proper intelligence gathering branch of ONI. As such, the section's services are most often utilized by UNSC forces. Its responsibilities include information gathering and code breaking through military espionage. Information released by Section 1 includes evacuation notices for colony worlds and Covenant force deployments. It is also responsible for covering up all information on locations ONI wishes to keep hidden from the public eye. Fourth was ONI Section 2. Section 2 is the propaganda branch of ONI. They are also responsible for psychological operations. Overtly, however, Section 2 only deals with external communication and public morale. It handles communication between colonies to reduce the spread of rumors and information that would damage morale. Under orders of Axel, Section 2 was responsible for releasing details of the Spartan 2 program to the public to boost morale throughout the colonies. Once information about the Spartans was released to the public, Section 2 would have to maintain the Spartans' near-mythical status within the military by listing those killed in action as missing in action. Thankfully so far, no Spartan IIS had died yet, so they haven't had to list any as missing in action. Next was ONI Section 3, which is the department that Axel is the head of on top of being the Commander-in-Chief of ONI. Section 3 is responsible for the development of the MCUs, creating and developing the successful Spartan 2 program, and several black operations. Within ONI its reputation was widely known mainly for its accomplishments with the MCUs, and the Spartan 2 program, since the black operations weren't exactly known to others. Next was Section 4, which is a clandestine survey group employed by ONI for the reconnaissance of new worlds, alongside conducting xenoarchaeology efforts. These efforts are used by ONI to claim new worlds for their own personal use, without oversight of the unified Earth government. There were also a few other subdivisions within ONI that performed various other operations and missions and such, but Axel was not here to see them. As soon as his Pelican landed at Sword Base, outside a line of soldiers was already lined up ready to greet him. It was to be expected, as this was his first time visiting Sword Base. He was the chairman of the UNSC, a high-ranking admiral, and a known hero for humanity. As he exited the Pelican, the line of soldiers had all snapped to attention and performed a salute. Among the group, Axel had noticed some Spartans lined up as well. He immediately recognized them as members of Blue Team. He knew that they would be here, and he planned to meet them, but he didn't know that they would come greet him as soon as he arrived. At ease, he stated as he began to walk down the line until he stood in front of one particular Spartan. "Master Chief, it's good to see you again," said Axel as he looked at the other Spartans. "I did not forget about the rest of you, I remember each of your faces." The Spartans wanted to smile at his words, but they maintained their military professionalism. "I trust you all have been taking care of yourselves, yes?" Axel continued, his gaze drifting along the line of soldiers as the Spartans nodded in unison. "Yes sir, John 1:17, the Master Chief," replied confidently. "We've been maintaining our training schedules and have participated in many battles in the outer colonies, helping to evacuate civilians and reinforce military positions." "Excellent," Axel approved, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, showing a satisfied smile. "I have heard of your achievements, they are what I expected from all of you." Next, he turned to a tall woman who stood next to John 1:17. Her icy blue eyes stared directly into his chest as he was much taller than her, who was already around 7 feet. She had read about his new appearance in the news but didn't think that he was that much taller than a normal Spartan. "Spartan 087, Kelly," he addressed her. "Sir," she answered, her tone firm yet respectful. "I've been hearing stories about your speed on the battlefield. Keep up the good work." "I will, sir," she said as she was about to open her mouth to say something else but ended up not saying anything. Axel had notices this and was curious on what she wanted to ask. "If you want to ask something then go ahead, Kelly." "Sir, if I may, how did you get that tall?" asked Kelly as she was curious. At the same time all the other soldiers were curious too. "I can't tell you that right now, but keep in mind that eventually the rest of the Spartan IIS will have a similar upgrade that will make them better," stated Axel as he looked over all the Spartans. "And as for the normal army soldiers, I haven't forgotten about you, your lives are just as important as a Spartan, or at least that's how I see it," added Axel as he looked at the time. "Now I won't hold you for any longer, you are all dismissed," said Axel as the soldiers snapped back to attention. Axel ordered them to carry on, which officially dismissed them back to their duties. After exchanging a few more words with the Spartans, Axel excused himself and made his way into the heart of Sword Base. The multitude of ONI personnel greeted him with respect as he passed by them, some even shaking hands with him before he moved on. Inside the main conference room, representatives from each ONI section awaited his arrival. He sat down at the head of the table and plugged in a small microchip into the table, which allowed Omni to connect to the conference room so that he could monitor the other section heads to see if they were telling him lies or being truthful. "All right, let begin," said Axel as Catherine stood up to begin her briefing. A/N, another random quote from The Art of War. "Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt." Sun Tzu. The Art of War. Chapter 67, Chapter 66. A/N, just finished another 10-hour road trip and now I am back home, so normal updates will return. Catherine stood at the front of the room, facing everyone as she presented her findings. As we delved into the Forerunner data stored on the Shield world, we uncovered a wealth of secrets that have given us a better understanding of their technology. With the assistance of the Forerunner AI, we have also discovered crucial information about a major threat that the Forerunners had to confront, and which still exists on the surface of Trove and possibly other undiscovered planets, Catherine explained as she pulled up images of the planet's surface. Initially, we thought they were just simple parasites that infect any living being in their vicinity. However, our understanding was only partially correct. We now know that these creatures are known as the Flood, and they are a species of extremely contagious parasitic organisms. They reproduce and grow by devouring sentient beings with enough physical mass and cognitive ability. As Catherine spoke, pictures of the Flood appeared on the screen to further illustrate her explanation. Silence fell over the room as the images cycled past, each one more gruesome than the last. Catherine continued, "The Flood displays a horrifying level of adaptability. Upon infestation, they alter the host's DNA, modifying them into various forms best suited for their needs. It became clear that this is not just a mere parasitic infection, but also a form of weaponization. The Flood does not simply kill their hosts, they consume every bit of organic matter and then repurpose it to serve their needs." A wave of whispers spread across the room as Catherine concluded her presentation. Some were in disbelief, others tried to brush it off. But this information wouldn't have been presented if there wasn't significant evidence to support it. Vice Admiral McLean, "I will give Section 4 authority to conduct research on the Flood and discover ways to counter their infection of organics, ways to prevent the infection from happening at all, or ways to heal somebody who has already been infected by them," ordered Axel. While Section 4 is a clandestine survey group employed by ONI for the reconnaissance of new worlds, alongside conducting xenoarchaeology efforts, Axel planned to expand their operation into researching the Flood. Mainly because the other sections had their own responsibilities to take care of and Section 3 was busy with the Spartan 3 program alongside other projects. "Understood, sir," McLean replied. "We'll initiate the procedures immediately and keep you updated on our findings." With that, Catherine concluded her presentation. Next up was Section 0. Colonel Bailey stood up and began his briefing on the internal affairs of ONI personnel. "All we have to report, sir, is that we have arrested almost a dozen personnel who have been found to be collaborating with the insurrectionists. Other than that, no illegal activities within ONI have been allowed," said Colonel Bailey as he concluded his brief and sat down. Yes, it was a short brief, but only because Axel was already aware of the personnel who had been caught conspiring with the insurrectionists. A list of names had been sent to him the previous week which revealed all the people captured. After Section 0 was Section 1. Captain Madison Lee was the head of Section 1 and had walked to the front to present her briefing on the intelligence gathered on the Covenant. Captain Lee plugged a microchip into the desk which brought up a bunch of information regarding military espionage operations that were conducted by Section 1 against the Covenant to gather information on their chain of command. During a mission on Harvest, before our defeat, we intercepted Covenant communications that mentioned two important figures. One of them was identified as the Arbiter, a highly esteemed military position within the Covenant Empire. From what we understand, only individuals from the Sangheili race can hold this title, and it is considered the highest rank one can attain in terms of religion, military prowess, and political influence. The other figure was known as the Prophet of Regret, a name that has been mentioned multiple times but whose significance remained unknown to us until now. The Prophet of Regret holds a prominent place within the High Prophets of the Covenant Empire, and their position entails significant religious power and influence. We are unsure of how many High Prophets there are, but these are individuals we need to monitor closely should their whereabouts become known. Captain Lee concluded her briefing. I agree, these two figures are highly important individuals that we need to try to capture or kill. If possible, capturing even one of them would allow us to extract valuable information about the Covenant, including the location of Covenant space. Added Axel as Captain Lee sat down, allowing the next person to go up. The next person to brief was Director Isamu, the head of Section 2. Sir, before I began, I would just like to thank you for all of your contributions to the defense of humanity. Without your intervention my 2 daughters would have died on harvest, said Director Isamu as he bowed his head. Director, please pick your head up, said Axel as Director Isamu stood back upright. As a human myself, it is only reasonable that I contribute to the defense of our race and push us to even greater lengths, but let's not get sidetracked as I have more important matters to attend to, stated Axel. Of course, sir, replied Director Isamu as he began his briefing on the public morale of the UEG. First, thanks to your appointment as chairman, public morale has been at an all-time high and we are seeing an increase in support for the UNSC and an increase in the number of recruits joining each branch. Our victories against the Covenant within the outer colonies has ensured people that we can protect them and increased the morale of UNSC personnel as well, said Director Isamu as he pulled up a graph where one side had 5% and the other 95%. This graph is from a survey that 80% of UNSC members had taken within the past month. One side is of those who are willing to risk their lives and do whatever it takes to protect humanity, while the other side is those who are not willing to go that far to save humanity. Nonetheless, most people said that they are willing to do whatever it takes, explained Director Isamu. He had originally used this survey to test the morale of those serving within the UNSC, but the result had shocked even him. This is interesting, responded Axel. While he wasn't keen on sending people to die fighting the Covenant who were physically superior than a human, it can't be helped since the Covenant have dozens of races that make up its empire and each race has something unique about them that makes them stronger. At least this shows that the morale is high. Thank you, Director, said Axel as Director Isamu took his seat. Section 4 didn't have anything to report about, so the remainder of the meeting was spent discussing future operations, planning some intelligence gathering missions, and giving new responsibilities to some sections to expand operations. After a few hours of hearing reports, pieced together intelligence, and discussions that led to more questions, Axel had dismissed all the sections. One by one, the officers rose from their seats and left the room, leaving only him and Catherine alone. After everyone had left, she jumped into his arms while he was sitting down. Fortunately, the door was shut, and no one could hear them through its secretive confines. The room was intended for confidential gatherings, designed to prevent any prying eyes from seeing inside. Catherine snuggled into his arms and sighed with contentment. I missed this so much. She noticed how his body had changed since the last time they were together, but it still felt familiar and comforting to her. I missed this too, but let's not stay like this too long or we might awaken something, Axel cautioned as Catherine's cheeks flushed at his words. Ignoring his warning, she shifted to sit on his lap, facing him. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear, you know, Axel, sometimes you should just enjoy the moment and not worry about such things. Hearing this, Axel stood up while holding onto her waist. If you insist, but let's take this somewhere else. Catherine nodded, agreeing with him. He put her down and the two of them walked out of the room and headed towards his quarters located within the building. Meanwhile on Earth, Miranda was sitting in her room working on her homework that her teacher had given her. She always did her work on time and studied almost every day so that she could grow up to be like her father. She was now 7 years old and was already showing signs of her high intelligence. Given enough time and she would be like a miniaturized version of Axel, commanding ships and leading troops to victory. Chapter 68, Chapter 67. 1.5 years later, 2534 April 4. The construction of the megastructure, Star Lifter was complete and had been operational for over 2 months now. When it first began construction there was only speculation as to how many resources it would provide or if it would even operate how Axel said it would. But during the first month the megastructure had proved all those speculations wrong. Within the first month the megastructure had produced a metric ton of various resources which included titanium, iron, platinum, vanadium, osmium, etc. It unfortunately couldn't produce gases as it was originally intended to, but that wasn't a problem as they could mine gas giants for those types of resources. With the new megastructure complete, this opened the door for a lot of things to be built, including the new ships that Axel planned to build. However, these new ships were highly advanced and bigger than normal UNSC ships, so Axel had the Office of Naval Research, which a subordinate command of ONI, come up with a new design for shipyards. With the help of AI, the Office of Naval Research had come up with 2 designs that could both be utilized for constructing ships. Nemesis Shipyard. Nova Orbital Station/Shipyard. The first shipyard was a smaller and much cheaper design that could be built quickly, while the second shipyard was both a shipyard and orbital station that could act as a command station for UNSC fleets. When the designs were completed, construction of these stations had begun. Axel had used this chance to deal with rising unemployment and millions of people who were without jobs due to them evacuating their former planet. Hundreds of thousands of people were recruited and trained prior to the megastructure's completion to fix this problem. Because once the Star Lifter was done being built, they would have a ton of resources, opening a lot of job opportunities for millions of people and providing manpower for all the large-scale projects that were planned. Thanks to corporations who bought materials from the UNSC from the Star Lifter, money was flowing in like crazy, allowing the UNSC to increase civilian jobs and offer a fair wage to everybody. Countless individuals who were once scared and disoriented due to displacement from their home planet now found themselves with purpose and a newfound sense of unity. The process had given them something to believe in again. Even though the UNSC was mainly a military organization, it had taken over control of some of the responsibilities of the UEG to better protect all human worlds from the Covenant. However, at the same time the UEG lost a lot of its authority and influence over the civilian sectors. The balance of power was definitely tilted, yet the transition had been surprisingly peaceful. The civilians, although initially doubtful, have now come to respect and trust the UNSC's guidance more than ever. The tension that existed initially started to dissipate when Axel delivered a planetary-wide broadcast addressing the rising concerns. His heartfelt speech, promising stability and job security, worked wonders in calming the anxious populace. It also gave a much-needed impetus to the workforce, which then saw a surge in enrollment numbers. The rapid mobilization of civilian resources proved beneficial for both the climate of morale and the numerous construction projects. Working day and night tirelessly, the project teams filled with displaced and determined individuals made progress at a pace that surprised even Axel. Each construction worker was given their new space vacuum suit that could be utilized on a wide variety of space work. Space vacuum suit. Mock iterations of the new ship's systems were being taught to the Navy personnel in training and a few active duty officers already serving aboard other UNSC vessels. It would take time to build ships to replace the current UNSC fleets, so in the meantime those not on deployments would undergo the training. Besides the civilian improvements, Axel, alongside a few engineers, created the next generation of weapons for the UNSC, which involved energy weapons. As of now only a rifle and pistol was created for infantry to use, while other more destructive weapons were still in development. Energy rifle. Energy pistol. Unlike other military equipment, Axel had put a restriction on the energy weapons to only allow the UNSC to develop them. This way they won't fall into enemy hands until the insurrectionists are dealt with. The Spartan 3 project was a success, and it created thousands of Spartans enhanced with the gene seed surgery, making them stronger than the previous project. Spartan IIs had their own armor separate from the Spartan IIS, which is far stronger than the Spartan 2 armor. Spartan 3 armor. And with thousands of new Spartans, Axel created the new Spartan Operations branch of the UNSC, which would oversee all Spartan operations. The Spartan Operations was created as a sub-branch of ONI, with the Commander-in-Chief of ONI being the de jure leader for the branch. Axel didn't forget about the Spartan IIS either, as they had also undergone a different gene seed enhancement that was superior to what the Spartan IIIs got, but not as strong as his own. They were taller and stronger than the Spartan IIIs, making them the most elite force the UNSC currently had. In addition to the Spartan enhancements, an enhancement for Marines and Army members was almost done being developed, as well as an overall population enhancement that would be implemented at birth to help the child grow into a new human. Unlike the surgical enhancements that the Spartans go through, the enhancements that would be implemented for civilian use was only a genetic enhancement to improve the next generation of human growth. The ones for the Marines, Army, and Air Force would have the same effect, but instead of increasing their height, it would only increase their overall physical attributes, reaction time, reflexes, and eyesight. Officers would also undergo a weakened version of the Spartan augmentation that would only enhance their ability to make tactical and timely decisions. The enhancements would vary depending on the branch. Naval officers only needed to command from their ship, while Marine and Army officers were on the front lines, so they needed more physical enhancements. The Air Force would need enhanced reaction time, reflexes, eyesight, and strength to be able to better control fighters, transport ships, dropships, etc. It was a lot to make several different enhancements for each branch and then test them to make sure they work. Then you had to consider what if some people's bodies were incompatible with the enhancements, or they couldn't handle it at all. Which is why more time was needed before they could be released for wide use. Lastly, Catherine had undergone her own gene seed enhancement. While not as powerful as the other ones, it still improved her cognitive ability further than what she already had, while offering her an extended lifetime. In a few decades, Axel wanted human life expectancy to increase to that of hundreds of years to help with the growth of population in the future once the Covenant was dealt with. Chapter 69, Chapter 68. Taylor had finished his training to become an officer and was awarded the rank of lieutenant because of his prior field experience. 5 centuries ago, when humanity hadn't explored the stars yet nor invented space travel, officer candidates were generally chosen from a younger group of people. However, ever since 2489, the UNSC mandated that all applicants for officer schools must have some form of field experience, as they would be responsible for managing irreplaceable military equipment and personnel, and later the lives of civilian populations. Thanks to that and him graduating at the top of his class, Taylor was able to gain the rank of lieutenant after his graduation and went on to a secondary school to advance his education. Talia, on the other hand, was captain of a UNSC frigate and was part of a battle group deployed in the outer colonies. She had participated in 3 battles against smaller Covenant ships such as frigates and corvettes. She had assisted her superior officer in planning numerous counterattacks against Covenant fleets and had received a recommendation for promotion. As they strolled down the corridors, Talia and Taylor exchanged stories of their individual journeys since parting ways. Talia recounted her time commanding a ship and leading the fight against the Covenant, while Taylor talked about his time at officer candidate school and the extra attention he received because of his close relationship with Axel. After a few minutes of walking, they had arrived in front of Axel's office door. The office was a see-through room, and inside Axel could be seen talking to a familiar MCU that the two of them recognized. Axel had noticed them at the door and had motioned for them to come in while he continued his conversation. "When you find them, Commander, I want them taken alive. We need to interrogate them and find out more information about their cell," said Axel, referring to a new insurrectionist's cell that was discovered on Leuton from an intercepted communication. "Admiral, I will find them and bring them in alive," responded Hammer, who was now a part of a special operations team working alongside ONI agents and other special forces to track down and located insurrectionists' cells in both the outer colonies and inner colonies. "All right then, that's all I have." Dismissed. Commander Hammer performed a salute before he turned around to leave. But before he left, he looked at the 2 familiar faces in front of him and greeted them. "Long time no see, Captain Talia and Lieutenant Taylor," said Hammer. Same here, Commander, I wish you luck on your mission, said Talia, not wanting to hold him up. Same here, Commander, maybe next time we can catch up, added Taylor. Only time will tell, responded Hammer as he walked out of the room and down the corridor. Meanwhile, Axel had stood up to greet his two old subordinates, as it had been years since they saw each other. Seeing his towering figure, the two of them gulped their saliva, as he looked like a titan compared to the two of them. Nice to see the both of you again, it's been a while since we were all together like this, said Axel as he smiled at the two of them. Indeed, it has, Admiral, Captain Talia responded, returning his smile with a respectful nod. At first, she was a little tense, since Axel was basically like a hero to everybody and was on another level compared to them, but his smile eased the tension and reminded her that despite being on another level, he was still the same person as before. Lieutenant Taylor stood a little more stiffly, clearly still adjusting to the subtleties that came with the rank he had attained. It's nice to be here, Admiral. Axel gestured towards the chairs across from him. Please, have a seat. He turned to his desk and sat back down in his seat. First, tell me about your experiences, said Axel, wanting to hear their own thoughts on the matter rather than what a simple report told him. It was daunting, to say the least, she confessed. Taking command of a frigate, knowing that every single decision I made could have far-reaching consequences for both my crew and the mission, it was a lot of pressure. But I had a great team behind me, and they helped me rise to the challenge. Taylor nodded as he listened to Talia's words. His experience had been similar yet different given his role. Officer candidate school was very rigorous, he said, leaning back in his chair. But it was all worth it when I graduated at the top of my class. My field experience proved invaluable as well during the advanced training. Axel listened intently to their experiences, a small smile appearing on his face. It was satisfying to see his former subordinates flourishing in their respective roles. The future of UNSC seemed a little brighter with officers such as these. That's good to hear. From the reports, it seemed that the two of you received a lot of praise and recommendations from your commanding officers and excelled at your respective roles, Axel commented. Most of it was thanks to me. Learning from you and the experience that I got helped me achieve top of my class in OCS school, added Taylor. Thanks to his decision to become an officer, he felt that his future would be interesting. Yes, it was a very unique experience serving under you who did things that a normal naval officer wouldn't, like leading a special ops operation to attack an insurrectionist's base. Talia was referencing the battle Eridanus II against the insurrectionists and Colonel Robert Watts. Well, this may be an old saying, but a leader should sometimes lead by example, and sometimes sitting in a chair in space watching a battle go on can get boring, stated Axel. Still, I'm glad to hear that from your experience with me that you learned a lot. Axel leaned back in his chair and laced his fingers together. It's officers like you two who will be the backbone of our efforts. The two of them listened closely to Axel as he said that previous sentence. Now I won't waste too much time talking about the past, Axel continued. Soon I will create an officer enhancement similar to the Spartan enhancement, only it won't have all the effects as the Spartan enhancement. Once this is implemented across the UNSC, it will greatly improve all branches' capabilities against the Covenant. Anyway, to keep it simple, I am gathering a particular group of officers to recruit into the new fleet that will be created once the new ships start to finish construction, explained Axel. This will be the first fleet of next-generation ships, and I want to make it the best fleet the UNSC has. Of course, the other fleets will also get upgraded with the new ships, but before that happens, the plan is to create a brand new fleet full of next-generation ships to give relatively young officers to thrive in their roles and prove themselves, continued Axel. Admiral, with all due respect, Talia started, raising a brow, are you saying that we are being considered for this new fleet? Axel simply nodded as he reached out to open a drawer, withdrawing 2 data pads and sliding them across the desk to Talia and Taylor. You're not only being considered, but you've also been selected, he affirmed. Myself and the CNO believe in your abilities and your potential. These are your official orders. Both officers looked at the data pads laid out before them in stunned silence. Glancing at each other for reassurance, they simultaneously reached out and took hold of the devices. As they read the details assigned within, their surprise turned into a mix of pride and anticipation. Taylor let out a low whistle as he scrolled through his assignment. A position in the newly formed Fleet's Special Operations Team? That's a big leap from OCS school. We wouldn't offer it if we didn't think you could handle it, Axel said firmly. I've seen your potential, Taylor. You have what it takes. Turning to Talia, Axel continued, as for you, Captain, you'll be taking command of one of the new generation ships. They're not done being built yet, but once they are done you will be given command of one of them, and probably a promotion considering the time it takes to build them. Talia's eyes widened at this new assignment. She had heard rumors about these ships, state-of-the-art technology, advanced weapons systems, definitely worlds away from her former position as captain of a frigate. And it possibly came with a promotion. Thank you, Admiral. I'm honored, Talia said, emotion making her voice thick. I won't let you down. Axel gave her an encouraging nod. I know you won't, Talia. Taylor cleared his throat, breaking the silence that followed. May I ask who else has been selected for this new fleet, Admiral? We're still finalizing the list, Axel replied, folding his hands on top of his desk. The majority will be announced once we have completed all necessary preparations. A new fleet. This feels like a turning point in the war. Taylor muttered, eyes still on his orders. It is, replied Axel, these next-generation ships will level the playing field in terms of space combat. A heavy silence descended upon the room as the two of them contemplated what this meant, not just in terms of their own roles but the wider implications for humanity in their fight against the Covenant. And what about you, Admiral? Talia finally asked, breaking the silence. What role will you play in this new initiative? To begin with, I will supervise the formation and training of this fleet, stated Axel. Once we're operational, I'll assume command. Talia and Taylor smiled with excitement for their new roles. They were going to be a part of something great. Last thing, there is training for the new ships since they will be different from the current UNSC ships. You two will attend this training alongside other people and learn how the new ships work until they are completed, added Axel. The two of them nodded as the information on the location of the training was sent to the two data pads in their hands. They didn't have any more questions, so after they received the training location, they left the officer eager to learn about the new ships. Once they left, Axel continued strolling through a list selecting some young officers to fill in some of the officer positions within the fleet. For the higher-ranking officer positions, some veteran officers were chosen to fill in these roles to bring in experience to develop the young officers' abilities. Shipyards were already being built above reach to construct these new ships, and plans were already being implemented for the creation of the new fleet. Chapter 70, Chapter 69. Above Arcadia, a Nova orbital station/shipyard was being built and would be a central station for UNSC ships operating within the outer colonies. The planet had been chosen because of its large population. In addition to the Nova orbital station, two Nemesis shipyards were being built next to it so that numerous ships could get repaired as fast as possible, and so when they start to replace older UNSC ships they can do so in large numbers. The new ships would be powered by the recently discovered vacuum energy used to power all Forerunner technology. It offered a significant increase in power to ships, allowing for a wide range of offensive and defensive weapons to be equipped on the ship. Because of this, new weapons for the new ships were created to replace old UNSC weaponry with new ones. New autocannons were created to replace the old ones, with standard autocannons being on every ship, while the heavy autocannons were on bigger ships like battleships, carriers, heavy cruisers, and heavy destroyers. New standard autocannon. New heavy autocannon. A new Mac cannon was also created to replace the old one. This time it was in the form of a turret, getting rid of the need to turn towards the enemy to fire, allowing to be fired in any direction. New Mac cannon. Lastly was the new ion cannon, which main role was taking down shields on enemy ships and disabling systems. The ion cannon was limited with its shots as it would need a few minutes to recharge, so it would have to be used strategically during battles to conserve ion shots. New ion cannon. The missile system of the old UNSC ships was also implemented on a small scale within the new ship's designs. The missile silos would be installed on the top of the ship but continue to utilize old missile technology, as the focus was mainly on the new cannons, which were more effective than the missiles. But the missiles had their uses, which is why they were implemented on a small scale. The first ship, which would be the new frigate-class ship, would be the first to be completed because its size was smaller than the other new generation ships. It would take 2 months to build a frigate, and as of now they only had a few Nemesis shipyards completed. The Nemesis shipyards takes 1 month to reach an operational level where they can start construction of a new ship, meaning that the shipyard will not be 100% completed but will be able to handle the construction of a ship while the shipyard itself is still under construction. Nova Orbital Station, on the other hand, would take 8 months because of its size compared to the Nemesis shipyards and its role. The Nova Orbital Station wasn't just a shipyard but a station that would extend the UNSC's operations in various regions of space. These new inventions for the Navy would increase its firepower against Covenant ships, allowing UNSC ships to fight toe-to-toe with a Covenant ship. Ground combat had not been forgotten either, as the next project that was being worked on was the Titan project. The Titan project focus was on developing a mobile suit that could be quickly deployed on the front lines to perform multiple duties. It would be piloted by a human or MCU and would have an integrated AI to assist the pilot with controlling the large machine. The Titan would be 20 feet tall and clad in titanium armor. This behemoth would sport a variety of weapons systems such as rotary cannons, missile pods, and energy-based weapons that were being developed in conjunction with the new ship cannons. The Titan would be equipped with heavy-duty hydraulics powered by vacuum energy, which granted it impressive agility for its massive size and offered an unlimited operational time. It could traverse uneven terrain with ease and leap across large gaps or onto enemy fortifications, demonstrating an imposing physical presence on the battlefield. The next step was to implement advanced AI systems within the Titan. The AI was designed to work closely with the pilot to manage system operations such as target acquisition, weapon deployment, navigation, and system diagnostics. The AI would also be able to operate independently if the pilot were incapacitated or unable to perform their duties, ensuring that every effort was made to protect the Titan from falling into enemy hands and get the pilot back safely. Complementing these developments on ground combat technology were advancements in personal gear and weaponry for infantry. Energy rifles and pistols were already developed and being produced in factories, but they needed to expand into other types of weapons that offered a greater amount of firepower, such as an energy-powered Gatling gun, energy-powered rail guns, etc. As for training methods, they too were undergoing a revolution, with the advent of virtual reality simulators. They would allow soldiers to experience a vast range of combat scenarios, from space battles to ground incursions, without having to physically be there. These virtual reality simulators would be capable of recreating any environment in the known universe, right down to the most minute details. The soldiers could wear a full sensory suit that would replicate the exact feel and temperature of the environment and deliver a realistic recoil every time a weapon was fired. It would also replicate the feeling when they are shot, thrown to the ground, launched in the air by an explosion, etc. Everything was mental, as they weren't really in these scenarios, but the virtual reality made it seem like they were. However, this couldn't replace actually being on the front lines when the chaos started, but it would mentally prepare them, so they won't freeze up when shots start flying and things start exploding all around them. The UNSC fleet and ground forces were changing, growing stronger and more technologically advanced with each passing year. With these advancements, the outer colonies felt an increased sense of safety and security. News of the Nova Orbital Station and Nemesis shipyards being constructed above Arcadia spread fast among its inhabitants. This gave them hope that they would be able to defend themselves against any future Covenant attacks. Chapter 71, Chapter 70. The humans have repelled most of our attacks already, so why should we send another fleet to attack one of their worlds and risk allowing more ships to get destroyed? Argued a Sanghaili of the Council of Masters. The Council of Masters, also known as a Command Council, is a command body typically active in each Covenant fleet. The council typically consists of high-ranking individuals, including Sanghaili and even Sanshiyuam masters and nobles assigned to the fleet. During wartime, Sanghaili troops are sent forth into battle by the Council of Masters, who typically dictated war needs for the Covenant. The Council also typically dealt with promotions, tactics, operations planning, and other wartime direction, while having the authority to dispatch spies to the battlefield to report on the actions of field commanders, to ensure the officers' reports were not exaggerated for personal benefit, and designate sites of importance for Covenant attack, or reinforce certain defensive positions as needed. With the loss of the fleet of Glorious Interdiction, which was destroyed except for the command ship, the Council of Masters are very cautious when it comes to sending out more Covenant fleets. Even though the current fleet is much larger than the previous fleet, the Council of Masters still didn't know the full extent of the human weapons. The current fleet, called the Fleet of Particular Justice, was commanded by the new Arbiter, Kagavotomi, and contained 60 ships. If we don't move on to the human worlds with this new fleet, then we will risk them becoming too strong for us to take out. We already have 8 locations of worlds which are located closer to their home world. If we attack these worlds, then we can get information on their home world and then strike at the heart of their pitiful race, the Prophet of Truth argued back. If you won't take action, then I will make you take action, added the Prophet of Truth as he waved the Sanghaili off, causing the Prophet's personnel guards to escort him out of the room. As he was being escorted out, Truth had contacted Arbiter Kagavotomi directly. Yes, Hierarch, answered the Arbiter. I'm going to send you the location of new human worlds that I want you to attack and find out information about their home world so we can burn it to the ground, ordered the Prophet of Truth. The Arbiter didn't hesitate and replied, "It will be done, Hierarch." The holographic avatar of the Prophet disappeared from his console as Arbiter Kagavotomi prepared his fleet to attack one of the UNSC's inner colonies. 10 hours later, on the human core world of Actium, the local UNSC defense force was carrying out their typical duties. Within one of the orbital defense station control towers, Lieutenant Killian Maxwell was sitting at his desk monitoring the radar like he does every day. He and his team monitor the radars to detect incoming ships, whether they be Covenant or UNSC. If they are UNSC, then they simply ask them to submit their clearance codes for confirmation that they are not a hijacked UNSC vessel. If they are Covenant, then the orbital defense stations will be activated, and a distress message will be sent out to CENTCOM stating that they are under attack. But that has never happened since the start of the war, and he didn't expect it to ever happen since they were a part of the core worlds, which are tightly protected and have not been attacked a single time by the Covenant. It was around 12 noon and he had started to get a little tired, so he and his friend since OCS school, Lieutenant Sarah Scott, had walked to the mess hall to grab a coffee. Once they got their coffee, they decided to stay and chat for a bit. "So how is everything going on with your wife?" asked Lieutenant Scott. Lieutenant Maxwell sighed. "Since it was nothing good after I kicked her out for cheating on me, now she is filing for a divorce and has threatened to take the kids and marry the new guy that she is with." Lieutenant Scott patted his shoulder lightly. "That must be stressful to deal with all of that, then have to come into work. Did you not request some time off to relax?" "No, because that would only make it worse, since I wouldn't be able to keep my mind busy and I would start thinking about everything that's going on, and being at works keep my mind off of it while also giving me a sense of purpose," said Lieutenant Maxwell as he looked to his left at a holographic screen showing an image of Axel with the message, "Today's accomplishments were yesterday's impossibilities." Lieutenant Scott looked where he was looking and nodded in agreement after seeing the message. "He's an inspiration to all of us within the Navy right now. Hopefully one day we can meet him." Lieutenant Maxwell nodded in agreement, as meeting him would probably be the greatest thing that he would ever have accomplished in his lifetime. The two of them chatted for a few more minutes before the facility alarm sounded. "Alert! Alert! Covenant fleet approaching, all staff report to their assigned stations," said the AI program as it repeated the same message once again. "Oh, "Shit, not now," said Lieutenant Maxwell as he and Lieutenant Scott put down their coffee and ran back to their stations. "You think the Covenant is really here, or is it just a drill?" asked Lieutenant Scott as her heart was beating faster than it normally did as they ran through the corridors. "I don't know," Lieutenant Maxwell stammered, his mind racing with fear. "But we need to be prepared either way." He caught a glimpse of the panic in Scott's eyes. They had trained for this dozens of times, but still nothing could prepare a person for the real thing. Despite the fear and panic, their bodies still moved and their minds focused, showing their discipline. As they burst into the command center, chaos reigned supreme. The room was abuzz with activity, monitors were flashing red as the technicians scrambled to determine the severity of the impending threat. Overhead, the AI continued its warning, "Covenant fleet approaching." Maxwell hastily took his place at his terminal and punched in his access codes, his eyes frantically scanning the data presented on the screen before him. "What's the situation?" he demanded, glancing towards Sergeant Collins, who stood nearby, barking orders at flustered staff members. "Exactly what it sounds like," Collins replied, grimacing as he looked at his own display screen. "We've got multiple hits popping up on radar." With trembling hands, Maxwell turned back to his console to examine the incoming data. A chill ran down his spine as countless red blips appeared on the map of their star system, each one signifying a Covenant ship. In the next moment, the colonel in charge of their team barged in. "What's the situation?" asked Colonel Allen. "We're looking at a major Covenant invasion, sir," Maxwell responded, his voice tight with tension. "Multiple signatures on the radar, at least 60 ships. They've caught us by surprise." Colonel Allen's face paled as he processed the news. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves and ran a hand through his graying hair. "Are the orbital defense stations active?" "Yes, sir, they are," replied Sergeant Collins, who had already activated the orbital defense stations. "All right, good. Has the distress signal to CENTCOM been sent?" asked Colonel Allen. Lieutenant Scott, who was sitting down at her desk, replied to his question, "Yes, sir, but I am getting some sort of interference from the Covenant fleet. They might be jamming our communications, I'm not sure." "Damn it," Colonel Allen muttered under his breath. "Try to recalibrate the signal, Lieutenant. We need to get the message out." Lieutenant Scott nodded, her gaze unwavering as she focused on her task. "Working on it, sir." "Sir," Lieutenant Scott called hesitantly from her station, her voice shaky but clear amidst the chaos. "We've just received a communication from one of the Covenant ships." Allen's brow furrowed with confusion. "What? What do they want?" This was highly unusual. Covenant never attempted communication before an attack. "I'm not sure," Scott replied, apprehensive. "Would you like me to play it?" The colonel nodded emphatically. "Do it." A moment later, a hologram flickered into existence above the central console, an alien figure dressed in ornate armor decorated with strange glyphs. The room fell silent as everyone turned to face the image of Arbiter Kagavotomi. "Greetings," the hologram spoke in a guttural but precise English, its tone condescending and filled with contempt. "I am Arbiter Kagavotomi of the Covenant Empire. Your end is nigh, humans. Pray to your gods, for they are your only hope now." The communication cut out as the room erupted into whispers and murmurs. "Silence," barked Colonel Allen. The room immediately quieted down. "Let's focus on defending the planet. Contact the Lieutenant General and coordinate our intelligence with them." The various staff and officers started to focus on their respective jobs as they needed to focus on defending the planet. The Lieutenant General in charge of the ground defense was contacted as they started to coordinate their intelligence efforts. A few minutes later, Actium space above was lit up with explosions and cannon fire as the orbital defense stations engaged the Covenant fleet. The orbital defense stations put up a formidable fight but were heavily outnumbered and eventually began taking damage. An hour later. "Sergeant Collins, what's our status?" asked Colonel Allen. "Orbital Defense Station Gamma just went dark," Collins answered grimly, frustration creeping into his voice. "We've lost too many stations, Colonel Allen clenched his jaw tight at the news. Colonel, Covenant transport ships have made it past the defenses and are entering the atmosphere, reported Lieutenant Maxwell. Coordinate their locations with Ground Forces Command so we can intercept them, ordered Colonel Allen. Lieutenant Maxwell acknowledged his order and sent the data to the Ground Forces Command. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Scott had cut in, "I've got through. The distress signal has been sent." A wave of relief washed over Colonel Allen's face. "Thank God," murmured Colonel Allen. "Reinforcements will be here soon, so let's keep up the effort." A wave of acknowledgements came from everybody in the room as they steeled themselves and focused on their responsibilities. The first invasion of a core world by the Covenant would start to see the new military vehicles put into action. As the Covenant dropships entered orbit, they were intercepted by the new UNSC fighters, but most of them managed to make it through thanks to the supporting Banshees from the Covenant. Chapter 72, Chapter 71. "All right ladies, line up!" shouted Gunnery Sergeant Avery Johnson as a platoon of Marines lined up in front of him. He had been promoted to Gunnery Sergeant following his participation in multiple ground battles in the outer colonies. "The Covenant must have felt my thirst for their purple blood because they just brought me a gift," joked Johnson as he walked down through the line of Marines. In his hands was an energy sword which he was allowed to keep after he was ambushed by two elites and emerged victorious. "An energy sword," he scoffed, "or more like a toothpick for our good friend here." He slapped the back of a towering Marine, who towered over Johnson. The Marine smirked and crossed his arms. "Gonna need a bigger one than that, Sarge." Laughter erupted through the ranks, easing the tension that had been brewing for hours. It was an eerie calm before the storm, and everyone knew it. Johnson deactivated the energy sword and dropped it onto a nearby table. After that he began to pace back and forth in front of his troops, clapping his hands together. "All right ladies, let's get serious. We've got one hell of a fight ahead of us. The Covenant's grunts are tough, but we're tougher. Their elites are strong, but we're stronger. And their prophets are cunning, but they ain't got nothing on our smarts." His charismatic voice resonated strongly within each soldier's heart. The Marines nodded in agreement, as the fire in their eyes was visible. The camaraderie that bound them was stronger than any plasma blast or energy sword swipe. They were brothers and sisters standing tall against an enemy that sought to wipe them from existence. "Now, within our possession is the new weapons that High Command has so kindly given us. An energy rifle and energy pistol. We've all been through the training and simulations, so I won't waste my good-smelling breath to explain it," stated Johnson. "Now gear up. I want every rifle checked and double-checked. Make sure that body armor is strapped tight. And remember," Johnson paused, pointing a finger at each of them in turn, "nobody, and I mean nobody, dies without permission from yours truly. Understood?" "Sir, yes sir," the Marines replied in unison. "That's what I like to hear," Johnson said, grinning. "Let's show these Covenant bastards what we're made of." The Marines scrambled to get ready, checking their weapons and loading equipment onto the transports. The hangar was busy with activity as everybody prepared for the upcoming battle. 12 hours earlier on Actium. "Command, this is Echo Leader, we have the Covenant transports and their escorts in sight, engaging now," said Echo Leader over the radio. He was leading a wing of fighters consisting of 75 fighters. "Copy that, Echo Leader, good hunting," replied a voice from the other side. "This is Echo Leader to all squadrons, everybody knows the missions and the risk. We are to stop the Covenant from landing those transports to give our ground troops time to prepare. Wolfpack will engage the transports, while the rest of us will engage the Banshees," explained Echo Leader. "Copy that, Colonel," replied the squadron leader for Wolfpack. "We may have these fancy new next-gen fighters, but remember that it all comes down to the pilot in the box," stated Echo Leader. With that, the entire air wing started to increase speed to intercept the approaching Covenant transports and Banshees. The sky was painted with a blue glow from the fighters' thrusters as they began their mission. In the cockpit of his fighter, Echo Leader's heart pounded, his hands gripping the flight controls with a determined resolve. The Covenant ships were rapidly approaching, their purple streaks appeared in front of the wing of UNSC fighters as the Covenant descended further into the atmosphere. Wingmen, fall into formation. Echelon right. We're going in hot. Echo Leader commanded as he gritted teeth. He watched as his squadrons skillfully maneuvered into position on either side of him, forming an echelon pattern. Roger that, Echo Leader, replied a younger wingman, her voice brimming with determination and youthful confidence. We got your back. As soon as they got close to the Covenant transports, a hail of plasma fire erupted from the Covenant ships. Evasive maneuvers, yelled Echo Leader. His fighter twisted and turned dodging the plasma fire. Meanwhile, Wolfpack Squadron took their cue and dove towards the enemy transports. Their weapons locked onto the Covenant transports and fired a few rounds of railgun shots and Hellfire missiles at the Covenant transports. I got one. A triumphant whoop came over the COMM channel from one of Wolfpack's pilots as one of the Covenant transport ships exploded in brilliant ball of fire. Good shot, Wolfpack. Echo units, keep those banshees at bay. Echo Leader shouted over the COMM. His eyes darted around the cockpit as he maneuvered his ship amongst the chaotic battle. Echo 3 reporting, heavy plasma fire. Shields down to 30%. A desperate voice came over the COMM channel. Hang in there, Echo 3. We're coming around for an assist, Echo Leader replied steadfastly. The dogfight continued, each second felt like an eternity. Suddenly another cheer erupted over the COMM links, another transport down. That's 2 out of 5. The new fighters had managed to hold their own and even prove their superiority over the Covenant Banshees. Humanity was holding its ground as further Covenant transports were shot down one by one, thanks to Wolfpack's relentless attacks. But the Banshees fought fiercely too, several fighters from Echo Squadron were damaged or lost. After what felt like an eternity but barely half an hour, Echo Leader finally gave a triumphant shout, last transport down. Repeat, last transport is down. A wave of cheers erupted from the wing as they had accomplished their mission. But it was only one victory that only halted the Covenant advance by a little. Over the COMM channel a voice coming from command had interrupted their victory. Echo Leader, RTB to base to rearm and refuel. The Covenant have landed troops while we are still evacuating civilians to another location, ordered the voice. Copy that command, we are heading back to base EDA 20 minutes, responded Echo Leader as he and his wing formed up and returned to their base. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the planet a UNSC garrison was desperately fighting the Covenant, who outnumbered them and were almost about to break through the base. Corporal, get up on that gun right now, shouted Sergeant Harris as he helped another Marine up. Aye, sir, said the corporal as he got on the gun and started shooting at the Covenant. Sergeant Harris was ordered to hold this position to prevent the Covenant from flanking other UNSC forces, but they were being overrun by the Covenant. As he was commanding his troops, he saw a Covenant tank approaching. Private, fire on that tank, ordered Sergeant Harris as the private next to him grabbed his rocket launcher and prepared to fire it. But before he could, a jackal had shot him in the head, killing him instantly. The jackal's sniper had penetrated the private's shield, giving him no chance to take cover and killing him instantly. On the tower behind him a UNSC sniper had took aim and sniped the jackal who shot the private. I got him, Sergeant, announced the sniper. Sergeant Harris didn't waste any time and grabbed the rocket launcher and took aim at the Covenant tank. It was the last shot that was loaded, and he hoped that it would do the job. Once he had the shot lined up, he fired the rocket, which impacted the front of the Covenant tank, but it didn't destroy it as the outline of the tank's shields appeared. Sergeant Harris ducked back behind cover as he started to panic. They wouldn't be able to hold this position without their own armor to contend with the Covenant armor. Meanwhile, a large, armored figure had fell from the sky and landed on the Covenant tank. A corporal who had seen this stopped to look at the scene as all the Covenant force turned their attention to the loud noise that they had heard. The corporal had recognized the armor that the figure was wearing, and his eyes grew wider. Sergeant, look, shouted the corporal. Sergeant Harris had stood up upon noticing that the Covenant was no longer shooting at them and had saw a Spartan on top of the Covenant tank tear a piece of the tank off, grab the tank's crew and threw them 10 feet away from the tank. At the same time more Spartans had suddenly appeared falling from the sky and landed in the middle of the Covenant forces. The Spartans didn't waste any time and started massacring the Covenant forces, who all focused on the Spartans that had just arrived. Sergeant Harris couldn't help but let out a whoop of relief as he saw the Spartans tear into the Covenant forces, their presence turning the tide of the battle. "That's what I'm talking about," he exclaimed, feeling a new surge of hope. The corporal near him simply stood in awe. He had heard stories about the new Spartans, but seeing them in action was something else entirely. Their movements were swift and precise, their strength and endurance unparalleled, and their fearlessness unmatched. He could never see himself standing in the middle of Covenant forces and remaining calm. One of the Spartans leaped high in the air, crashing into an elite. He had fell to the ground as something hard was pressing into his chest, slowly breaking his armor. The Spartan that landed on his had his foot placed on the elite's chest and was applying pressure slowly before he pulled out his energy pistol and shot the elite in the head, killing him. As the Covenant forces began to falter under this new onslaught, Sergeant Harris took advantage of their distraction to rally his men. "All right, Marines. Let's not let those Spartans have all the fun. We've got a job to do," shouted Sergeant Harris, leaving behind the fact that he had lost all hope just a few minutes ago. Combined with the Spartans, the UNSC forces had completely took control of the battle and had started to massacre the Covenant forces. Chapter 73, Chapter 72. The UNSC 7th Fleet had just jumped into the system, and the first thing they encountered was the massive Covenant fleet of 60 ships. Of course, from the distress signal they knew that the Covenant fleet had 60 craft. In response, Vice Admiral Terence Hood was granted special authority to utilize 4 of the Forerunner dreadnoughts in the battle against the Covenant. Vice Admiral Hood took one of the dreadnoughts as his command ship and placed them at the forefront of the fleet. Axel chose 4 dreadnought this time to mess with the Covenant hierarchs. Before they only knew about 2 dreadnoughts, but after this battle, they would be informed about 4, which will start to stir some problems amongst the Covenant leadership. On the bridge of his command ship, Vice Admiral Hood looked at the massive Covenant fleet in front of him and shook his head. "Listen up everybody," spoke Vice Admiral Hood into the COMM channel, which was broadcasting to the entire fleet. "Admiral Woods himself has given us special orders." Vice Admiral Hood paused for a few seconds before he started to repeat the words that Axel had told him to say before the battle. "The Covenant have invaded our world, seeking to conquer and destroy everything we hold dear. But I say to you, we will not cower in fear. We will not back down. We will rise, united, to face them head on. We will not only defend our world, but we will annihilate the enemy. We will fight with courage, with strength, and with determination. We will show them the power of our will, the strength of our resolve. So, I say to you, my brothers and sisters in arms, stand tall, stand strong, for today we fight to defend those who can't defend themselves. Together, we will prevail. Victory is within our grasp. Onward to glory." Vice Admiral Hood had shouted the last part with great conviction. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of cheering erupted from every ship in the 7th Fleet. They were already eager to participate in the battle, but Axel's words elevated their spirits even more. "All ships," Hood ordered after a moment of quiet, his voice resonating throughout the fleet, "all ahead full. Prepare for battle." With an immediate response, the engines of the fleet roared to life in each ship. Every ship capable of launching fighters had launched their fighters, including the dreadnoughts who launched their millions of Despair-class fighters. Meanwhile, on board the Covenant capital ship, Arbiter Kega Votomi was standing on the bridge of his SH Wada pattern supercarrier with his servant, the former Arbiter Ripa Marami, next to him. "Arbiter, those are the ships that I was telling you about. The last there were 2 of them which took my fleet out in minutes, but now there is 4, I don't." He couldn't get his next words out as Kega Votomi hit him in his face, sending him back 5 feet. How does it feel to get hit by your superior while you're trying to give them important information? Must feel nice, right? Said Kagavotomi with a smile on his face as he continued to stare outside the window. Normally Ripamarami would have not allowed something like this to happen to him, but he doesn't have any power right now to fight back. So, he stood up like nothing happened while Kagavotomi turned around. Now, you say these ships are powerful, but there is only 4 of them and I have 60 ships, which is more than enough to take care of them. Shouted Kagavotomi. Ripamarami only shook his head since he knew what was about to happen. Within the next moments the 4 Forerunner dreadnoughts, which had long-range weapons, fired on the front-line Covenant ships, destroying 4 of them with one volley. The explosion had caused damage to the nearby Covenant ships and had got the attention of Kagavotomi as he looked at what had just happened. Interesting, uttered Kagavotomi as he noted the power of the 4 ships. All ships fire all weapons, commanded Kagavotomi as he turned towards Ripamarami, who only stared back at him. He listened to what his servant said and took it into consideration. A few minutes later and the entire UNSC fleet was now in range and fired their weapons on the Covenant fleet as well. In the eyes of the Covenant, the battle was in their favor because they still believed their ships to be all-powerful against human ships despite their previous losses during the beginning of the war. However, on the UNSC side they never even saw the Covenant fleet one equal standing with them. Victory was guaranteed the moment the Covenant invaded one of their core worlds. As the battle progressed, Arbiter Kagavotomi had seen enough to know that they would not win this battle. All ships retreat, he ordered. He didn't consider this a loss, but a tactical retreat to re-evaluate their plan of attack. On board the bridge of Vice Admiral Hood's command ship, the AI had alerted him to the Covenant retreat. "Admiral, they are getting ready for a full retreat," alerted the AI. "Good, concentrate all fire on the nearest Covenant ship to our position, and since it's safe, deploy all drop ships to the surface to assist the ground forces," ordered Vice Admiral Hood. "Aye, sir," responded the AI. Within the hangar, the drop ships were already prepared to go since they exited war speed. They had only been waiting until it was safe to deploy to the surface, except for the ODSTs who were already deployed to the surface. One by one, hundreds of drop ships began to leave the hangars of their ships and proceed into the planet's atmosphere, escorted by fighters and gunships. After a few minutes the drop ships had breached the atmosphere and was now within the planet's atmosphere. At the same time, Covenant Banshees had been dispatched to destroy the incoming drop ships. UNSC Ground Command has been unable to establish control over the skies because of their lack of fighters. The Covenant naturally had more fighters than they already had on the planet, so establishing control over the skies was difficult from the start. As one of the drop ships neared its drop point, it was receiving turbulence from the ongoing air battle between the UNSC fighters and Covenant Banshees. Johnson, who was on board this dropship, had looked across and saw a soldier about to puke from all the turbulence that was going on. "Son, if you puke on my dropship, I may get out of this seat and toss you out myself," shouted Johnson as the Marine attempted to hold in his puke. Moments later the dropships had touched down alongside other dropships and the doors opened, revealing an already ongoing battle. "Let's go, Marines, move it, move it, move it, move it, you sons of bitches, it's time to go kick some Covenant ass," shouted Johnson. "The first one to wet their panties because of some plasma will wish they were dead," added Johnson as joined the Marines in the battle. As the Marines charged out of the dropships, plasma bolts from Covenant grunts and elites zinged past them, blasting large chunks of dirt and debris high into the air. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Johnson's deep voice bellowed again, "Eyes front, Marines! Keep your heads down and your guns up. And for God's sake, don't stop shooting until every single one of them is dead." The Marines gritted their teeth against the heat and the noise. The soldiers moved forward in a staggered line formation, their energy rifles firing at the Covenant forces. The initial wave of Covenant was mowed down under their relentless onslaught, but more were coming, elites, grunts, jackals, all charging forward in a frenzied counterattack. Just as things started to heat up, 12 Spartan IIIs exited their dropship and joined the battle. They quickly pushed to the front lines, causing the Covenant to focus on them. "God damn, take all the fun, why don't you?" commented Johnson as the Spartans basically took charge of the battle. The Marines simply followed behind them, trying to keep up as they advanced forward. "Sergeant Johnson, I think you will like," said a voice over the COMM channel. Johnson looked up and saw a dropship carrying what the Marines nicknamed the Spider Tank because of its appearance. In case anyone forgot, here is the picture of the Spider Tank. "Hell yeah, now that's what I call a Covenant killing machine," responded Johnson as the Spider Tanks were dropped off and had started firing on the Covenant vehicles. Above the planet, Covenant forces had retreated, leaving behind their ground troops a few cruisers which were supporting the Covenant ground troops on the planet. UNSC forces had begun to deploy all over the planet to annihilate the Covenant, with a secondary objective being to capture any Covenant who surrender or have been rendered unconscious. This battle had seen the deployments of various new military vehicles in a real combat situation, which included the new dropships, the unmanned multipurpose military vehicle, Spider Tank, new fighters, new gunships, Spartan IIIs, energy rifle, and the energy pistol. The combat data collected would help develop new technology aimed at fixing the weaknesses of the weapons and expanding on their strengths. Chapter 74, Chapter 73. Vice Admiral Hood's orders were to annihilate the Covenant that had attacked Actium, and he planned to carry out those orders until the end. The ground troops had landed on the planet and begun bringing it back under UNSC control, giving Vice Admiral Hood the opportunity to pursue the Covenant fleet. A few hours after following the Covenant fleet into slip space, the fighters had popped back up on the radar of the ship, which showed them somewhere in unexplored space. "Sir, the fighters have just popped back up on the radar reported the navigation officer. "Where are they at?" asked Vice Admiral Hood. "They are somewhere in unknown space, sir, an area that is not on any of our star charts, but we have the coordinates," stated the navigation officer. "All right, plot a course to those coordinates," stated Vice Admiral Hood as he turned to the ship's AI. "The 4 dreadnoughts will chase the enemy because we are faster, while the rest of the fleet will remain here and assist the ground troops." The onboard ship AI relayed his orders, while the navigation officer input the coordinates into the console. Once he was done, he primed the engines and awaited the final nod from Vice Admiral Hood. Vice Admiral Hood gave the final nod and the ship entered slipspace for a few minutes before they arrived at their destination. As soon as they arrived, they found the Covenant fleet engaging the fighters that had followed them through slipspace. Vice Admiral Hood gave orders to the onboard AI to start firing at the Covenant ships, while he gave orders to the other dreadnoughts to launch all fighters. "Scramble all fighters, prioritize their engines and plasma cannons to disable their ships," he ordered. While he was ordered to annihilate the Covenant fleet, how he went about doing it was left up to him by Axel. And he saw this as a chance to capture a few Covenant to bring back for questioning. As his orders were carried out, the dreadnoughts had targeted and disabled a few of the Covenant ships already, as the millions of Despair-class fighters kept the Covenant fighters busy and targeted the engines and plasma weapons on each ship. To call it a battle would be wrong, as it had turned into a one-sided beatdown, as the 4 Forerunner dreadnoughts appeared to be invincible compared to the Covenant ships. Even the Covenant battlecruisers couldn't do anything to damage the Forerunner dreadnoughts. The technology difference was too much, even if the Covenant technology was higher than that of regular UNSC ships. The battle lasted a mere 30 minutes, as the Covenant had no chance to escape and were ultimately defeated. During the first battle above Actium, the Covenant had lost 15 ships before the retreated, leaving the fleet with 45 ships remaining. Now during this battle, the Covenant fleet lost 20 ships, which were destroyed due to taking too much damage, leaving the remaining 25 ships disabled. On board his command ships, Vice Admiral Hood was standing in front of an MCU who held the rank of captain and was part of the UNSC Marines. Originally, MCUs were ranked and considered part of the UNSC Navy, but because of their wide range of abilities, they were split up between the different branches. MCUs in the UNSC Army and Marines could be regular soldiers, a part of a platoon or squad, or an officer leading its own platoon of MCUs assisting other ground forces. Within the UNSC Air Force, the MCUs were starting to be used as pilots to increase the amount of air support available to ground forces and increase the UNSC's ability to establish total air control over a specified region of the battlefield. Within ONI they were mainly used as security personnel, support active agents during special assignments, and assist during special operations. Lastly was the brand new branch, Spartan Operations. Since the branch was mainly for Spartans, MCUs weren't given roles where they lead a squad of Spartans since the Spartan IIIs were far stronger than them. Instead, they were used in support roles to assist Spartans on the front lines. In front of Vice Admiral Hood stood Spark, the Marine MCU with the rank of Captain. "Captain, I want you to capture any Covenant that you can, but you are allowed to shoot those that resist. Just make sure to capture the most high-ranking Covenant personnel," ordered Vice Admiral Hood. He was already aware of the capabilities of the MCUs and knew that each one of them knew the difference between a regular Covenant soldier and a high-ranking one. "Copy that, Admiral, I'll make sure to go easy on them," replied Spark as he turned around and boarded the shuttle which would take him to the first Covenant ship to board and take control of the ship. Shuttles from the other dreadnoughts also departed as each dreadnought had its own battalions of MCUs. Meanwhile back on Actium the Covenant ships that were in the planet's atmosphere had been taken down, allowing for a full frontal assault on the final Covenant positions. The Spartan IIIs led the way with Marines and Army soldiers behind them while the Air Force was overhead with their fighters and gunships. The fighting had lasted for another week before all Covenant forces were either killed or taken prisoner. The Covenant had just lost another major battle which could lead to a chain reaction within the Covenant Empire that would either break it or severely hinder their ability to continue sending fleets into human space. Vice Admiral Hood had finished his capture of the remaining Covenant ships. They were obviously too damaged to bring back to human space, so instead a salvage and research teams were sent to go through each of the ship's data and find out important information. A single Forerunner dreadnought had remained near the destroyed Covenant fleet while the researchers and salvagers worked among the disabled Covenant ships. Meanwhile, back on Reach, Axel was informed about their victory over the Covenant and the successful defense of the planet. In response he was going to pay a personnel visit to Actium in the next few days to honor those who had fallen during the invasion and those who had risked their lives to defend the planet. At the same time, he would deliver a speech to the entirety of humanity announcing yet another victory over the Covenant and how far they had come thanks to the hard work of each person. However, before he would head to the planet, he stopped by to visit Catherine. Catherine was working in a lab located in the Epis region of Reach. The lab was created inside of a crashed Forerunner vessel that was recently found. Within the lab, Catherine had thought that they could find some useful data within the crashed vessel, as this was the first time they had encountered a crashed Forerunner vessel. After spending weeks decrypting the data, she had discovered navigation data which she figured could possibly lead to another shield world that could contain more data on the flood or lead them to something else. When it came to the Forerunner navigational data, there was never a guarantee of what it would be. Axel had taken the elevator down to the facility as he was taken to where Catherine was at. Once he arrived in her lab, he waved the guards off to wait outside as he entered. As the doors closed, Catherine walked up and tried to give him a peck on the cheek, but he was too tall for her. Seeing this, Axel had leaned down as she planted a kiss on his cheek. "How has Miranda been?" was the first question she asked. Axel responded, "I saw her yesterday and we worked on some of her homework. She didn't really need my help, but it was a nice opportunity to bond." "I see," said Catherine as she looked down with a sad face. "I haven't seen her in a month, I'll need to go see her again, and stop prioritizing my work," stated Catherine. Unlike her, Axel made time to see Miranda by delegating tasks to another person, while Catherine tried to do everything herself. As they were talking, another person walked into the room, interrupting them. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know you were here," replied the person as she didn't know how to react to seeing Axel. Axel extended his hand for a handshake and asked, "My apologies, I was just stopping by to look at some data. By the way, what's your name?" She hesitated out of nervousness for a moment before she grabbed his hand. "I am Professor Ellen Anders, Dr. Halsey had recommended me to become a consultant and work with her on some important data, explained Anders. I see, she has mentioned your name before, and it is always with a note of respect, Axel replied, withdrawing his hand. I trust you're finding the work as exciting as Catherine does. Anders nodded, a bit starstruck that somebody as important as him was showing interest in how she felt about what they were doing. Yes, sir, she responded, the data we're encountering is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I'm glad Dr. Halsey has brought me aboard. Axel nodded approvingly. He turned to Catherine. See, that's the spirit we need, he said lightly, throwing her a small smile. Catherine returned the smile with a nod, a silent acknowledgement of Anders' enthusiasm and dedication. After exchanging pleasantries with Anders, she had showed him the data collected, which gave them navigational data to some place located in uncharted space. This is good, who knows what we will find if we go to these coordinates, stated Axel. I know, I'm dying to go and see what's out there, replied Catherine. Axel had seen that look on her face so many times, and he knew that once she gets that face her mind tends to wander and she forgets things that don't relate to her research. I already have a ship that will take you and your team to this location. It will be the UNSC Spirit of Fire led by Captain James Cutter that will take you to these coordinates, replied Axel. Catherine smiled at the comment. It's always useful to have connections in high places, she said, playfully hitting his arm as she grinned. If you can make jokes, then you can remember to visit Miranda before you leave, Axel retorted in response to her humor with a small smile on his face. Catherine gave a half-hearted salute and replied, Yes sir, I'll take care of it. Seeing this, Axel turned and headed for the door while saying, All right, I got things to do, Anders, make sure she remembers to go and see Miranda, said Axel as he reached the door. Yes, sir, I'll make sure she remembers, replied Anders as Axel left the room, leaving the two of them alone. You know, you can stop being so stiff, he's just one man, said Catherine to Professor Anders. That would be impossible, do you know how popular he is, responded Anders. I don't think a normal civilian like me who has never met him person can act calm when the most powerful person in the entirety of the UNSC walks into your workplace. Better get used to it because he'll be around a lot while we work together, Catherine smirked. She was eager to witness their next interaction, finding it highly entertaining. Chapter 75, Chapter 74. As soon as Axel got close, the officer stood up and handed him a tablet. Sir, here is the report from the recent Covenant invasion, said the officer as Axel grabbed the tablet and started to read the entirety of the report. The beginning of the report was filled with a few pages of logs from major events that took place, which involved recorded COMM-link communications, major battles, and the deployment of forces across the planet. After the logs were the casualty report, which totaled 24,695 military casualties and 152,487 civilian casualties. Over 75% of the casualties reported happened within the first 12 hours of the invasion, mainly due to the UNSC having less defenders on the planet during the initial attack, and the Covenant bombed the planet from orbit. However, these casualties were much lower than the projected casualties, which were estimated at well over 50,000 military casualties and around 200,000 civilian casualties. This showed that the UNSC had come a long way in terms of defending worlds and deploying forces to counter invasions by the Covenant. Normally it would have taken weeks for the UNSC to gather a sizable fleet and retake the attacked planet, which at that point would have already been glassed and abandoned by the Covenant unless it contained Forerunner ruins. But thanks to the revolutionary creation of the warp drive, traveling across space for UNSC ships was much faster now. What would normally take weeks of traveling, could now be completed in hours. After the casualties was the list on the number of equipment used and destroyed so that they could be replaced, and the UNSC can keep track of their military equipment to better manage logistics across every world. The second part of the report was the results of the battle between the UNSC fleet and the Covenant fleet. The UNSC had lost 0 ships during the engagement but had 4 heavily damaged ships. Meanwhile, on the Covenant side, during the first Battle of Actium, the Covenant had lost 15 ships before it retreated. Then during the second battle, the entire Covenant fleet was either wiped out or disabled. Vice Admiral Hood had managed to take a lot of high-ranking Covenant leaders among the fleet's prisoners. Now the last part of the report covers the final days of the battle to rid the planet of the Covenant. After reading the report, Axel pinched his nose and sighed. While the number of casualties was much lower than what they expected, he felt that he could have done more to prevent the invasion in the first place. His focus had been on producing offensive military weapons to help the UNSC during invasions and battles. But he had forgotten about increasing their defensive capabilities at the same time. Sure, the orbital defense stations were part of their defensive capabilities, and they were somewhat effective when not outnumbered, however they needed more. A simple defensive station would not be enough to stop the Covenant, especially if they kept sending larger fleets like they had just done. His preparations and overhaul of the UNSC ships and weapons were not yet completed simply because of the time it took to build things and the number of worlds that needed to be defended. Handing the tablet back to the officer, Axel walked into his office and sat down at his desk. He logged onto his computer and started up the program that he always used to develop new technologies and test them out in simulations before he created the actual experimental version of the technology. Next to his computer, Omni's avatar had popped up as he was curious as to what Axel was going to develop next. "So, Admiral, what are you going to develop next?" asked Omni. Keeping his eyes on the computer screen and his hands on the keyboard, Axel answered his question. "I have been focusing too much on the offensive capabilities of the UNSC that I have forgotten to balance between the offense and defense. Well, without you I think the UNSC would probably be in more of a mess than what they are currently. With you they have saved millions of lives from the Covenant, and you have even managed to defeat the Covenant multiple times now. I don't remember the last time the Covenant succeeded in their goals without you putting a stop to them." Omni had stated his own opinion on the matter after he had read the many reports on Axel's past deeds before he was created and his current ones. He ran simulations on how the UNSC would have been without Axel, and the result ended up the same every time. The UNSC had either lost Earth after decades of fighting or were completely wiped by the Covenant. "That is true, however there's always room for improvement," Axel stated. Hearing this, Omni had pulled up a tab on another screen revealing a new technology. "In that case, Admiral, allow me to assist you." Axel looked away from his main screen and onto the screen that Omni had brought up the new technology. "Taking from your already created technology and utilizing a little bit of my knowledge, I have created a planetary shield structure that could be utilized alongside the vacuum energy in order to create a shield to protect the planet from orbital bombardments," explained Omni. Image here. Axel read through the data on its capabilities and found it to be exactly what he was about to come up with. The planetary defense shield would generate a shield around the world in the time span of 10 seconds, which would prevent anything besides communications from traveling through the shield. Anything that comes into contact with the shield will find itself crashing into a force field that blocked any and all things from coming in. Of course this applied to UNSC ships as well, but there was a way around this which involved a shield gate to allow ships to fly to and from the planet. Fleets would be stationed around these shield gates to defend them during invasions and prevent boarding parties from taking control of them and allowing enemy ships through the shields. "This is great, Omni. This is exactly what I needed," exclaimed Axel. "Thank you, Admiral, I try to be as useful as possible," responded Omni. Axel continued to read through the data before he asked his next question. "What else do you have that you think can be useful?" Omni brought up another technology which resembled a giant cannon. "This is what I call the Iron Defense. It can be built on each world and is essentially a giant Mach cannon that is more powerful and larger than any known Mach cannon right now. One his from this could break right through a Covenant's battlecruiser shield and put a hole through its hull," Omni explained. "Omni," Axel began, his eyes still glued to the screen. "How feasible is it to mass-produce these iron defenses along with the planetary defense shields?" Omni took a moment to consider, running his own internal simulations. The shield would require significant resources to implement on a single planet, particularly dense materials that we have access to thanks to the Star Lifter. Once installed, it should require minimal maintenance and energy to operate. The iron defense cannon is more practical for mass production, as unlike the planetary shield which would require actual testing on an actual planet, the iron defense cannon is just a massive gun that isn't that sophisticated to build. I see, Axel murmured, leaning back in his chair and thinking about these two new technologies. They were promising and he was most likely going to start researching and developing them. And I'm assuming AI can be integrated into these defensive systems? Asked Axel. Yes, a combination of AI with human specialists would increase its efficiency, reaction time, and targeting, explained Omni. Axel nodded, hearing this information. He put the two projects into a folder and sent them to the research department to start researching them and eventually building them onto worlds. Chapter 76, Chapter 75. A few days had passed since the battle over Actium had ended. The planet was finally rid of Covenant presence and back under the control of the UNSC. Reconstruction efforts were already being put into place to help the planet recover from the invasion. Logistics and supplies from other core planets were set up to support the regrowth of the planet. From the outer colonies, which contained most of the UNSC's food production, civilian transport ships were allowed to travel within UNSC-controlled space, lifting the previous restriction placed on them before. This was a way to limit the overextension of the UNSC fleet and allow for the people to travel between the colonies once again. Bringing back trade between the colonies and allowing for corporations to operate on a wide scale across every colony. However, to limit their influence, ONI Section 1 was put in charge of monitoring their activities to ensure that they continue to operate within human interests and to benefit the development of humanity. If they were found to be abusing the rights granted to them to influence the political affairs of the UNSC or to manipulate officials, civilians, and military personnel in any way, then they would be subject to their assets being seized by Axel. With the restriction lifted, the economy of the UEG was expected to steadily rise and stabilize. And to improve that development, Axel had created the Civilian Research and Development Department to enhance civilian technology. The entire department would be a civilian-based research department under the UNSC to develop and distribute new and advanced civilian technology. The department would be allowed to give companies the rights to produce and distribute the new civilian technology in exchange for a small % of the projected income. Though at the same time the Civilian Research and Development Department would be competing against the various civilian corporations and companies who also developed their own technology. At the same time, a few politicians within the UEG have started to voice their complaints about the military government, which has effectively stripped the UEG of all their authority and made the military humanity's primary government. They claimed that the war was not as bad as it was initially and said that the war was already under control and the UNSC didn't need to maintain a military government to protect humanity. Their claims were voiced and heard, but not many people listened to them, mainly because of the amount of trust that was lost between the UEG and the colonies before the Human Covenant War started. For now, Axel simply ignored these politicians but knew that soon enough he would have to deal with them. In the meantime, he finished his preparations for his visit to Actium and was on board a Pelican heading towards the ship that would take him to Actium. Once on board, the ship jumped to Actium, which took about an hour. After arriving in orbit of the planet, Axel could still see the destruction from the Covenant's orbital bombing of the planet. Still, it was better than getting glasses, since that would have destroyed everything on the surface and made the planet uninhabitable for a few years. Taking a Pelican to the surface, Axel had arrived within the main city of Actium. It was a city once filled with the vibrant energy of its citizens, but now it was bearing the scars of the Covenant's invasion. As the Pelican flew over the city, Axel could see the reconstruction of the city already beginning as people were walking around the streets below helping to clear debris, others constructing temporary shelters until they were provided a home. There were even a few children playing amidst the debris, their laughter filling the air, showing that children will always find some way to have fun despite how it looked around them. Upon landing at the UNSC Command Center, he was immediately escorted by the detail of MCUs led by Cassandra 075, or Senior Chief Petty Officer Cassandra, who is a Spartan 2 that has already undergone the new gene seed augmentation. She stood towering over MCUs and walked next to Axel as he made his way towards the front of the building where almost 100,000 people had gathered to listen to watch his speech. As he walked towards the front of the building, the soldiers inside of the base saluted him as he passed them. He was after all the highest-ranking person within the entirety of the UNSC. Before he made it to the entrance, he was greeted by the commander of the command center, Lieutenant General Hopkins. "Welcome to Actium, sir," Hopkins said, saluting. "We've been expecting you." Axel returned the salute and shook Hopkins' hand. "I hope everything is prepared, General," said Axel. "Yes, sir, the crowd is much more than we expected, but with the Covenant defeated, we are able to deploy more men to secure the area so there will be no problems during your speech. And if there is, then we have a plan in place to ensure your safety," stated Hopkins. Not that Axel needed it, but it was always good to have a plan in place in case something happened. Hearing the response from General Hopkins, Axel chatted for a few more minutes before heading outside the front entrance of the command center where the massive crowd was waiting on him. As soon as he emerged, a wave of cheers and shouts erupted from the crowd. Axel stepped up to the makeshift stage, set up in front of the command center. He raised a hand, and gradually, the cheers and shouts died down to a quiet murmur. "My fellow citizens," he began, the sound of his voice amplified by the COMM system, and the cameras broadcasted the recording to other planets live. "I stand before you today as not as a symbol of victory, but as a representative of hope in the face of despair." He took a moment to look out at the crowd. Each face had the appearance of fatigue but was also filled with anticipation. "The scars that mar this city are a testament to our perseverance in the face of the enemy that seeks our annihilation. They will be reminders of our resilience, our tenacity, and our strength. We will rebuild not just because we must, but because it is who we are." He paused again, letting his words resonate in the silence. "We've never been a species that shies away from adversity. We've never been a species that backs down in the face of a challenge. And this," he gestured at the surrounding cityscape, "this is just another challenge." The crowd was silent now. Not even the faintest whisper could be heard over Axel's words. "But we do not face this challenge alone," he continued. "We stand united as a species. Today we begin rebuilding Actium, but our efforts will not stop here. We will rebuild every planet, every city that has been devastated by this war. Not just to restore them to their former glory, but to make them better, stronger. We are not simply surviving, we are thriving, growing, advancing." A wave of agreement went through the crowd as he continued. "Our plan is not only to recover from the ravages of the war but to use it as a stepping stone to propel humanity into a new era of prosperity and technological advancement. The establishment of the new Civilian Research and Development Department is proof of our unwavering determination. Underneath your very feet, even now, plans are being made and executed. Efforts are being coordinated to rebuild this once vibrant city brick by brick. The rubble around us isn't a symbol of defeat but a foundation for a more prosperous future. I've heard the complaints voiced by some politicians about our current military governance. They claim that the war is under control and that we don't need such measures anymore. To those people I say this: the peace you enjoy today is not merely a result of victory in battlefields but also because of this system." He let his gaze sweep over the crowd, as his expression softened slightly. "As your leader, it's my duty to ensure your safety and ensure our species' survival. I promise you this: the day we no longer need the military governance, I will be the first to propose its dissolution. But until then, we must remain vigilant and united under this system." A murmur of agreement traveled through the crowd, as many nodded their heads in understanding. "Some of you might feel that your freedom is being curtailed by military rule." He sighed heavily. "It's an understandable sentiment. However, our primary goal is to ensure the safety and survival of humanity. And for that, we need a united front and a stable government more than ever." He paused momentarily, letting his words sink in. Then he continued. "I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. Today we stand united and strong, ready to face whatever challenge may come next. The crowd erupted into loud cheers and applause that reverberated through the air. No matter what challenges or obstacles we may face in the future, he continued once the applause had died down, we must always remember one thing: we are humanity, resilient, unyielding, and unbeatable. Above all, he said, raising his voice for his final words, we are not just survivors looking to endure another day. We are pioneers, lighting up the darkest corners of space with our unwavering spirit and indomitable will. The crowd exploded into cheers once again, their voices echoing through the ruins of the city. We will move forward with resolve, he declared. And it is my honor to lead you into this future. Again, there was applause from the crowd. To conclude this speech, let's take a moment of silence for those who could not stand with us today, said Axel as he closed his eyes and bowed his head. The crowd followed suit and gave the moment of silence for the fallen. In this moment Axel had just delivered a speech that would forever be remembered in history as the first of many to come. Following his speech, Axel had informed the crowd and people about the changes involving travel between colonies and talking more about the newly established Civilian Research Department offering more insights to various companies and corporations. A/N, upcoming will be a major change within the next 5 to 10 chapters evolving around the UNSC and UEG. Option 1 is Axel will establish a new elected position of Emperor that will replace the President of the UEG and officially put him power. The position will be until death, where a new ruler will be elected. The parliamentary and such will still exist. Option 2 is Axel will allow the UEG to gain its original powers and authority back, while maintaining his current position within the UNSC as well as his influence and authority. Option 3 is Axel will use his popularity and control over the media to force a reorg of the UEG, where he will establish a new government ruled with him as the Lord Protector or Emperor, essentially at the center, and integrating the UNSC into this new government. Basically, the Emperor of Mankind route without claiming the title as the true Emperor of Mankind might cross the multiverse to get rid of a false Emperor of Mankind. Chapter 77, Chapter 76. Before the fleet was destroyed, the Arbiter sent this message, said a Shanghai High Counselor who was sent to represent the other counselors on this matter. In front of the three prophets, a holographic avatar of the Arbiter appeared. Hierarchs, I have failed in my mission to invade the human world. They appeared to be more resilient than we expected. After penetrating their defenses above the planet, we sent ground troops to land on the planet, which encountered resistance from the planet's defenders. The humans appeared to use new weapons which we have not seen used before. Because of this, our initial landing was intercepted and even halted in some places. And in places where we did land, the humans managed to hold us at bay until the human fleet appeared a few hours later. Within the human fleet, we encountered not 2 but 4 holy relics which were too powerful and had destroyed 15 of our ships before I ordered the fleet to pull out. Now we are sitting somewhere in space planning our next attack, reported the Arbiter as his avatar disappeared. Not 2 but 4 holy relics, murmured Regret. The continuing resistance of the humans were getting in the way of his plans. The destruction of this fleet is all because the 3 of you ordered the Arbiter to attack the human world. The High Council will remember how the hierarchs ignored the High Council to advance their own plans, voiced the Shanghai High Counselor as he stormed out of the room. There was beginning to become a great divide between the hierarchs and the Shanghai High Counselor, who believed the hierarchs to be overstepping their authority and costing the Covenant Empire numerous ships and hundreds of thousands lives. The High Council had been starting to doubt the hierarchs' decision to wipe out humanity, claiming it to be for their own agenda. However, they had no supporting evidence that could help them remove the hierarchs from power. The Prophet of Regret turned his head towards the other. Our divine cause comes first. We cannot let the High Council undermine our progress. But at what cost, said the Prophet of Mercy, his voice weary. We have lost too many lives, we must reconsider our approach. Regret's eyes flared with anger. You sound like a coward, Mercy. This is not a matter of want but of necessity. Humans are a threat to our existence. Their existence will undermine thousands of years of prosperity and threaten the existence of the Covenant entirely. The Sangheili are becoming more difficult to control and they have failed us many times during this war. Perhaps it is time to replace them with a race that we can control, suggested Truth. Mercy immediately voiced his opinion no. That would be a violation of the writ of union and it would invite a civil war to happen which would destroy the empire from the inside. We are already on the brink of that war, Truth countered, his tone steely. The Sangheili High Counselor's accusations of overreach are just the beginning. Our leadership is being questioned. We must act decisively. As he finished speaking, a holographic image appeared before them, showing a myriad of star clusters and systems. A few were highlighted in red. These are the locations where our fleets have been destroyed by the humans, Truth continued. With each victory they grow confident in their ability to resist us. Regret stared at the image thoughtfully. And what would you suggest? He asked, keeping his voice neutral. I suggest we employ the Jiralhani, Truth said. They are strong, loyal, and eager to prove themselves worthy of our cause. But can they be trusted? Regret asked doubtfully. They have always been a brutal and unpredictable species. True, Truth conceded, but they are also easily manipulated. Their desire for power and recognition is their weakness. We can use that to our advantage. Mercy was silent for a time, considering this new strategy. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. It is a risky move, but we cannot allow the humans to continue their outrageous defiance. Their resilience is admirable, but it endangers our great purpose. Regret added, his voice heavy with decision. We shall proceed with this plan then. He cast one last look at the holographic image, pondering on the gravity of their resolution. However, it may be wise to delay implementing this plan until the current tensions with the Sangheili High Counselors have subsided. We should focus on securing the allegiance of the Sanshiyuam High Counselors first, as we progress with our plan. Once we have their support, we can proceed with replacing the Sangheili military leaders with the Jiralhani and gain a loyal ally for our strategies, suggested Mercy. Truth and Regret agreed, hearing Mercy's suggestion. This way they would avoid a potential civil war and secure a loyal race to command. An uneasy silence descended upon the room, filled with the weight of impending change and the tension of unspoken fears. Regret finally broke the silence. This will not be an easy path. We must tread carefully, every step could bring us closer to civil war or victory. His voice echoed in the chamber, a reminder of their delicate situation. Let me handle the Sanshiyuam High Counselors, Truth stated. I have always been persuasive. Mercy looked doubtful but nodded in agreement. Very well. But we must act swiftly and decisively. The humans are gaining ground and confidence with every victory. The hierarchs all agreed, and the meeting was adjourned as they each departed for their separate duties. Regret retired to his private chamber, his mind filled with thoughts of their current situation. He gazed at the holographic image of various human worlds located in the outer colonies, each embedded with Covenant agents. Some agents were working together with small numbers of insurrectionists to stir problems within the outer colonies. But their progress had been extremely slow. The human leader known as Admiral Axel Woods was a very powerful and influential figure who held considerable power within the UNSC, and according to the information that the agents had found out, is the main cause of the Covenant's failed invasions because of his creations. Because of this, the humans were stronger than they had ever anticipated. Their tenacity was admirable yet frustrating, it stood as a roadblock to their divine purpose, their great journey. Meanwhile, Truth ventured into the depths of high charity, ready to use his persuasion with the Sanshiyuam High Counselors. His path was clear now, he knew what needed to be done and he was confident in his ability to guide them on this new course. Mercy found himself alone in his chamber, staring at the holographic image of high charity. He felt a wave of unease thinking about their plan, which would only lead to more bloodshed and chaos. The humans were proving formidable, and the thought of war with the Sangheili was discomforting. How did it come to this? He wondered, his mind drifting to centuries past when peace had prevailed among the Covenant races. A time before humanity's emergence had upset the delicate balance of power and sent them on this bloody path. Chapter 78, Chapter 77. It was about the time that she would usually get out of school and Catherine was planning to pick her up from school. After arriving in front of the school, Catherine waited a few minutes before all the kids started to leave the school. Within the crowd, Miranda could be seen talking to a few of her friends as they all walked out of the entrance of the building. All around the area, undercover agents were watching the area. Their job was to protect the daughter of the chairman of the UNSC while she attended school. Every day the agents would be stationed around the area throughout the day as school went on. Once school was out, Miranda would be picked up by her bodyguards and often transported back to where she was staying. Sometimes she would go to her friends' houses, or her friends would go to her house. Today, however, Miranda was visibly surprised as her mother was waiting for her in front of the car. Her eyes widened at the sight, a mix of excitement and confusion displayed on her face. "Mother!" she yelled as she ran up and hugged Catherine. "What are you doing here?" Catherine ruffled Miranda's hair affectionately. "I thought I'd surprise you," she replied with a soft smile appearing on her lips. "Do you have any plans with your friends after school today?" Miranda shook her head. "No, nothing. I was just going to go home and study." "Well, change of plans," Catherine said with a mischievous look in her eye that hinted at an exciting diversion. "We are going on a small adventure." Miranda's eyes lit up, her homework forgotten. Adventure always took precedence. Adventure was exciting, it was unpredictable, and when paired with her mom, it was nothing short of magical. "An adventure? Where to?" she asked, trying to guess. "It's a surprise," Catherine replied. Nudging Miranda gently towards the car, she added, "Come on." Once inside the car, the bodyguards had driven off as the two of them went on an adventure for the remainder of the day. Miranda had the time of her life as Catherine took her on an adventure and the two of them spent time together. The next morning when the adventure was over, Miranda had to go back to school, but this time, she walked through the school gates with a spring in her step and a secret smile on her lips. All throughout the day, her mind kept wandering back to the fantastic world she had explored with her mother, the hidden coves they had discovered, the strange creatures they had encountered, and of course, the daring feats they had performed together. Meanwhile, Catherine had returned to the UNSC Spirit of Fire and departed for the coordinates that she had gotten. Within the bridge of the Spirit of Fire, Catherine had just arrived on the bridge where Captain James Cutter was waiting. "Are we ready to go, Dr. Halsey?" asked Captain Cutter. Catherine responded, "Yes, Captain, let's get to our destination." Captain Cutter nodded. "Serena, plot a course to these coordinates." Serena, the ship's AI, materialized on a nearby hollow panel. "Understood, Captain," she responded. "Coordinates accepted. Course plotted and locked in." Moments later the ship jumped to warp speed as the stars began to blur and stretch into trails of light as the spurt of fire jumped to war speed. As they were in war speed, Catherine had gone to her lab where Professor Enders was to go over some of the research. The trip lasted 5 hours before they arrived at their location. Once the ship exited warp speed, what they had seen in front of them was something that they had never seen before. It was a giant megastructure built in the shape of a ring. "Professor Enders," Catherine began, her voice barely rising above a whisper. "I see it, Dr. Halsey," Professor Enders responded, her voice carrying an undertone of disbelief. "But I can hardly believe it." The two of them stood there in silence observing the monumental structure. The ring seemed to be deserted with no signs of activity on its surface or any approaching vessels. Captain Cutter's voice broke the silence. "Serena, get me all the data you can on that structure." "Scanning now, Captain," Serena replied. After a few moments, she continued, "The structure appears to be made of materials unknown to our current database. Its size is approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter. No life signs detected." Catherine exchanged a glance with Professor Enders before turning back to Captain Cutter. "I suggest we send out a team for exploration," she proposed. "Agreed, Dr. Halsey. We'll send Red Team, and you will accompany them along with Professor Enders." Quickly plans were laid down, equipment checked, and the team assembled at the hangar bay. In less than an hour after their arrival at the mysterious megastructure they named Halo, Red Team along with Catherine and Professor Enders departed from the Spirit of Fire, making their way towards the giant ring with a sense of thrill and trepidation. As they approached Halo, its colossal scale became apparent. It was a structure of unimaginable proportions, unlike anything they had witnessed in their lives. Well, the Star Lifter was more massive, so they had witnessed something that was more massive than the Halo, but not anything of this size that was built to resemble a small ring-shaped world capable of containing life. After reaching the surface of the Halo, the dropships had landed, and the team had started to create a makeshift base where they landed. The Pelicans initiated the release sequence and dropped the Warthogs onto the ground. Red Team immediately geared up and Catherine seated herself beside Professor Enders in the back seat of the Warthog. The exploration team then roved forward into the unknown territory. A few kilometers inside, they encountered an unusual landscape. The ring didn't appear to be merely a technological construct. Instead, it was a combination of technology and nature. Trees and meadows were interconnected with metal pathways and structures that resembled the Forerunner Shield World Trove. They traveled past towering constructions and through lush groves before reaching a massive cliff overlooking a large portion of Halo's surface. They could see mountains, rivers, even a sea sprawling beneath them, all wrapped around itself in an endless loop. "This is extraordinary," Professor Enders remarked, her gaze sweeping over the landscape in awe. Catherine nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of excitement. "Indeed, it is," she acknowledged, her gaze lingering on the horizon where the ring disappeared into the distance. The sight was breathtaking, a testament to a technology so advanced it appeared as natural as the world they had left back home. As their exploration continued, the team stumbled upon more examples of this remarkable fusion between nature and construction. They discovered clusters of peculiar, shaped structures nestled amidst forests filled with unknown flora and fauna. It was clear that this place was designed as more than just an enormous technological marvel, it housed an entire ecosystem within itself. Over time, their mission became two separate missions which were investigating the technological aspects of Halo while cataloging and studying the myriad alien species inhabiting it. However, despite all these discoveries, there remained no trace of any sentient beings who might have built such a wonder. Chapter 79, Chapter 78. Within this main structure, the team had found a massive control room. Catherine approached the main controls as she was used to dealing with Forerunner technology from her time on the Forerunner Shield world. But before she could touch the controls, a monitor had appeared right in front of her. "Greetings, Reclaimers," called the monitor. "I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark." Guilty Spark had been watching Catherine's team as they explored the Halo ring because of him identifying them as the Reclaimers. Normal protocol would have been to activate the defenses of the ring and order the vessel to jump on light-year away from the ring. However, with Reclaimers on board, his protocol changed, and he allowed them to land on the ring. He didn't guide them as they explored, but he watched and tested them to see how long it would take them before they reached the main control room. And he was quite surprised when it only took them a few days. "Nice to meet you, Monitor. My name is Dr. Catherine Halsey, this is Professor Ellen Anders, and this is my team of scientists here to learn about this Forerunner structure," stated Catherine. "Well, Dr. Halsey, if you wish to know more about this structure, then allow me to tell you," said Guilty Spark as he pulled up some data and displayed it in front of the team. This structure, called Installation 04, is one of 7 Halo arrays or super weapons that have been constructed around the galaxy to deal with the Flood. When activated, the Halo arrays will wipe out all sentient life within the galaxy to stop the Flood from completely taking over, explained Guilty Spark. Catherine had absorbed this information, and she was interested in hearing more about the history of the Halo arrays and the Flood. "Can you explain the history behind the flood?" asked Catherine. "The flood is responsible for consuming most of the sentient life forms in the galaxy, including the vast majority of Forerunners, during the Forerunner Flood War in the ancient past, prompting the activation of the galaxy sterilizing halo array in 97,445 BCE or approximately 100,000 years ago." Guilty Spark gave a brief explanation of the flood and how they were the reason behind the first firing of the halo array. Catherine's mind was racing with questions as well as Professor Ender's upon hearing the explanations about the flood. They wanted to know more about the Forerunners, the flood, an ancient history. Guilty Spark didn't mind telling them about this as he had been alone for almost 100,000 years, so having people to talk to was quite enjoyable for him. Eventually, after talking for an hour, Catherine called for a research base to be set up outside of the control room. They had finally discovered something great, and she wanted to gather all the knowledge she could. Guilty Spark on the other hand was curious as he did the scan of their ship. He also accessed their systems and learned a whole bunch of knowledge about what was going on in the galaxy. He was very interested in meeting the reclaimer called Axel Woods. Meanwhile, back on Reach, the process to replace the UEG government with a new government was underway. Small forms of propaganda reminding people of the UEG's inability to maintain control over the colonies and ensure the security of the people was being advertised by corporations and other civilian companies. In favor of their contracts and to stay on Axel's good side, they had accepted the request to start advertising that information to the populace. ONI oversaw and controlled the information that was being distributed to ensure that the information had proof behind it and was not some fabricated lie that could be proved wrong by politicians. Axel would tread this path carefully, since it could cause the public to become both confused and scared of what this would mean for the future of their system. There was a delicate balance to maintain between asserting new power and reassuring an anxious populace. But by presenting statements, images, and videos of how the UEG was not ready to retake control over the colonies, discontent towards the UEG would spread and eventually turn the populace against the UNSC and force a reorganization without it seeming like he was taking control. Back on Installation 04, Catherine and her team were making astonishing discoveries at each turn. With Guilty Spark as their guide, they managed to unlock secrets about the Forerunners' technology and culture that had once seemed out of reach. Guilty Spark was also finding his own sense of purpose within this newfound alliance. As he observed Catherine's team navigate through the control room, understanding more about them and their world filled him with an unexpected sense of fulfillment. He had been alone for a very long time and being able to offer his knowledge felt rewarding. It was during one of these moments when he found himself recounting the Forerunners' history that he realized how much he missed interaction. With each passing day, their understanding of the Forerunners grew. Yet with every answer they found, new questions arose. What had led to their ultimate downfall? What became of them after they activated the halo arrays? And how had they managed to keep this colossal installation operational for over 100,000 years? Guilty Spark watched as Catherine's team exhausted themselves in their pursuit of knowledge. Despite his function as monitor, he could not help but feel a measure of empathy for these curious beings. They were undeniably intelligent, yet still so limited in their perspective. Outside of the control room, the research base was in its initial stages of construction as Axel planned to make it their main base of operations on the ring. 2 addition ships carrying MCUs for construction had arrived 2 days ago to speed up the construction with additional scout teams to explore the installation. Guilty Spark had restricted the knowledge about the flood containment facilities to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. No matter how careful they were, there is always a chance that when they learn about the flood containment facilities, their drive for knowledge and understanding might cause them to accidentally release the flood, and he could not allow that to happen. As things were progressing on Installation 04, within UNSC space, civilian traffic had begun flowing between the various colonies. However, the process to board them was strict and all civilian transport was required to have thermal detectors and scanners to detect explosives, cloaked Covenant agents, etc. In addition, one must acquire a traveler's pass to be able to travel between colonies. The Traveler's Pass didn't cost any money but just required people to fill out some information before they could be granted the pass. A new initiative was also started, to start reclaiming the worlds lost in the outer colonies. Former colonists for those worlds were offered the chance to return to their world and help rebuild. Majority of people accepted while some refused since their current life was better than what it was when they lived in their previous world. Slowly the UNSC started to reclaim worlds lost to being glassed and discover new worlds within the uncharted regions of space. Teams of specialists and AI were working on the captured Covenant ships to extract the location of Covenant space, while the Covenant prisoners were transported to a special black site on Reach for interrogation. Axel didn't plan on attacking the Covenant directly as they didn't have the means to attack the Covenant within their own space, but eventually he planned to go to Covenant space for some aggressive negotiations. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. Colonies are now more connected than they have ever been in human history. Every day thousands of civilian ships carrying either people, materials, or food travel to the outer colonies to every populated world. Other worlds within the outer colonies which were not colonized were classified as military-controlled worlds and were visited by military transports instead of civilian transports. This brought about a new level of prosperity to all the colonies as unemployment went down, livelihood increased, the threat of Covenant invasions was low, and insurrectionists' activities were little to none. Over the past 2 years, the insurrectionists had been flushed out of their hiding spots within the outer colonies. Some cells collapsed due to not enough members while most were from people on the inside who were caught and interrogated. Worrying about the insurrectionists was no longer a problem for the UNSC now that most if not all of them were in prison. Alongside them, Covenant agents were also caught attempting to sneak onto civilian transports. But they were quickly caught and taken down. A few of them were killed while they tried to escape while some of them were caught and transported to the Covenant prison on Reach. Within the Covenant prison, interrogations were conducted on the Sanghyla prisoners to learn more about the Covenant and their plans. These interrogations, however, were not merely aggressive question-and-answer sessions. Instead, they took on an almost scholarly approach with translators and researchers working to understand the alien race's culture, language nuances, and strategic planning. In their confinement, the Sanghyla prisoners were also subjected to various forms of social interaction with humans. This was a calculated strategy by Axel to assess the potential for peaceful coexistence between humans and Sanghyla. Some showed signs of begrudging respect for their captors, while others remained steadfast in their contempt towards humanity. Meanwhile, a new era of scientific exploration and technological innovation had dawned. The discovery of Forerunner technology on some uncharted worlds had created a need for more research bases and flight plans to uncharted space. This wasn't a problem as the UNSC has a lot of resources piled up thanks to the Star Lifter. Unclassified information on the Forerunners was released to the public which allowed various universities and labs across all colonies competed to decipher Forerunner scripts or reverse engineer their technology for human benefit. More civilian scientists and researchers were recruited by ONI to work at these research bases to study Forerunner technology. Installation 04 would be designated as the main Forerunner research base and would be expanded to house numerous teams of researchers. Eventually colonists would be sent to establish a colony on the installation, but first they would need to conduct more research and studies on the installation as it was classified as a superweapon, before they considered establishing a colony. The military also saw advancements as with the completion of the numerous shipyards within the inner colonies, the brand new ships were starting to replace the currently active UNSC ships. The new ships were not just upgrades, they were a whole new breed of vessel, bristling with advanced technology. The Titan project was successful and had introduced a new mech-style robot that would be operated by a human pilot, or it could act autonomously from the pilot and instead be controlled by the built-in AI. The built-in AI was basically designed to become the pilot's best friend as they would go to battle together so they would learn to understand each other to allow for an increased operational efficiency. The operational efficiency of the Titan was not determined by much the AI and human pilot understand each other, it would only increase the efficiency of the Titan, allowing for more innovative tactics and strategies to be executed on the battlefield and faster responses and heightened coordination within high-stress environments. The Titans would be deployed in ground operations with Marines, Army personnel, and in special operations. Image here. In this age of prosperity, interest in the arts also flourished within the colonies. The outer colonies saw the rise of local talents in music, visual arts, and literature who would often express their experiences of life on the fringe through their work. This explosion of creative expression attracted cultural tourists from all over human-controlled space, adding more to the already booming economy. Meanwhile, the political structure of the colonies was beginning to shift. The propaganda against the UEG had become widespread, resulting in people protesting returning power to the UEG. On Earth, people stood in front of the UEG Council building in Australia, Sydney, with signs saying all sorts of things representing their desire for the UEG to not be brought back to power. The current military government was transforming their way of life in a good way and provided security for them. Some of them had even forgotten that they were under a military government because of the progress and prosperity they were experiencing. The UNSC had successfully managed to provide a sense of normalcy, all while introducing revolutionary changes and steering humanity towards a better future. For the first time in decades, children in the outer colonies could go to schools without fearing for their lives. Schools and educational institutions were being established at an unprecedented rate, with the military government ensuring quality education for all children regardless of their location or socio-economic status. The focus was not only on academic achievement but also on fostering creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence. The healthcare system has also undergone significant improvements. New hospitals and clinics were built, and older ones renovated. Advanced medical technology provided by Forerunner Technology was incorporated into these facilities, leading to breakthroughs in disease treatment and overall health care. As for the younger generations with dreams of venturing into the stars, the UNSC established various scholarship programs designed to hone their skills for space exploration. These programs cultivated a new generation of scientists, engineers, pilots, and explorers who would lead humanity into its next phase of interstellar colonization. The military itself had changed much over these 2 years. Soldiers were now viewed not merely as dispensable grunts but as valuable individuals in their own right. They were given proper training, equipped with advanced weapons systems, and moral support to boost their confidence, all due to an increased emphasis placed on each soldier's well-being. This change came after the realization that defeating the Covenant wouldn't be possible without a psychologically healthy fighting force. The morale among soldiers was at an all-time high. They believed wholeheartedly in their cause and trusted their leaders to guide them towards victory. After all, the prosperity and peace they saw blooming in the colonies was something they were willing to fight fiercely for. Their hope wasn't an image of mere survival anymore, but a vision of strength and thriving life among the stars. Simultaneously, social outreach programs were launched by the UNSC to bridge the gap between the military and civilians. Soldiers visited schools to share their experiences, helping children understand the importance of their mission. These interactions humanized the soldiers in the eyes of civilians, painting them as protectors rather than oppressors. As a result of these efforts, enlistment rates soared. Young men and women across all colonies signed up to join the UNSC's ranks, eager to contribute to their society's defense and development. The idea of a reorganization of the UEG was becoming popular amongst the politicians. It was clear that the current government was chaotic as the main government was under the military government. A reorg would be needed to fix this problem and establish a clear power structure going into the future. A/N, below are upgrades to current technology. New Spartan 2 armor, image. New MCU's Type 3, image. New full protection infantry armor, image. Chapter 81, Chapter 80. Axel had just landed on Reach after returning from Earth. His destination was the Covenant prison located at an ONI black site. Despite having been built 2 years ago, he had never visited the prison in person as he was too busy with other matters. But now he had cleared his schedule to visit the prison and visit some of the captured Shanghai. As the pelican flew across the sky towards the prison, Axel was sitting in the back scrolling through a tablet that contained information on the recent projects which were either almost completed or had just been started. Thanks to the capture of numerous Covenant ships, the UNSC now had a lot of data on various Covenant technologies such as slip-space translocation, more commonly called teleportation. The Covenant had reverse-engineered Forerunner technology and used the slip-space translocation to speed up the deployment of their invasion forces. During the invasion of Actium by the Covenant, they had used this technology and built a deployment spire on the surface of the planet, allowing them to instantly teleport dropships, troops, and other equipment to the surface of the planet. However, the UNSC had discovered these deployment spires and taken them out quickly before the Covenant could fully utilize them. Slipspace translocation was already being researched on Trove and Installation 04, but they hadn't been able to make any significant breakthroughs with the technology. However, with the captured Covenant technology, they could replicate it as it was already reverse-engineered and not as advanced as the Forerunner technology. There was a long list of technologies, some of which Axel thought would be extremely beneficial to their development. As the Pelican approached the prison, the landing pad became visible, revealing numerous armed guards standing watch around the area. Once the Pelican touched down, he stepped out onto ground as 4 10-feet-tall Spartans approached him. They were some of the core members of Blue Team that Axel had called to the prison to intimidate the Shanghai and show them that they aren't as fierce and strong as they think they are. For the past 2 years they have been only seen normal ONI guards and not an actual Spartan. The last time most of them physically saw a Spartan was 2 years ago. As the 4 Spartans approached, they saluted Axel. Axel returned the salute as a smile appeared on his face. "How's it going, John?" asked Axel. "Good, sir," replied John. "I just wish there was more Covenant to kill since it's been rather quiet lately." Axel chuckled. "Well, if you want some action then I can arrange that for you." Axel was referring to the surface of Trove, which is overrun by the flood. If the Spartans want some action, then he can send them to start clearing the surface of the planet. First, he would need to create something for their armor so that it wouldn't be breached by the flood. As they strolled towards the prison's entrance, he began briefing them on the situation. He detailed the number of Shanghai held within, their rankings in the Covenant hierarchy, and the intelligence they'd gathered so far. Inside, the prison was much different than the greenery he had seen outside the prison. The walls were cold hardened steel with ceilings cast in shadows. Artificial lights glowed ominously along the corridors leading to the detention cells. As they reached the first cell, which was separated by an energy shield, Axel had looked at the Shanghai elite standing on the other side. Its 4-jawed mouth curled upwards in an apprehensive snarl as its eyes narrowed at their presence. An ONI officer handed him another tablet with interrogation notes and a translation tool. Axel took it and approached the energy shield, as John and the other Spartan followed closely behind him. "Demons," murmured the elite as he looked at the Spartans behind Axel. "You are Hrue Ankele," Axel stated loud enough for his voice to be heard by the elite. The Shanghai met his gaze, emitting an intense growl with its reply. "What do you want, human?" "I want your cooperation," Axel responded. "I'm sure you've heard rumors about what we do with our guests." He gestured loosely to the surrounding cells. The Shanghai snorted, a deep, resonating sound that echoed in the cell. "We are not afraid of what you humans do." "That's good," Axel said with a small smile, looking through the files on his tablet. "Fear tends to cloud judgment." "I'd rather we talk as equals," suggested Axel. "Equals?" The elite scoffed, crossing its arms over its broad chest. "You may be tall, but you are no equal to me, human." John shifted behind Axel, an instinctual reaction to the alien's disrespect. But Axel held up a hand to calm him down before turning back to the Shanghai. "You are right, compared to me you are quite weak, and your arrogance blinds you," Axel finished smoothly, his eyes meeting the elite's. "But that does not mean we cannot negotiate." The Shanghai growled again but did not offer a response. "You see, Axel continued, flicking through a few more documents on his tablet, your comrades have been very cooperative. They've given us extremely valuable information. Information that could bring about an end to this war. He was lying and simply trying to manipulate the elite into a war we shall win, the elite spat back defiantly. Axel simply shrugged. Perhaps. But it would be foolish to think that victory is guaranteed. There are always alternatives. We can reduce your sentence, treat you better. All in exchange for some assistance. And what makes you think I would betray my people? The Sanghaila's voice was pure venom. A better question, Axel said candidly, is what makes you think we need your betrayal? The elite paused at that, its gaze wavering for the first time. What do you mean? It asked. I mean, replied Axel with a telling grin, that we do not need traitors to achieve our goals. We are not the same as you. He let those words hang in the air for a moment before continuing. You have seen our Spartans, demons as you called them, and yet your people continue to underestimate us. It's quite fascinating, really. We will never bow to you. The elite said defiantly. Not now, no, replied Axel. But in due time you will. This got the elite riled up, which is exactly what Axel wanted. He turned to his left where Commander was standing. Open the cell, ordered Axel. The commander didn't ask any questions and opened the cell, causing the energy shield to drop. The elite immediately charged Axel while he stood there with his arms placed behind his back. But before the elite could reach him, he was hit in the gut and sent flying back against his cell wall. Kelly had used her speed and punched the elite in his gut before he could reach Axel. Pathetic, stated Axel. You claim to be strong, yet here you are, defeated. The elite sat against the wall as he couldn't move from the hit he received moments ago. You see, Axel began, his voice echoing off the walls, your kind have become so accustomed to fighting lesser beings. You underestimate us because you believe we are no different than the grunts and jackals you slaughter, he stated, shaking his head. But we are not those creatures. We are humans. He gestured towards himself and his Spartans. We have strength, intelligence, and determination that you cannot fathom. He walked into the cell and knelt down next to the Sanghaili, breaking the physical distance between them. Despite its current state of defeat, the creature met his gaze with stubborn defiance. After a few seconds he stood up and walked towards the commander. How much information has he given us? Asked Axel. Sir, he has been hard to get information out of, so far we have nothing, and he continues to be defiant, replied the commander. All right then, that means that he is useless and a waste of space, said Axel. Get rid of him. He doesn't want to provide us information, therefore he is useless. Aye, sir, replied the commander, not wasting any time to call a group of guards to secure the elite and take him elsewhere to dispose of him. Axel looked at the tablet and proceeded to the next target. His name was Ripa Marami, a former arbiter turned into a servant for the new arbiter Kaga Vodami. A few minutes later they had arrived at Ripa Marami's cell. For the remainder of his stay Axel conversed with the prisoners and could see the difference in some of them. All of them were honor-bound warriors, but a few of them recognized the strength of the humans. Ripa Marami was beginning to lose faith in the hierarchs as they had ignored his warning about the holy relics in possession of the humans and cost them more Sanghaila lives. Through his interactions with humans, he began to gain an understanding of their species. He was amazed by their perseverance in the face of losing so many lives during the war. It made him question the true motives behind the hierarch's decision to declare a holy war against humans. Chapter 82, Chapter 81. Arriving at the installation, Axel looked at the massive ring megastructure and couldn't wait until they would be able to build one of their own someday. They couldn't right now because they don't know exactly how the Forerunners basically created an entire world on a ring. It was a mystery to them. Approaching the ring, Axel had taken a pelican to the main research base located near the control room. Once the pelican landed at one of the designated landing zones, he began to walk out of the pelican. As he did this, a floating object had suddenly appeared in front of him, alerting the blue team members. Welcome, Reclaimer, I have been eager to meet with you, stated Guilty Spark. Axel put his hand up, telling them to stand down as he approached Guilty Spark. Nice to meet you as well, Guilty Spark. I have heard about your cooperation with my researchers, and I must thank you. I too have heard about your exploits, Reclaimer. They are extraordinary compared to what the rest of your race has achieved. Especially this. Guilty Spark had showed a holographic image of the Star Lifter. As far as Axel knew, nobody had showed or talked about the Star Lifter to Guilty Spark, but also this was a Forerunner AI construct which is much more powerful than your typical AI. Guilty Spark, reading his face, had added, "Don't worry, Reclaimer, I simply wished to know more about you humans, and I happened to stumble upon this creation." "And what do you think about it?" asked Axel. The Forerunners had a similar creation to that which would harness energy from a star but was not able to create materials from it. "This technology is a brilliant creation," explained Guilty Spark. "I see, that's good to hear coming from a Forerunner construct," said Axel. "Indeed, Reclaimer. It appears that your kind may yet exceed our expectations," Guilty Spark offered. Guided by Guilty Spark, Axel toured the facilities. They passed laboratories interspersed with excavation sites and survey stations. All of them were busy with humans, working away on their respective tasks. During the tour, Guilty Spark discussed various facets of Forerunner technology, explaining how it might be adapted for human use, or in some cases improved upon. Axel, for his part, listened intently to the AI's insights. This was part of the reason why he'd made this trip to Installation 04. Finally, they arrived at a massive door, its smooth surface edged with intricate, flowing patterns that pulsed gently with an inner light. "This is a central power hub, Reclaimer. It provided energy for the entire ring and was capable of powering entire fleets of starships," Guilty Spark said. Axel gazed up at the immense door in amazement. Incredible. He understood that his civilization still had much to learn about Forerunner technology, but they were already making significant strides towards harnessing even a small fraction of it. The potential for advancement was there, all they had to do was take hold of it. "Indeed, Reclaimer." The AI paused for a moment before continuing, "You humans have proven resourceful and resilient, traits we Forerunners respected greatly." Leaving the central power hub, they continued the tour joined by Catherine. The rest of the tour was just as enlightening. They visited relic sites, ancient energy generators, still operational, and databanks filled with unfathomable amounts of Forerunner knowledge. All the while, Guilty Spark provided commentary and answered any questions Axel had. After several hours of exploration, Axel found himself standing in a room that was very different from the rest, a place that felt sacred and hallowed. Intricate glyphs adorned the walls and ceiling while a large crystal-like object dominated the center. Even Catherine herself hadn't been in this room. "This is the cartographer," said Guilty Spark, hovering towards it. "It holds a comprehensive map of all known Forerunner installations." Axel stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the large crystal construct. As he did so, it activated and projected a holographic image of the known universe brimming with pulsating points of light, each representing a different Forerunner installation. "Remarkable," muttered Axel, staring at the number of Forerunner installations across the universe. "It is indeed," said Guilty Spark. "And it might just hold the key to your continued survival and prosperity." The AI hovered in a circular path around the cartographer. "In the past, we Forerunners utilized the installations to maintain order and control over our vast empire. But we also used them to study and nurture life. Each installation has unique resources and knowledge, all of which could be harnessed for the Reclaimer's benefit." Axel's mind started to race as Guilty Spark continued. "Take this installation for example, it studied the effects of artificial gravity on ecosystems. Humans could use that knowledge to colonize new planets more efficiently." Axel remembered the Star Lifter again. It was a stepping stone, one of many on their path of advancement. The revelations from Guilty Spark weren't just interesting, they were potential game changers. "Why didn't you show me this?" Catherine asked Guilty Spark. Because when I wanted to first meet with the reclaimer before I revealed this knowledge to you, stated Guilty Spark. And what classifies someone as a reclaimer? Asked Catherine in response to his answer. The term reclaimer is used to refer to a species or a member of said species chosen to inherit the mantle after the forerunners. Humans have been chosen, Guilty Spark elaborated. You have demonstrated a potential we did not see in others. I am merely a guide on this journey, added Guilty Spark. Catherine nodded, satisfied at his answer, and she didn't ask any more questions. This is great, now we know the locations of all Forerunner installations, said Axel. We will save this information as I want to personally visit some of the places on this map. The map had vanished in front of Axel as he turned around to leave the room. For now, I want to head to your lab, I have some things that I need to do, said Axel. Catherine nodded as they returned to the main research base. Once inside, they walked to Catherine's lab as Axel pulled up the computer's interface and started pulling up the ongoing data on the current projects. What are you going to do? Asked Catherine as she stood next to him looking at the data as well. I found some interesting technology that we could implement, and with the information from Guilty Spark I have gained some valuable insight, replied Axel. Guilty Spark floated between them as they were looking at the data. I will be here to assist in any way possible. Thanks, replied Axel as he got to work. The first thing that he looked at was the slipspace translocation, which would allow them to teleport nearly instantaneously between locations. This is achieved using slipspace as a travel medium, without the use of a conventional slipspace drive. After that was the assembler vats, which were nanofabrication facilities utilized by the Forerunners to construct all their tools and structures. Instructions and construction templates on how to build various items were fed to assemblers for mass replication in the form of a design seed. A design seed is a piece of technology used by the Forerunners to encode data that would be used to quickly assemble a machine at the appropriate time. A design seed contained the schematics for the piece of technology it was designed to craft, as well as the machinery required to convert the construction materials into the object under construction. When required, design seeds could be fed into assembler vats for mass replication. Utilizing the assembler vats, smart matter could also be created. Smart matter is a type of material often used in Forerunner construction. It is composed of self-assembling nanomachine blocks reinforced by energy bonds. This nature allowed smart matter to be grown in the Forerunner assembler vats in a manner similar to biological life. Smart matter what helps Forerunner-built structures last eons with minimal maintenance. Lastly was buffer fields, being energy fields used to manipulate gravity in a variety of methods, such as keeping ships aloft in a planetary atmosphere. For those that don't know what aloft means, it is basically keeping ships in the sky within a planet's atmosphere, inertial dampening aboard starships, and the generation of artificial gravity. All these things are what Axel planned to conduct research on to accelerate the process and bring about new technology to once again revolutionize the current technology that they have. Chapter 83, Chapter 82. It had been a year since Axel visited Installation 04, and for the past year he has been working on reverse engineering the Forerunner technology. Working alongside him was Catherine, a team of researchers, and a group of engineers. After much effort, they were able to recreate the technology of slipspace transrelocation. This involved using teleporters to instantly move a person or object from one location to another. The teleporter would need a receiver or another teleporter in place to teleport something. For instance, if he wanted to teleport something from Installation 04 to Earth, he would need either a receiver which would only allow one-way teleportation or another teleporter to allow things to be sent back and forth. And with this successful recreation of the technology, another project was created to try and use their replication of transrelocation technology to develop slipspace portals which would allow for large-scale transportation of large-scale objects like ships and possibly space stations. Next was the creation of assembler vats, which did not take that long as they had been utilizing nanotechnology since the 21st century. The assembler vats took 3 months to fully complete and understand, but once they were done, this allowed smart matter to be grown inside of them. Smart matter was the material utilized in all Forerunner construction, and now that the UNSC has access to this material, they could utilize it in all their future constructions. The first official test of the assembler was conducted on June 6, 2538. The assembler was given instructions on creating the new standard use infantry armor that was just recently created. As the test concluded, Axel was surprised at the speed of the assembler. In 1 hour, it was able to create tens of thousands of infantry armor with just one assembler. This speed would completely change how future weapons and armor can be created, since if they can be built in mass, no matter how sophisticated or advanced the design is. Axel sent the schematics on the technology to Admiral Ross to start having them constructed on various worlds and stations. All assemblers would vary by size, as the large assemblers would be used to construct capital ships and small space stations, while the medium-sized ones would be used to create light warships and attack ships. The small assemblers would be used to create space fighters, dropships, MCUs, small arms, vehicles, and other equipment. The smaller assemblers would also be able to be built on support ships to allow ground troops ships to be able to get resupplied with any munitions or small weapons that they would need. Lastly was the buffer field technology. The buffer field technology was quite easy to make and would keep ships from falling towards the planet as they entered the atmosphere. And it could generate artificial gravity on a large scale. By December 5, all the recently created technology was being put to good use within the UNSC. The large assembler vats were being built on construction yards and on certain stations. The medium and small assembler vats were being built on planetary surfaces and on board support vessels. During this time, Catherine had also become pregnant with her second child. She had found out in November, so she was about 1 month pregnant and has 8 more months to go to. At the same time, Miranda had turned 13 this year and had a massive party with all of her friends who were still in middle school and their families, which was attended by both Axel and Catherine. Miranda had managed to skip a few grades and now she is in high school with 3 years left before she graduates. She would graduate when she was 16 and then apply for pre-enlistment training at the Officer Candidate School, OCS, on Luna. She was already becoming popular because she was the daughter of Axel and because of how she took after both her mother and father with her intelligence. 2539 January 15. The new year had begun with a bunch of scheduled visits to colony worlds for Axel as part of a new initiative to make sure that each colony world is developing as intended and to give colonies who are struggling more help from the government. While he was traveling through the colonies, he had received the latest report from the Security Council members. Apparently, several facilities had successfully installed the large assemblers. Several capital ships were already under construction, their hulls steadily taking shape under the watchful eyes of the engineers. A recent live-fire exercise had showed that support ships carrying small assembler vats were able to resupply ground troops in real time with ammunition, weapons, and other essential supplies that were constructed and delivered to the soldiers during active engagement utilizing the new teleporters, turning the tide in the UNSC's favor. On February 5, Miranda completed her first semester at high school with straight A's. She received commendation for her exemplary performance in her advanced mathematics and physics courses. Only 3 months into high school and she was already making waves in academic circles. Miranda had also received an invitation for an internship at the Luna Research Station for the summer holidays. It was a great opportunity and Miranda was thrilled. She would be gaining first-hand experience in the field she aspired to join. Whenever he had time, Axel took it upon himself to help Miranda prepare for her future OCS application. He spent late nights tutoring her on military tactics while making sure to maintain a balance with her schoolwork so that she won't get overloaded with knowledge and so that she can enjoy her childhood before she joins the UNSC. A few days later, February 10, Axel received a report from all the Security Council members about the successful implementation of the officer enhancements which would enhance the officer's ability to lead and strategize. This, combined with the continued success of teleportation and smart matter technology, had seen a significant boost in the effectiveness and efficiency of military operations. On Earth, the buffer field technology has been implemented and optimized for civilian use, mainly for planetary transportation and defense systems. Corporations were coming out with a lot of new civilian technology because of the recent discoveries of Forerunner technology, allowing normal everyday civilian life to continue to be improved as the months went by. New colonies were being established as the exploration of uncharted space continued, and old colonies were getting more colonists migrating to the regions because of the benefits of living on newly established colonies, such as a new life, decreased taxes, and better job opportunities, thanks to the influx of investments and rapid expansion of industries. New governors were chosen for the newly established colonies. At the same time, the UEG Senate was preparing for a massive reorg. The current UEG government held no authority, and the people refused to return them to power in fear of losing all their current liberties and advancements they had gained from the recent technological progress. Therefore, it was deemed necessary to create a new structure that reflected the current state of humanity, advanced, united, and forward-thinking. The reorg was expected to be completed by late November. In March, the UNSC held its annual council meeting. The recently created technology and its application in both civilian and military use was discussed at length. The impact of the assembler VAT technology on the speed and efficiency of construction was incredible. It was agreed that production capabilities were at an all-time high, enabling the UNSC to bolster its defenses and prepare for any upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, on civilian side, the use of buffer field technology has revolutionized transportation systems. This seemed to have a domino effect in improving many aspects of civilian life, from healthcare to city infrastructure. The council members agreed to fund further research in smart matter applications for civilian purposes. The council members were astounded by the rapid progress made in such a short amount of time and heaped praises onto Axel for his leadership and ingenuity. It was at this meeting that Axel introduced them to an ambitious new project, Quantum Entanglement Communication, QEC. This technology would allow instantaneous communication across vast distances of space without any delay. It was a daunting task, but with their current technological prowess and resources at hand, Axel believed it was fully within reach. On April 2, Catherine attended a prenatal exam. She was now 5 months into her pregnancy. The doctor assured them that everything was progressing as it should. Little did Axel know that he would soon have another prodigy or two following in Miranda's footsteps. During this time, Axel continued his scheduled visits to colonies, ensuring their smooth operation and development. He also kept an eye on Miranda's progress both in school and her preparation for OCS application. Despite his busy schedule, he always managed to spare some time for both Miranda and Catherine. On June 30, Miranda commenced her internship at the Luna Research Station. This was a dream come true for her, as she got to work with cutting-edge technology under the guidance of some of the top scientists. Within weeks she had made a reputation for herself with her keen intellect and quick learning abilities. Her analytical skills drew attention from her supervisors, who saw a bright future for her in research and development within the military sector. As the months passed, it was drawing near to November when the reorg of the UEG would happen, and new government would be created. Heaps of support for Axel's continued leadership came in from billions of people across every world, alongside some influential politicians and high-ranking officers in the UNSC. Chapter 84, New Government Name, Voting. A/N, no chapter today, but a double release tomorrow. This is just to vote on the new name to replace the United Earth Government. Obviously the name will reflect how united the humans are right now. Only when the entire universe, including the Covenant and such, are taken over by Axel, there will another reorg to represent all the new races. So for now we will stick with some basic names before we start introducing names to represent all the species. United Earth Colonies, United Earth Federation, United Earth Alliance, United Human Empire. Chapter 85, Chapter 83. A/N, read all the comments from the previous chapter and understand some of the point of views that were being made. However, as stated previously, this name is only for now, and once the universe, or more specifically the Covenant, is taken over, then there will be another reorg to represent all the races. For now the name United Human Empire is just to create united political system to bring all the colonies and Earth together as one and prepare them to become the true inheritors of the mantle. Also, adding the word empire at the end doesn't change anything nor make it a monarchy or want to eradicate all other races in the galaxy, which is explained within the chapter. If anything, it is to represent every world and such. And I could have created better names to choose from, as most of them had Earth in it, which is my mistake, but for the final reorg when the Covenant are conquered I will have some good names to choose from. 2538, November 27th. The UEG Senate has convened on this day to finally finish the reorg of the UNSC. They were having trouble trying to find a proper working government for both Earth and the colonies, but after receiving a recommendation from the UNSC Security Council they managed to create a new government. The head of the new government would be given the title of Lord Protector, which is a position that was suggested by the UNSC Security Council to replace the position of President. The Lord Protector would be an elected position and the chosen person serves for life, unless the Senate and the people get together to determine that the current Lord Protector is not capable of his job. The position of Lord Protector is not a monarchical position, it is simply an elected authority position that would officially grant Axel authority over both civilian and military matters. The Senate would be integrated into the new government and would be joined by elected senators from all the colonies to ensure a representation of all planets' needs and encourage unity amongst the colonies. The new Senate would keep their original name, as there is no need to change it. Effectively, this reorg was for the unified Earth government, so the UNSC kept its name and power, while the new government would integrate both the civilian and military government to form one united government to centralize power. The new name of the government, which was also suggested by the UNSC Security Council, was the United Human Empire, UHE, which was explained to represent the vast colonies and areas of space under human control. The name United Human Empire encompasses all colonies inhabited by humans and every planet containing any type of human settlement, whether it be civilian or military. An empire is not only a government led by an emperor but also signifies a political entity comprised of multiple territories, military bases, and diverse populations. Despite all being human, the various races differed based on their upbringing in nations on Earth or distant colonies. Which is why the new government will ensure to enforce unity amongst the population, since when at the end of the day everybody is a human, no matter where they grew up, how rich they are, or their upbringing. Which is why the name United Human Empire was created, to erase the diversity between the people and promote unity. 2538, December 1st. The UEG Senate convened again on this day, to discuss the election process for the inaugural Lord Protector. A structure had been proposed wherein each colonial Senate representative would have a vote, weighted by the population of their respective colony. The decision was, as expected, met with both applause and dissent. Those in favor argued that given the diversity of human colonies, allowing each planet to have an equal say in electing the Lord Protector would surely result in an imbalance. They supported the proposed weighted voting, arguing that colonies with greater populations should naturally have a more significant voice. Those opposing the measure pointed out that less populated colonies may be marginalized, and their unique concerns overlooked under this system. They lobbied for one colony, one vote system, where even the smallest of colonies would have an equal say in electing the Lord Protector. The debate was heated and robust, with many senators passionately defending their positions. After days of discussion and compromise, Axel had showed up at the Senate meeting and showed his support for the one colony, one vote system to not repeat the same mistakes of the past. This won him more favor from the newly elected colonial senators. He also had control over the previous senators, so the debate had come to an end. It was decided that the one colony, one vote system would be adopted. Each colony will have a single vote to represent them, no matter the size of the population. This decision was central to what Axel wanted to represent the United Human Empire's ethos, evoking a sense of belonging among humans wherever they might reside. From the bustling megacities of Earth to the fledgling terraformed settlements on distant exoplanets, every voice would be heard equally. As such, the United Human Empire under his leadership would symbolize unity in diversity, not dominance by majority. 2539, January 12th. The first of several elections took place on this day across various worlds to elect the inaugural Lord Protector. The election process was a spectacle like none other, as it signaled the birth of a unified humanity stretching across the stars. Candidates from all walks of life stepped forward to propose their vision for the new empire. However, none of them came close to Axel, as his efforts had given birth to this new political structure. He was also hailed as the hero of humanity and was already considered the de jure leader of humanity on top of his position as chairman of the UNSC. 2539, February 1. The awaited day had finally come. The votes from all the colonies had been gathered and tallied. The Yuhi Senate chamber was brimming with representatives from every corner of the human empire, their collective gaze fixed on the Lord Protector's vacant seat at the head of the room. As the final tally was announced, Axel's victory was clear and overwhelming. There was a brief moment of silence before the chamber erupted in applause. Regardless of political differences, everyone recognized how instrumental Axel had been in bringing unity to humanity's diverse colonies on top of numerous other achievements. He simply represented what the united human empire should be. Axel stepped forward to accept his position as Lord Protector. He already knew he was going to win, as there was no other candidate that could even contend with him. As he sat down in his new seat at the head of the room, he raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the room quickly fell quiet. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have just taken our first steps towards the future, he began, his voice and words grabbing everyone's attention as it was also being broadcasted to every single corner of human space. For the past 10 years we have seen great progress in the advancement of our society, but today we embark on a journey that is even greater. Today, we are not just inhabitants of Earth or any colony, but citizens of the united human empire, he declared with authority. There was a significant change in the air as everyone in the chamber acknowledged his words. His emphasis on united echoed through the halls, highlighting the essence of what this new empire stood for: unity and equality among all humans, irrespective of where they hailed from. There will be challenges ahead, no doubt. But remember, we are one people, one empire, he continued. Regardless of the many worlds we inhabit or the languages we speak or the cultures we hold dear, we share one common denominator: our humanity. Let us not falter in our quest for unity and progress, he urged. Our strength lies in our diversity, let it not divide us but make us stronger instead. He raised his right hand slowly, pointing upwards as though reaching for the stars themselves. To a future where all humans stand together as one, to infinity and beyond. The chamber erupted into applause once again, with cheers echoing through every corner. The broadcast ended with Axel's image fading out, only to be replaced by the new flag of the united human empire. A/N, vote for the new flag below to represent the Yuhi. Flag 1. Flag 2. Chapter 86, Chapter 84. During the Senate election, both Arthur and Andrew had reached 6 months of age and were much more active than Miranda was when she was 6 months. Before he was elected, they would be all crawling all over his office and bothering him as he was working. Not that he didn't mind, as he enjoyed their presence and often played with them. But he was also busy sometimes, so he created a mini MCU that would play with the two while he was busy. After a few days they ended up liking the mini MCU and would spend hours interacting with it, cooing and giggling in sheer delight. The MCU took the shape of a friendly metallic bear, programmed to teach basic cognitive skills and promote physical growth. It became the twins' trusted companion. Whenever Axel traveled through space, he brought them along. Whenever they were traveling in space, the two of them loved to watch the stars outside the window, which caused them to become quiet on the trip. Axel had learned of this and had programmed his office ceiling to project holographic stars which seemed to calm them down. Miranda, who was in her second year of high school and was now 14, had become very close with her two little brothers. She visited them often and the three of them got along, besides when Arthur and Andrew would constantly annoy her just to get some joy out of it. The family dynamic was growing quite well, much to the relief of Catherine, who feared that the age gap between Miranda and the twins might be too vast for them to bond effectively. Miranda, intelligent and empathetic beyond her years, took the role of her brother's guardian to heart. While Arthur and Andrew were yet to learn their first words, they had already developed a secret language of coos and giggles. It was a hilarious sight for Axel to watch his boys communicating in such a manner as if plotting a great scheme against the universe. Catherine watched all this with a serene smile on her face, her heart filled with contentment. She couldn't have asked for a better family. The twins' playful demeanor reminded her of the innocence that still bloomed within the universe, while Miranda's growing intellect kept everyone on their toes. Leaving the matter of his personal life aside, Axel's new position had received a lot of support amongst the population thanks to his agenda that enforced unity amongst all humans and his overall popular support. After coming into office, new position needed to be filled to represent the civilian part of the government. He had planned to create new positions such as the Director of Human Welfare, which would oversee the distribution of resources and ensure the welfare of every citizen as the expansion of the United Human Empire progressed. Positions like the Minister of Defense were abolished because there was no need for the position. Other positions such as the Department of Treasury, Department of Transportation, and Department of Technological Innovation were created for the civilian government. Other positions would be created by the Senate as time went on to ensure the smooth operation of the new government. The position of Chairman of the UNSC was integrated into the new Lord Protector position. In addition to this, Axel appointed new people to the positions of Chief of Spartan Operations and Commander-in-Chief of ONI. He no longer required these positions as the position of Lord Protector superseded them. He was still head of the UNSC Security Council, which would continue to represent the UNSC military in its entirety. His responsibilities did not end with merely setting up positions and appointing people. It was also his duty to ensure that these offices functioned effectively, that their work reflected the ethos of unity and welfare he had promised. The Director of Human Welfare has undergone numerous revisions. The inadequate resource distribution system was revamped. A new policy was put in place to make sure that no citizen starved or was denied access to basic facilities because of their location or status. The Department of Transportation would see a revolution as well. Efficient connectivity would become the priority. New trade routes would be established, rekindling commerce between planets with the new technology that was created, ensuring faster transportation of resources between planets. The Department of Technological Innovation, under Axel's directive, would receive a surge of resources and creativity. New advancements in healthcare, communication, and space exploration would be developed to add to the rapid progress of humanity thus far. These new announcements and promises had made the civilian population extremely satisfied. In a few years, people would become healthier, happier, and their basic needs would be taken care of. Still, Axel was always looking towards the future and what it would bring. Meanwhile, somewhere in Covenant space, Imperial Admiral Zaitanjar Watinri was standing aboard his flagship looking amongst the stars. In the distance, a planetary battle was waging between his forces and some heretic forces who tried to take control of the planet and attempted to rebel because they were on the edge of Covenant space. Standing tall and formidable, Zaitanjar Watinri was a figure of authority, his scarlet armor gleaming as he stood on the bridge of his ship. His eyes, full of focused determination, were fixed on the skirmish unfolding before him in the cold vacuum of space. The bitter taste of betrayal still lingered, as he watched his own people turn against each other in a pursuit of dominion. The Covenant ships, once united under the banner of faith and obedience, now clashed in a chaotic spectacle. Magnificent vessels were reduced to flaming debris within seconds, their remains illuminating the darkened cosmos with an eerie light. The battle was fierce and relentless, but for Imperial Admiral Zaitanjar Watinri it was not just about quelling a rebellion, it was about restoring honor and justice. Chapter 87, Chapter 85. 5 years later, 2544 May 16. Since the reorg of the government in 2539 and Axel being chosen as the first Lord Protector, life for everybody continued to improve. Representation of the colonies in the Senate ensured that no future insurrectionists groups could rise up and offered every single person, no matter where they were, a voice within the Senate. New positions were created to fill in many roles within the new government and expand its area of control to all colonies. Debates were a common thing within the Senate, which allowed for a greater diversity of thought and deliberation, resulting in progressive policies that catered to the needs of both core and outer colonies. The framework of the Senate, while streamlined to ensure efficiency, was designed with checks and balances to prevent any single body from yielding too much power. Economically, the UHE was doing very well. Every planet besides newly established colony world or low-populated worlds had orbital stations constructed in orbit of the planet. The station would be used as both a defensive station during times of conflict and a trade station. Orbital station. A new orbital defense platform was created to replace the old orbital defense station, which had been in service for over a decade now. The new orbital defense platform would be powered by vacuum energy and fire pulse rounds directly at Covenant ships. Orbital defense platform. The UNSC fleet has successfully been retrofitted, as the old ships have now been replaced completely by the new generation ships that are powered with vacuum energy cores, equipped with the latest autocannons, MAC cannons, and ion cannons. In addition, various other ships, including new support ships equipped with small assemblers to support ground troops, and new transport ships designed to carry thousands of troops. Support ship. Transport ship. They had improved plating, equipped with strengthened alloys for enhanced resiliency against enemy fire, and were equipped with the latest energy shield technology. The number of ships that were within the UNSC was now well over 1,000 ships. The large assemblers had proved extremely crucial in constructing ships, allowing the UNSC to expand its fleets across the colonies. New research bases were set up on the newly discovered rings, utilizing the maps that Guilty Spark had shown Axel. The last location which was discovered was the Ark, or Installation 00. Axel had personally visited Installation 00 as it was the main control system for the Halo array. While there, he met with the installation's monitor known as 000 Tragic Solitude. Tragic Solitude had welcomed the Reclaimers and helped them during their months of research on the installation. A massive research and military base were constructed on the Ark, and exploration teams were sent out to explore it. With all the installations containing a research base, the flood containment facilities were eventually discovered on Installation 05. While it would provide a lot of research into the flood, Axel listed the facility as a restricted area and established security measures to ensure that no one would approach the facility. In Axel's eyes, the flood were contained for now and would not have a chance to return as long as they remained careful when discovering Forerunner ruins and facilities. The flood would have no chance of spreading with these measures in place. Speaking of the flood, the Shield World Trove, which was overrun by the flood on the surface, was turned into a training ground of sorts. UNSC forces had secured a large area and established a massive base which would be utilized to train new recruits and test weapons on the flood. The main reason for this was to clear the surface of the Shield World of the flood. Numerous security measures were taken to ensure that the flood were contained and didn't gain access to any UNSC ship to attempt to fly away and spread to other planets. On 2544 February 25 it was also found that the Covenant had discovered the location of a few shield worlds and had established bases on them. While this is a problem, Axel wasn't worried about it, since they needed a human, or more specifically a human who could activate Forerunner technology. They didn't have any captive humans in their possession, so they couldn't access the shield world nor the knowledge it contained. Still, Axel started conducting operations to monitor the Covenant's activity on shield worlds that they had discovered. He wanted to gather crucial intelligence on the Covenant's movements and plans. A specialized team of soldiers, scientists, and specialists codenamed Guardian Owl was established for this purpose. They would monitor the Covenant's activities and collect information on them. Alongside surveillance efforts, Axel bolstered the defensive capabilities of the colonies. New ICTS, Intercolonial Transport System, routes were introduced to ensure faster mobilization of troops and supplies in case of emergency. A series of space anchor points were established throughout the colonies for rapid ship deployment. The shipyards on Mars and Callisto were expanded, increasing the production of ships. Further research into vacuum energy cores bore significant results, with improvements in fuel efficiency and power output. These advancements were applied to both civilian and military vessels, enhancing their speed, range, and overall performance. Closer to home, Axel placed great emphasis on societal development as well. Education initiatives were undertaken on every colony world, ensuring every citizen had access to quality education. Healthcare systems were standardized across all colonies, providing free healthcare services to everyone. Miranda had graduated high school in 2541 at the age of 16 and was accepted into pre-enlistment training at the Luna OCS Academy. Axel was present for her graduation and was proud of her as a father. She not only graduated at 16, but she was also the second youngest to be accepted into the Academy's pre-enlistment training. Arthur and Andrew were 5 years old and had grown up to be quick-witted and adventurous boys. They had traveled with Axel most of the time whenever he left the Earth. They never got tired of traveling through space, as there was always something to explore. Whenever Axel wasn't around to teach them, the mini MCU which he had changed to match their age had taught them things that they needed to know. It was designed to adapt to their developmental needs and had become an essential part of their learning process. The UI was getting more advanced, and the population growth was at an all-time high. Axel had created the civilian enhancements which increased the lifespan and overall health of the population. It was created utilizing integrated non-invasive biomechanical improvements that could be implanted into any human no matter their age. The enhancements were initially met with skepticism, but as their benefits began to show, improved physical strength, heightened senses, increased cognitive abilities, they were widely accepted and incorporated. Amidst all this growth and development, there were a few looming threats that Axel was keeping an eye on, mainly the Covenant. While they hadn't made any overtly hostile moves yet, Axel knew it would only be a matter of time before they did. In the meantime, he would continue the development of the Yuhi. Meanwhile, on the Covenant capital High Charity, the prophets had gathered in their council chamber to discuss why their inability to use Forerunner technology. The enormous chamber was a reverent hush as hierarchs Truth, Mercy, and Regret convened in their floating thrones. The air sparkled around them as holographic displays projected the known shield worlds and other Forerunner artifacts acquired by the Covenant forces. "Why is it that we can't access these worlds?" asked Truth. "Are we not the chosen ones, blessed by the gods to inherit their divine riches?" Mercy said in frustration. Regret broke his silence, his eyes focused on the holographic displays floating above them. "It is not our divine right that is in question here, it is the means," he said. "We lack something necessary." The prophet of Truth turned a stern gaze towards Regret. "And what might that be? What does the human heretic possess that we do not?" "A mystery. One that we must unravel quickly," Regret replied, countering Truth's sneer with a determined glare. "They first utilized the technology on that vault located on one of the outer colony worlds, and they didn't have those Forerunner ships in the beginning, so they must have found the stated Truth means to activate them," Mercy chimed in. "Yes, but they seem to be always a step ahead. Perhaps it is time we diverted our focus from acquiring Forerunner relics themselves, to understanding how humans can use them." "A wise proposition," Truth acknowledged, his gaze intently studying the holographic displays. "We need to gain more knowledge about these humans. We need to know their secrets, their weaknesses. But what if the Forerunners have chosen the humans over us for some unfathomable reason? Or perhaps..." Regret trailed off, deep in thought. Truth turned to him sharply. "Or perhaps what? Perhaps it is not choosing sides, rather recognizing a certain compatibility," Regret suggested hesitantly. "The legends speak of reclaimers," Mercy murmured thoughtfully. "Could it be?" "Enough of your superstitions, Mercy!" Truth snapped. "We must focus on facts, not tales from ancient times." The room grew quiet as Mercy's words had caused them to go into deep thought about things. If what he said was true, then their entire society would collapse if the information got out. A/N, other new creations not mentioned in the chapter. New ODST armor. Axel's new personal armor, which is made out of nanotechnology and can be equipped at any time utilizing the nanotechnology similar to Iron Man's nanosuit.